and gentlemen, welcome into the AEF X Kallang Wave Mall. It has been 3 days, or rather 2 days. Today is going to be the third day, and I am just excited to tell you guys whatever that we have for today. It is 12 o'clock. I hope that you guys have had your breakfast, lunch, or whatever is in between.
It's
brunch.
a bit too late for breakfast to abstract.
Don't tell me what to do. A breakfast is the first meal of the day. But before we even move on to any of those fancy stuff, as well as the game itself, a short little introduction. My name is Abstract. With me here is...
I am Toast, and we are, again, like what you mentioned, we are in the AEF CODM. I would say this is the first offline post-restriction era tournament that we have right here, and I'm very excited to be part of it.
That is a very long subject.
Yes, very.
What was that again? CODM post-COVID
restriction era offline tournament. It's gonna be very long. We'll just shorten it to AEF CODM tournament. Let's get into the thick of things.
The title is not only... The title isn't the only thing that is long. The day today is going to be very long as well. Long in a very good way. Because what's going to be happening is that we are going to be experiencing and of course watching a lot of CODM games today. In fact, I think that we are having like, what, 5 or 6 games
about 6
total?
games, but we have about 16 teams here with us. If I'm not sure if you can see, but we've got a lot of people here at Kallang Wave Atrium Mall. Right? The Kallang Wave Mall's atrium, rather.
Yes.
Right? So we have a lot of people here. Hopefully they are as hyped as we are to get into the games. I believe our very first match will be Prime X Ultimate versus BR Ghost MP. So a little bit of introduction for this team. BR Ghost MP consists of Battle Royale players in the CODM, because for those of you who are new to the game or who are watching the game for the very first time, CODM does have 2 modes, right? Multiplayer as well as Battle Royale. So today we are going to have the multiplayer tournament, right? But these guys, they are coming together from the BR, the Battle Royale community, to form up a team to go up against Prime X Ultimate.
Alright, so I'm looking forward to see what all of these teams have got in store for us. And for those people that are, well, watching at home first, let me just tell you guys that you are not too late to join into the action, to join in with all of the audiences here, as we have people from the ground level, from the second floor that are watching at the show itself. A lot of things is definitely going to be happening, because this is, after all, the Asia Esports Festival at Kallang Wave Mall, organized by Ministry Global and World X, in conjunction with Get Active SG, and of course supported by our SG Fund and the Kallang Wave Mall. We have a lot of things going on. We have a total of 4 locations in the EXP, Esports Experience Center, which is on the 2nd floor. We have Valorant games going on in the Kallang Wave Mall atrium. You're in the wrong place.
I am in the wrong place.
In the Kallang Wave Mall atrium, which is where we are at, is right in the entrance of Kallang Wave Mall, and you will be able to see a massive screen and 2 of our handsome faces doing our commentaries for CODM in the new media hub, which is upstairs in the 2nd floor next to the Esports Experience Center. I believe that we do have some fighting games, tournaments, and some games going on there. And we have the Sports Hub Library, which is right opposite of Kallang Wave Mall, which I believe today they will be having Pokemon Unite.
And I think they also have Valorant, like you mentioned, right? And of course, shout out to our organizers, Safra, as well as Royal Ergonomics, supported by Royal Ergonomics. And very first, okay, so we didn't go into the details of the format of the games, right? So there'll be a best of 5 games. We'll be starting off with Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Domination, back to Hardpoint again, and back to SND.
Right, so Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, was it again?
Search and
Destroy,
Domination,
Domination,
Hardpoint again.
Hardpoint again.
Before we go, I mean, if the teams are very, up to, neck and neck will go to the tiebreaker, which is S and D.
I see, I see. So when we jump into the game, we will break down to you guys exactly what these game modes eventually means. Because some of you guys that are in Kallang Wave Mall, you probably have not much of an idea what does hardpoint, search and destroy, and capture, what was it, capture? Domination eventually means. So don't worry, we will explain it to you as the games goes on, so that you, even though if you don't play or watch CODM, you will be able to enjoy the game just as we all do.
Exactly. So again, like what are your thoughts on the games that are being held here at, like what you mentioned, we've got 4 areas, right? We got the Kallang Wave Mall, we got the Sports Library, and the other 2 locations at level 2. Which one are you much more excited, or which games have you played, Abstract?
Well, let me just tell you this. MLBB is a game that I cast, Valorant is a game that I cast, and CODM is a game that I cast. So I can't give you an answer.
You have to be all 3 places at once.
Yeah, I really gonna have to be all 3 places at once, right? Like yesterday, even though I wasn't really casting for the AEF, I kind of like pop by, show my face, and then say hi to my casters in the MLBB section, and I go upstairs and say hi to my Valorant casters as well, and then just like, how are you? Oh, good? Okay, bye.
So I mean, hopefully you guys will not be too shy to just come up to the casters. I mean, during the breaks, of course, right? Just to say hi to us. It definitely helps us to be more, I would say, at ease, right? Because it's really a daunting task to actually cast in front of people watching, right? Because again, like I mentioned, it's the first time we're doing it post-restriction era.
Yes.
So it might be new to some of us, maybe not to you, but kind of to me.
Kind of to you?
Yeah, but I mean, I've casted majority of the games, but those are online, right? So we are now offline, so it's a bit of a different dynamic.
It is, definitely is.
Hopefully you guys, will just pop by, say hi, maybe give us a wave during in-game or during the breaks. Definitely will help to put us at ease.
Exactly. And of course, well, the both of us may have a bit of a, okay, maybe just for myself, right? I may have a bit of a RBF.
Oh, no.
But don't worry, I am very friendly. Feel free to come say hi to me, and as well as my fellow co-caster here, Toast. Both of us are very friendly people, so don't worry about that. Now, what is exactly going to be at stake here when we are talking about the CODM games? We do have a total of 16 teams today, and unfortunately only the top 3 teams will be able to go back home with something of material. The 3rd place will be going back home with $500 cold hard cash, while the 2nd place winner will be going back home with $1,000 in cold hard cash, and the 1st place, well, as you guessed it, $1,500 worth of cold hard cash. Yes, $1,500, which is $1,500. Okay, just in case, we just gotta clear the air a little bit. So walk us through here, Toast. What are we gonna be looking at for this game?
We'll be playing hardpoint, which is basically your team needs to get into an area specified by the map to capture points, right? And this is the shipment map, which I would say, Abstract, is quite unusual for teams to actually play in this map, because it's such a very small map. You can see at the very bottom left of the screen, it's a squarish map, and your spawn sites would be definitely, it could be spawn trapped in a sense, right?
So it does seem like the hard point is right smack in the center of the map, and that is a difficult thing, right? Because the only thing that is blocking for any of the players in the center of the map is literally a couple of containers. That doesn't really help in the north, south, east, and west direction. It's only in the diagonal directions that is kind of helping you, which isn't really a proper help per se. Even right now, we are a few seconds or maybe the first minute in, we are actually looking at the orange team that does have a small little advantage, and that is going to be Prime X that does have a small little advantage of about 9 points ahead.
Yeah, so Prime X definitely one to look out for here, as we do see Crown with 8 kills already, and the next hardpoint will come in very, very soon. And why I find this very, very, I would say, funny is because usually players use shipment as a training map, right?
Because it's so small.
Exactly, to get ready for rank games, tournament games. So could this be a tournament? Could this be a training map for the teams, though?
Technically speaking, this is the first map of the day. So this is technically their warm-up.
It could very well be their warm-up, but it seems like PRX or Prime X Ultimate definitely in the lead with 48 points to 11, with the second hard point totally dominated by them at this point of time. We do say Damage with a couple of kills there as Lethal from AVSG already with 6 kills, and at this point of time he has not nearly fully streaked up just yet, but Madness reaching that 20 kill mark here, Extract.
A 20 kill mark is definitely not something that we, or rather I myself, am expecting. While right now, Prime X, they are the one that are in the lead, while BR goes MP, they are not exactly doing very well in this in this current situation. As Prime X, they are roughly about 60 points in lead, and not gonna lie, they are doing a very good job. Madness with a total of 23 kills to his name already. The rest of the members from the side of BR goes MP, they are constantly just gonna be dropping their own bodies as Prime X Ultimate. Most of their players are just doing a very good job putting some lead in between of the opponent's eyes.
King Whisper already has his Sparrow ready to go, but he is not going to utilize it just yet. He is going to wait for when it is most effective. Right, 13 kills already for King Whisper as PRX. 23 kills coming in from Crater. They are definitely slaying with this game mode in the very first round, Extract.
Well, we're coming in close to the target point of 150 points, and it does seem as though that BR goes MP, they are not doing a very good job against Prime X, and understandably, right? Because Prime X is probably one of the strongest teams that we know so far in CODM, and of course they have very good mechanics, they have very good skills amongst themselves, and now they are already just climbing in. The next hard point will be unlocked real soon, and then unfortunately, right smack in the center.
Yep, so Mystic from Alibaba Clan was able to secure a kill there, but as the hard point starts to go for the reset, it might be just too tough to climb this hill for BR goes to MP. PRX definitely having the much needed advantage in terms of getting all those kills as well as playing those objectives. 140, 10 more points for the very first round to end, and it seems very likely that PRX will get the win here.
Well, Prime X Ultimate, there we go. They are on a mission like a man possessed and not allowing BR goes MP to take any more points further than 30. And we gotta have to say, right, capping the opponents at 23 points, that really is quite a lot of dominance and of course a lot of free real estate for Prime X.
Yep, so definitely welcome to the 30-point club for the side of BR goes to MP. 150 to 23, definitely a dominating performance in the very first game for Prime X Ultimate, but let's see if they can do better in SND.
Well, any surprises so far, or rather in the first game?
I would say there is a bit of a surprise because as we did see in the very first round, BR goes MP was able to secure majority of the first hard point. Yeah. Right, they were able to get about, I think, 11 to, I think, 9, I think. They were leading at one point of time before Prime X Ultimate came and took it away from them, and the lead that they had was just insurmountable at one point.
It really boils down to the momentum change. When it comes down to the early part of the map, both teams, they were literally neck and neck, especially since they have to come from their own individual spawn points, and fighting for the center of the map is definitely not going to be easy. And both teams understand and utilize the fact that whenever we take the point in the center, we can get a bit more advantage against the opponents. But it really depends on their positioning as well. Because if all of the members, like for example, if all four members of Prime X is right smack in the center of the containers, then you can pretty much expect that every single one of the members from the side of BR MP, I'm going to call them BRMP now, it will be easier. BRMP, if they come in to flank in every single direction, while Prime X is literally huddled together as one, a simple spray is more than enough to hit everyone, right?
I would agree.
Even if you don't have a very good spray control, every single one of the bullets is definitely going to hit someone at one point in time.
Yeah, I think that's just the laws of, I think, science or something, right?
This is like on paper, right? It's going to be good on paper.
Yep.
But somehow Prime X...
But then again, you don't win things on paper, right? So maybe in paper, you know, you were saying Prime X Ultimate would be much better going up against BRMP. But again, like I said, nothing is won on paper. We have to go into the second round to actually see if BRMP is able to secure the next point, because it's going to be only one life, right? The next round we'll be playing only with one life per round, and I'm very sure, or I'm confident that BR goes MP has the strategy to come up on top.
At least when it comes down to search and destroy, which is something that many of you guys will understand as plant the bomb or defuse the bomb, or what other words kind of play around it?
Go for the retake, go for the defuse, and yeah.
So these words are synonymous to search and destroy, whereby the terrorists, or rather one of the members, one of the teams, they have to plant the bomb, and then the other team will have to come in to defuse the bomb, or the defenders will have to kill everyone.
Yep.
I mean, the attackers can kill everyone as well, no problem. So at one point in time, everyone is just gunning out for one another. Each one of these players will have a single life for themselves. So strategy is going to be very important. It's not as fast-paced as the previous game in Hardpoint, because they have unlimited respawns, right? This time, one life, one life, one health. Imagine just walking past a brush and kind of, you know, but that's not something that you will want to have. But one life only. Every single one of these players, they have to understand a proper strategy. And of course, different maps have different kind of strategy, yes?
Yep, definitely. So we don't know the map just yet. We do have a live veto happening at this point of time. We don't know the map, like I mentioned. And hopefully we are able to jump into the game to see what kind of map they have. Because for game number one, again, I have to reinstate this. I'm very surprised that Shipment was being picked. Because let's talk about it a bit. Because like I mentioned, Shipment, very small map. A lot of people are usually using it to warm their fingers, as they say, right? To warm their fingers to get ready into like ranked tournaments or even Battle Royale. They usually use that as something to get into the game, because it's a no lose kind of game, right? They might be going up against bots in their own gameplay, but we do have standoff for search and destroy. So we do have BRMP on the yellow side. They are going to be on the attacking side, while PRX will be defending.
And just right off the bat, it kind of seems as though the attackers, which is BRMP, they're going for something. But I realize that this is offline, so I can't say exactly what they are doing. But one thing's for sure, we do have a 1-for-1 trade so far. And it just seems as though the defenders are doing an extremely good job, leaving KW as the only member left in the attacking side. He may still have some fight in him, as he's still going to be moving around and, of course, trying to avoid himself from every single one of the defenders.
Not quite sure if they saw Lamb there, but that double kill coming in from Madness with that KRM. Caught lacking for the side of BRMP. Both players near statue was able to get knocked down by that single shot KRM. Good job on the side of PRX Madness for that double kill.
Well, first game went past pretty darn fast as well. Gonna have to say the defenders were playing a very aggressive position. They weren't exactly trying to put themselves in a single corner or trying to go for any form of crossfire. They just literally just ran straight to the enemies. In the meantime, well, you're going to be looking at Madness, just going to be joining forces with himself, practically speaking. He did manage to take a single kill down onto Lamb. In the meantime, Rusty at XEODM did manage to bring Lethal down as well. A 2-for-1 trade, while Madness have overextended himself just by a little bit and lost the positioning in mid.
And PRX still maintaining their run of dominance in the second round. Even though this is the second game, it's a 3-on-1 attack now. King Whisper coming in right in with that final kill. Unfortunately, he gets taken out, and it's 2-0 to PRX.
Primax, they are currently 2 points ahead, while BRMP, they are still at no point. All of the attackers right now, they do have some kind of strategy going on for themselves. But one thing's for sure is that Madness will be going in right in the face of Lamb and unleashing every single one of these buckshot. Right on to Lamb. Mystic himself is going to go down to the hands of Madness once again, but unfortunately Lethal will come right in for a trade-off, leaving it into a 3v2.
And Prime X, they have the one-man advantage. Someone really has to stop Madness on that KRM. He has been dealing a lot of damage with that KRM, and likely he's going to cause more if they don't do something about it. Rusty with that double kill to end off round number 3. It's 3-0.
Well, do note that this is a first to six point. So whichever team that managed to get themselves a total of 6 points wins the game. Best of 13. Yeah, best of 13. So the main thing is that whoever have got most points by the end of the 13 rounds practically wins the game. And I am very excited. Oh, wait, no, best of 11 actually.
Did we do maths wrong there?
Sorry, that's the reason why I don't do math anymore. I decided to go for design. But right now the defenders does have a slight little bit of an advantage. It is going to be a 2 versus 1 situation with Crater as well as Damage. That is going to be the main 2 members remaining. They understand that a 1v2 situation is of course not something that they should be taken advantage of. But it does seem as though KW was very close to getting himself his own isolated fight against the members of Prime X. He did manage to whittle the opponents down all the way down to a sliver of health, but he wasn't able to finish the finishing blow.
Yep, so very unfortunate for King Whisper there. He could have come out clutch in that game number 4. But we're coming into game number 5. Can BRMP do something about this? It's still 5-on-5. They've not lost any player yet. Oh, just like I said, they unfortunately took a few L's there. As Madness yet again with that KRM. A headshot onto Lethal takes out another member. It's 3-on-3. BRMP doing quite well to even the odds in the later rounds here. But can they find it within themselves to actually get the win?
Both teams are now neck and neck until the point in time Bluey came right around the corner and did manage to bring Crown down. As such, BRMP, they're finally on an advantage. They have the numbers advantage and they're just going to be moving right on until the point in time. Damagekazu comes right in with a sniper shot down onto BRMP. And they manage to equalize the scoreline, but BRMP is still going to be the one to get themselves the first point to themselves. The end of the 5 rounds is going to be a 4-1 scoreline, and Primax just needs 2 more points as the attacker in order to win this game.
And I hope that this is not a consolation point for BRMP. I would love to see them fight all the way through. As you say, Bluey, King Whisper with that double kill, triple kill. King Whisper on a roll, and we finally see BRMP coming online here, Abstract.
Boy, oh boy, that is quite an opening coming in from the defenders. Once again, it's a very aggressive positioning coming in from the side of the defenders as well as KW. Great grenade positioning as well as the spray down, the collaterals and the lineups just worked very well for the side of KW. And at this point in time, KW is just going to be hiding himself right by the corner. Another grenade that managed to connect down on the Madness, brings Crater down with his own hands, while Bluey brings Crown down. 2 members going to be left from the side of the attackers, but unfortunately, the Prime X, they've managed to equalize the scoreline with 2% on the side of BRMP as well. 1v2 with damage, with Damagekazu being the last member left.
And finally, we do see some life from BRMP. They're not going to take this 4-1 lying down. They've managed to brought it up to 4-3. 1 more point to equalize it. And will we see a first win coming in from BRMP?
The game is not over just yet. And of course, Primax, they are not gonna get away this game for the round of their money just yet. BRMP, even though they are a BR team, as you can see, they are going for multiplayer now. They are doing a very good job holding out against Primax, but Lamb is KRM just didn't seem to work out so well. And right as we thought that BRMP has gotten themselves the momentum, the tempo, it just took them a single round mistake for Prime X to make their way into match point.
Yep, unfortunately, the KRM shots by Lem missed an open shot, and they took the L for that round. But we are in round number 9. Match point for the side of Team Prime X Ultimate. Can BRMP stop the dominating run of Prime X Ultimate?
Oh, a
with
great
that
shot!
And can he make one more?
He's still on the top. Now downwards. Back onto the ground level. As Prime X understood the assignment at this point in time. But unfortunately, KW didn't manage to find himself a single one, while Mystic is just going to be waving around the corner. Was hoping that he will be able to find someone in the locks, and it does seem like he will be able to! He found someone, but unfortunately, he wasn't the one that got the kill instead. And just like that, Prime X has gotten themselves the second game of the series against BRMP.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. We do see players stacking up to each other. Unfortunately, they were not able to secure a kill there for Mystique. But, you know, coming up 4-1 to 4-3 is no easy feat, knowing that you were 3 points down. But unfortunately for them, they were not able to bring the momentum up to get the win. This is their final round, I think, to get a point in, to move on into round number 2. BRMP needs to win this game to force game number 4.
It is going to be tough. It is a series point after all. In case for all of you guys that didn't know, this is a best of 5 series. So the first team that managed to win 3 games, they will move on to the next part of the bracket. We have seen a game in Shipment. We have seen a game in Standoff. The next game is going to be in Summit.
Okay.
Any thoughts so far about Summit?
Domination Summit, definitely something, I wouldn't say it's too out of the park for the teams, right? Both teams, I'm sure they have done their research or have played multiple ranked games in Summit. So they will be quite familiar in terms of getting all those positionings. But I just want to point out for the side of Prime X Ultimate in that Search and Destroy, props to PRX Madness with that KRM, 5 consecutive kills in 2 games. Right, getting the kill. So, I mean, definitely. Oh, what's that on my head? It's not a red dot sight, right? Okay, so yeah, I thought there were snipers here trying to take me out. No one here, right? But
you're good.
PRX Madness, KRM, hats off to you, man. Good job getting those triple and double kill consecutively.
Well, we are only 2 games in. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we will get to see any more star moments from this point on. I mean, we're talking about Summit, we're talking about domination. We are definitely going to see some more glimpses of brilliance coming from every single one of these teams, be it Prime X or BRMP. I am, so far, I am very happy with the performance coming from BRMP even. Their first game wasn't exactly very good, and understandably so. They were kind of washed away by Prime X. But this time, game 2 in Search and Destroy, they came back in, they breathed life into their game, and they are starting to look good. But unfortunately, once they hit themselves the 3rd point mark, something went wrong.
Yeah, but very, very unfortunate. And I'll be remiss to not say that, you know, shout outs to King Whisper as well, getting those kills in, you know, game number 5 and 6 to equalize the point to about 4-3. Definitely I would say the star player in BRMP. So good job, King Whisper, getting those very important kills, I might add. Very important kills, because without those kills, they would be definitely losing those points. So good job, King Whisper.
Well, right now, we're going to be moving on to the next game pretty soon, not gonna lie. And I believe that in Summit, there is going to be some interesting games going on. Prime X, they are on a 2 points lead right now. And moving up to the next game, if Prime X still manages to win in the next round, then I can pretty much say that they will be moving up to the next part of the brackets.
Yep.
And I'm trying to see if whether I have the brackets right here. Okay, so if they do win, they'll be moving up and fighting against Washing Machine. What a name!
What a name.
What a name! Do you know anything about Washing Machine?
Okay, so the thing about Call of Duty Mobile, right, is people might be playing with their Smurf account. Right?
Okay.
So even if it was a pro player, I wouldn't say I know anyone from Washing Machine. But for them to actually get into round number 2 definitely takes some guts, right, to to win. And you know, they might have a tough test going against the winner of this round.
I would really want to know a little bit more about washing machine. Because the term washing machine is something that I use a lot in Mobile Legends as well.
Oh.
Spinning.
Oh, I see.
You know, Akai having spin, washing machine, those kind of stuff. But I am actually making full use of this current downtime to take a look at all the other teams that is out here. Primax is definitely a team that we recognize. In the meantime, we have some very interesting names. Prata Gang.
Prada Gang, Prada Gang, Prada Gang, Prada Gang.
Wrong Prada, but Prata.
Oh, Prata.
Prata, yeah.
I see.
Other than that,
So we'll jump into round number 3 first. We can talk about the brackets later. I do have some things to tell you as well regarding the brackets much later, as we do see both sides trying to cap onto that B point, as Lamb already jumping on that B point will get that very first kill. King Whisper on the scoreboard as well. It seems like Lamb is going to be holding angles in B to get his teammates back into the point, but unfortunately PRX, Madness with the UAV, quick UAV from Madness, trying to get more intel on the rest of the team as he goes on a rampage.
But unfortunately, it kind of seems as though Lamb is going to be the one that's on top of the enemies instead. And unfortunately, time and time again, it kind of seems as though different players are getting caught out in different situations. It's really more about the timing at this point in time. B side is still going to be open, and Primax seems to be trying to take advantage and trying to capture for it, but it's not going to be as easy as it sounds, as A side is literally going to be right western of B, and the members from the side of BRMP will be able to defend it pretty effectively. But right as we were talking about it, B side is now going to be captured by Primax, and this will allow Primax to climb up in terms of points a lot more in the long run.
BRMP really has to hold on to that second floor position to help get that B side secured. As we do see PRX, they keep attacking on that second floor as well to gain much needed advantage point against BRMP. King Whisper trying his best to secure himself that B point, dropping that trophy system to prevent any grenades coming in to destroy their position. As we do see Madness coming in from behind, trying to secure the position, but unfortunately he gets taken out. Quick trade off. Lamb goes down as well with that CBR4. And at this point of time, it is still PRX in the lead, but we do see a double switch point coming in from the side of from BRMP.
A little bit of a switcheroo. Previously, just now, Primax is the one that managed to capture C and B. But only after a while, Primax has only captured themselves A, while BRMP have gotten themselves B and C. So it really comes down to most of the contest being inside of B. And Primax as well as BRMP, they will want to trade around in A and C due to the respawn. How they respawn, where is going to be the closest place, and of course, with the information that they have got for themselves, which is going to be the most ideal places of attack. Where is going to be the best place to spend your time in?
And the BRMP doing well to secure multiple points
nice.
At the same time, nearly getting that C point. Unfortunately, gets taken out. And BRMP already with 2 points. They need this third point to stop any point gathering from the side of PRX. The good thing about that is they are actually splitting themselves up wide to get that A and C. But now that they have that B point, they can collate all their forces down the center of the map here, Abstract.
BRMP previously had the advantage. Never mind, they returned the advantage back to themselves. In the long run, BRMP will still have a better advantage. But who will reach the target of 75 for the first half? That will be the question. Primax, they are still 10 points down, while BRMP is slowly climbing back up. Primax doesn't have B and C. BRMP doesn't have A, but I believe that at the end of the day, both of them will be completely neck and neck, maybe around 75 to 74.
Yep, so, you know, PRX, they need to win this round or be in the lead for this round. They are slowly climbing up. They only have 1 point. They will decide to just go into the second half.
Neck and neck.
Very neck and neck here, 73 to 75, but coming into the next round, right, Abstract? C point.
So in this case, we should be expecting that Primex will have some timing disadvantages. As you can pretty much see, the members coming in from the side of BRMP immediately ran themselves right straight in to the side of Primex. Both of which of these teams have managed to get themselves the control of C and A respectively. But BRMP, they're trying their absolute best to even take control of the opponent's C.
Yep, so swap sides there. So PRX with all 3 points, but quickly,
only for a short amount
of time. Right, BRMP getting C back, but they need to get both sides in order to stay in the lead. 82 to 83 is very, very neck and neck at this point of time here, Abstract.
It kind of seems as though this is not exactly the kind of game that seems to be a rundown. It's not going to be a washed-up game from any of these. The games is very close, and we are not looking at the total domination whereby 3 of these points are going to be captured by a single team. It's going back and forth between Prime X as well as BRMP, and I am absolutely thrilled to see something like this. Even though Prime X is currently in the lead, and whatever is at stake is going to be pretty darn high for BRMP, they're going to have to find a way to recapture B-side, which they are about 1/3 way in.
Yep, so BRMP, they are able to secure that A side yet again, but again, B side quite open for the retake for BRMP. They're trying their hardest to get into this station, but again, they have to secure that second floor area in order to secure that B side.
But having the second floor control is ultimately going to be a challenge itself. The caveat of getting yourself the B side is going to be getting the second floor. But getting the second floor itself is going to be a caveat by itself. So it really comes down to it, like kind of like a chicken and an egg kind of theory. But you know what? BRMP is not going to let that get to them. They have managed to get themselves the capture on B and C, while Primex have only gotten A. They can't allow BRMP to get both of these sides, because in the long run, BRMP would definitely win them in terms of points, as the target is 150.
BRMP nearly losing that C side, but good job on both players trying to corner Madness from securing that C side. They are still in the lead though, PRX, but slowly but surely BRMP climbing up that ladder, but will it be a slippery slope?
It's currently 2 minutes and 15 seconds
we
left.
saw a full cap, triple cap coming in from BRMP, triple cap. They've stopped the momentum coming in from Prime X Ultimate. Prime X Ultimate, they definitely have to come back in here.
This is not going to be an easy game for Primex. They're trying to go halfway in onto B and C, but BRMP is not going to be allowing them to do that. BRMP is actually going to be climbing in terms of points, 141. Every single one of these points, A, B, and C, they do have a little shimmer of blue around the borders. Is it really going to be the case, as it's just 3 points, 2 points, 1 point away for BRMP to get themselves the game, and there we go. BRMP takes 1 series to themselves, and it is not good for the side of Prime X. No, it is a 2-1.
Yeah, we don't see any donuts for the very first game of the day here, as BRMP secures themselves 1 point. This is a light, shimmering light of hope for them, right? So we are guaranteed a round 4. So we are going to jump into hardpoint yet again, Abstract, and let's see if, jumping into hardpoint, will we see another dominating performance from Prime X Ultimate, or will this win spur BRMP into winning round number 4?
Here's the problem. Here in hardpoint, we're looking at standoff.
Okay.
Technically speaking, we did see search and destroy in standoff. So now is hardpoint in standoff instead.
Okay.
Will that be any different? Because let's be honest, Prime X, they played hardpoint to their hearts. They played hardpoint in a very dominating fashion. Would a map make any differences to their dominating game in round 1?
I mean, we've seen BRMP go for the retake, right? In terms of points, 4-3 at one point of time. They were kind of like in the, I wouldn't say they were in the lead, but they were showing signs of coming into the lead, right? So let's hope that with this win in domination, they are able to secure themselves much more confidence coming into round number 4. It's not outside the realm of possibility, right? But they have to get their anchor points ready. They have their slayers need to properly get those kills, and you know the anchor points will judge where their opponents will be spawning. So let's hope that BRMP has what it takes, and I'll be excited to actually go into our very first round 5 though.
That is if it does happen.
That's true.
It's gonna be tough, but I have my hopes and dreams onto BRMP. Because this way, we will have a spectacular start to the day by looking at an immediate 5-game series. Boy, oh boy, there's no other better way to start the day, right?
Yep.
We are 40 minutes in to the first round already, or rather the first series, and I'm pretty sure that everyone is stoked to find out how the next game is going to be like. Domination in standoff. Hardpoint in standoff. I mean, we just played domination just now.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true.
Hardpoint in standoff.
All right. So you know what? Again, what's at stake for these teams? All 16 teams, right? What's at stake is, of course, a total prize pool of $3,000. Cold hard cash. Am I right?
Yes, cold hard cash.
Third place will walk away with $500. Second place, $1,000. And first place will walk away with 1,500 Singapore smackaroos.
Well, if only I can play a game.
If only we could play a game.
If only we can play a game. And win money.
That's true.
And actually be good.
That's the most important part.
Yeah. That's the reason why I'm sitting here talking about the game instead of over there playing the game. For every single damn game titles.
So let's see if, you know, coming into, I would say this is the reset, right?
This is the reset.
Because this is the reset of game modes. Because after this, and if we go into round number 5, we'll go back into Search and Destroy.
Yes.
So let's see if this win from BRMP gives them the vigor to actually win one more round. And Primex Ultimate, all they need is just one game. Just one game to go into round number 2 and face off against Washing Machine. Right? I want to see that match.
I do want to see that match. In before, Washing Machine goes into the game spinning around. But it's not exactly a very right sight to see, right? I mean, at least in other FPS games, watching someone spinning around is not a very good sight to see.
Exactly.
Because once you see that spinning, you immediately die. Definitely.
But, I mean, they can start spinning.
I mean, they can.
They can start spinning right before they spawn.
Yes.
Before the game starts. That'll be very interesting to see. So if any players from Washing Machine here, if you would do that when we are streaming your games, that'll be perfect.
Yeah, just kind of spin around, spin to win, right?
Absolutely. Spin to win. True. Okay, so speaking of spin to win, oh wait, we did talk about the brackets, right? So
yes.
There was another team that I want to point out, Kaito. Right?
Kaito. Okay, Kaito will be fighting against Vortex.
Vortex, okay. So another team to look out for would definitely be Kaito. They've had a very, very good series against Gaijin in the last event, CODM event that we have. So if we do get that matchup, that would definitely be interesting to watch.
Okay, so in the event that we want to see Kaito fighting against Gaijin, it's literally the round of 8. Believe you yourself would agree might be some kind of a grand finals worthy game.
Definitely grand finals worthy.
Wow. Okay, that's a pretty bold statement. I'm looking forward to that.
Let's see. I'm hoping they live up to the hype as well, though.
Hoping. This guy is hoping. So the members of Kaito as well as Gaijin, if you guys don't give us a good good game in the round of 8, you know someone is going to be coming after you.
We are jumping to round number 4, hardpoint at standoff, and we see Bluey with that KRM.
It's really just a KRM, man.
It's a KRM game here. Both Madness and Bluey using that KRM. Creator with only 1 kill, looking for his second, jumping into the first hardpoint. Unfortunately, gets taken out right at Statue. And at this point of time, BRMP taking the lead yet again. But here's the problem, Abstract. Will they be able to hold on to the lead here?
Oh, Crater, he's actually in a very good position. He went in for the backstab. He did manage to get himself a single kill, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to stay himself in the game for much longer due to his positioning. But BR Go MP, surprisingly, right now they are the one with the lead, and they are 15 points ahead of Prime X Ultimate. Our hopes and dreams are really coming into clear sight. Bluey, oh boy, could have gotten himself a better position if he did manage to win that duel, but that's not going to be the case.
So very, very unfortunate for Bluey right there, but Crater getting the double kill.
Double?
Could be a triple, could be... No,
well,
it's triple
that
kill.
is a triple.
That is a triple
That
kill.
is a triple, just a little bit so.
Yep, unfortunately for the players of BRMP, dropping 3 members near oil station or gas station, and Crater just hoping to get one more as we jump back. Bluey falls down, and we are going into the very next hardpoint shot. Oh no, we are at the second hardpoint already. We lost track of time here. 26 to 33. PRX able to secure the lead yet again.
It kind of seems as though this is going to be the same sickness that BRMP suffered in game number 1. They would definitely have the first initial point, and they would definitely have a great understanding on how to get the point at first. But Prime X will always get themselves the point from second point onwards. It kind of seems as though that is part of Prime X's strategy. They will always give the first point over to the side of BRMP to a certain extent. And then for the second point onwards, they will be able to get themselves a decent amount of control, free real estate throughout the map. In this case, standoff. And that is probably how BRMP gets completely shoved outside of the second and the consequent hard points.
Yep, so very, very unfortunate. Slow rotation coming in from BRMP, not able to even secure point or hard point 3, P3, as we do see PRX gaining total domination, total control of P3 and holding on to gas station, getting that double kill on that equalizer as well. Could go for a triple kill, making full use of that equalizer. Already has the RX drone ready to go.
Well, he definitely did manage to equalize some things a little bit, but unfortunately this is not exactly a game whereby you'll be able to get points based on killing. You get the points based on being in, or rather capturing onto the points itself and holding it in there for the longest time ever. But right now Prime X Ultimate, they do have quite a bit of lead right now, 85 points to themselves, while BRMP is only 50 points, 40 points lead around that.
So you should see King Whisper all alone in the next hardpoint. He was able to rotate quicker than his teammates, but had no support in Bakery. So unfortunately, he falls down to the swarm of PRX players jumping right in. King Whisper trying to regain control of Bakery. This is where they have to do or die. 100 points more for them, for BRMP, but PRX, they only have 50 points to go.
Prime X kind of seems as though they are always in position for the next point. They will always be one step ahead of BRMP, and that is one of the most concerning things that we should be looking out for. But take a look at this. Dabagepkazu, he did manage to get himself a massive amount of kills. I believe that is a triple for himself even. And they're just going to be moving right on, riding down the waves, and of course having the momentum for themselves. They're currently a good amount of points ahead. Roughly about 35 points more, and they should be doing a very good job and getting themselves a total series win.
Oh, but Mystic jumping right in from the backside. Unfortunately, gets taken out from the same place that he came in, as we are going to go for the reset very, very shortly. 124 to 53. PRX definitely in the lead. Kazu with 20 kills already, but let's not discount the effort coming in from BRMP. They are trying all the might to get into the point. Unfortunately, PRX holding them out.
And right now, BRMP has finally taken control of this current point. They have managed to flush down every single one of the members from the side of Prime X, and KW coming in with his Sparrow, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite much, or doesn't really quite have much value with all of that. Prime X did manage to overthrow BRMP, but now they couldn't do anything else, which is BRMP's side. They would want to come in. They're waterfalling, and of course, they're trying to throw every single one of their bodies on the side of Prime X. They did a relatively good job for a while, but Prime X, they're coming back in. They would want to get themselves the points as much as possible, as they are so much closer to the target point of 150.
Mystic getting that triple kill, but unfortunately not able to hold on to the point. The rest of his teammates not available for the defense.
Next
and you
point.
can see next point already up. PRX swarming into the next point, but where are the guys from BRMP?
Primax, they are always in position. They have been like that for the past few rounds already. But right now, it is just for Prime X position. They do not have the point right now, but they would want to jump right in at this point in time. BRMP are completely staggered in terms of point. It is just 3 more points left for the side of Prime X Ultimate. 2 more, 1 more, and Prime X Ultimate gets himself game number. Allows them to move forward to fight against Washing Machine in the round of top 8.
And congratulations to, yet again, to Prime X Ultimate and commiserations to BRMP. But look at the points, right? They came into the very first hard point, 150 to 23. They did so much better in the next hard point, 150 to 82. They would not go down without a fight.
Well, I gotta have to say, this hardpoint game that they have got is definitely a lot better than game number 1, right? Game number 1, it just kind of seems as though it's just a warm-up. And as you said, technically it's a warm-up, right? A training map for all of them, get themselves their feet wet and kind of like rub shoulders with their opponents for, well, the first time of the tournament, I would say. But Primax, they have done a very good job and they have gave us quite a spectacle. Probably not their best the best game, I would say, because they would, every single one of these teams, they are out to kill, they are out to win, and they would try their very best to not give out a single point, which Primax did one time.
Yeah, I would say Primax Ultimate definitely struggled going into this next hard point. They didn't have it easy compared to the very first hard point. So congratulations to BRMP giving a fight. And again, they are a team coming in from a different game mode in Call of Duty Mobile to pick out one game from a team that is definitely MP focused is one win for the BR community.
And when they're all said and done, the first series of today is done and dusted. Before we go off for a short break, let me tell you guys a little bit of something, because I hope that you guys are, well, hungry, or maybe your mouth is feeling itchy, as many people will call it, kuchisabishi. Right? If you want to have some snacks, we do have some free snacks for you guys to redeem for the time of 30th June, 31st June, 6th, 7th, and 9th of August. All you gotta do is spend any amount. Go over to Kallang Wave Mall on Facebook or Instagram and redeem to a free kacang putih.
Okay.
Or ice cream. There is a limited amount of quantity available, so if you would like to find out more, head over to Kallang Wave Mall on Facebook and Instagram to find out more on how you can get these local delicacies in order to fulfill your urge to bite.
Alright, so we'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere. If you are nearby, please come down to Kallang Wave Mall. We'll see you shortly.
back once again to the Asia Esports Festival X Kallang with Ball. We have concluded the first series of today, and that has allowed Prime X to move up to the best of 8, no, not best, to the top 8. They will be fighting against Washing Machine. But for now, we're going to be looking at some other games first. And actually, I have no information which team we're going to be watching.
The next game will be between Exiles and Elite Force.
Exiles and Elite Force.
Yep. So we do have the very first information for the teams, right?
Okay. Okay.
So Exile will be Team A. Elite Force will be Team B. So we do see Exile banning the Purifier, which is the flamethrower, as well as Hacienda, one of the map where I would say even the pro players are having a hard time with that map, Hacienda, right? And over on Elite Force, they have banned the K9 unit, which is basically a dog chasing you and biting you to death. So not the friendliest doggo out there. And of course, they banned Crossfire, which was recently taken out of rank. So could be a strategic move there coming in from Elite Force.
And it does seem as though with that all said and done, we move on to the picking part of the video, whereby game 1, we are going to be looking at firing range coming in right for hard point. So, I mean, you do have some kind of a smirk in your face right now. Tell me more.
Firing range, one of the games where, you know, even the pro players, I would say not, okay, let me rephrase that, right? Firing range, the map that you definitely see in every pro games, right? So hopefully we'll see pro moves, 2000 IQ plays coming in from Exile and Elite Force because they've picked firing range. I'm very excited, and I was quite surprised, right? Between Prime X and BRGO's MP, firing range was not picked. So that was a surprise to me. And again, a surprise to me that Shipment was picked. But right now, it seems that everything is going to get a bit serious, right? Exile, Elite Force, firing range, first map, hard point. So, take off action. Oh no, wait.
Oh no, it's just us.
We
are the action.
There you go.
Pew pew. Well, we are going to be waiting for a little bit while longer until we get ourselves into the game, and that little while longer now. Perfect. So it kind of seems as though we are looking at which team is at which side.
Okay, so I think we are looking at Elite Force in the yellow side.
Okay.
Yep. Elite Force will be yellow. Blue will be Exiles. So, Abstract, take it away.
With this game, it is going to be hard point after all. Right smack in the center of the map, and understandably, it is going to be Elite Force that is just going to be finding themselves right into the thick of things. A lot of grenades and explosion is just going to be telling us what's going on right now. Elite Force got themselves the hard point, but unfortunately, most of them have already dropped dead, allowing Exile to take control of the map, as well as the northern and eastern part of the map. Elite Force, they are already completely split up, unable to regroup themselves in a nice manner. As Exiles, they're doing a very good job staying alive.
Definitely, and Elite Force, they have to maintain control of white containers if they want to get into the very first hard point. That's the, I would say, anchor point for the team if they want to secure themselves the hard point. But at this current point, Elite Force out into isolation here.
This is a 2-point Elite Force. Whatever that they're trying to do, they just can't seem to get a single kill onto the opponents. And finally, it does seem like Elite Force's Laikida is finally getting himself a kill, as well as for his team. And unfortunately, only from that point in time, they have gotten themselves 2 points in. But unfortunately, it does seem like we do have like kind of like a mini turret going on. Sentry turret, huh?
The Gatling gun definitely being used by the side of Team Exile. And again, American being the next hard point, P2 being controlled by the side of Elite Force now. Unfortunately, they have been... Oh no, they are still controlling the hard point. So where is Exile though? I thought they had full domination of that area. Unfortunately, bad throw there by Dr. Bad Luck. So maybe he's taking his own bad luck in that thermite throw, unfortunately.
Elite Force right now, the main difficulty is the fact that they are all isolated. As you can see, we're pretty much looking at Indra that is just gonna be by himself just now in the northern part of the hard point. So there really isn't a lot of communication coming in from the side of Elite Force. They are definitely having a couple of issues trying to regroup with one another. But finally, the time is nigh for them to take the point, allowing Exiles to be the one that lost the point. But unfortunately, that all came a little bit too late, as the new hard point has now been shown, allowing Exiles to take full real estate in the southern part of the map, allowing Exiles to get themselves a good point. But Elite Force, they came in like a wrecking ball, and they managed to push Exiles away, only for Exiles to draw it all in with all of the ammunition they have in the belt.
P3 definitely more real estate for the teams to guard, but that's the beauty of it. P3 in firing range is the do or die hard point, right? Because the teams, whoever secures this, will be able to secure the next hard point because it's so close. And one player should actually be in the toilet to anchor down the toilet so that the rest of the team will be very far away from this hard point.
Exiles now, they are just 50 points away to getting themselves game number 1 in. And from the way that they are playing, it kind of seems as though Elite Force will have a lot of difficulty and a lot of problem. The members of Elite Force, the way that they are moving in after the respawn doesn't seem to be very, consistent. They're always just kind of all around the place. There are some members that decided to run to the southern part of the map. Some players decided to run in the northern part of the map to go to the next point. But for the side of the Exiles, whenever that they die, whenever that they lose in a bulk, they all walk together in.
Almost complete. Keep it up.
But Exile, the way that they are playing right now, allows them to play together as a team. And one after another, they are just getting themselves the kills, they are just getting themselves the point, and they are giving no point away to Elite Force at all.
146, 3 more points to the side of Exile, and Exile will close out this game, pushing Elite Force into the 30-point club.
Exiles, they are chowing down all these points like a hungry toddler. They are not giving opponents a chance at all. I think this really comes down and boils down to communication as well as teamwork. I mean, I am not that good in Call of Duty Mobile. I'm gonna be very honest with all of you guys, right? I'm not that good, and I'm not a very... As ironic as it sounds and as conflicting as it sounds, whenever I play a game, I dislike talking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I actually don't know how to be vocal in my games.
I see.
So that's my problem. And
that is a problem, actually. That is a problem.
That is a very big problem. Like, if I'm just going to be immediately attacking, I assume that my friends know that I'm attacking. And when I die, they are like, what are you doing? I thought I was waiting for you. That kind of thing going on, you know, because I really have no form of communication. So I actually experience these kinds of communication issue with my teams a lot, and I have a lot of problems when it comes down to coordinating with my fellow teammates.
Yep, I think one point to note for Elite Force, they were not holding down anchor points. So basically anchor points in firing range for the first hard point would be the white containers that we see, which was in P3, and they held it for a while, but unfortunately they were pushed out by Exile. So Exile definitely holding on to P1 very long, was able to secure, I think, 40 points plus, right, in game, in P1. But in P2, they were able to climb up a bit more for Elite Force, right, to get into contention for the points. But unfortunately, they were pushed back yet again by Exile, and Exile held P3 to a definite T. That very well played by Exile.
That is game number 1 that is done and dusted. Ultimately, we will be moving on to game 2, and that is going to be at Terminal for Search and Destroy. As not exactly the best place for Search and Destroy in a literal term.
Exactly.
But in a liberal term, when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile, what's your expectations and what do you think about Terminal?
I mean, Terminal 1 of the, I would say not
Terminal
one of
1?
Terminal 3. Not one of my favorite maps to play, Terminal. Probably to play Hardpoint, that's probably one of my favorites. But for Search and Destroy, not one of my favorites. Just because, you know, players, they usually go for, I believe, the plain plan, right, rather than the open plan. Because the open plan definitely has the defending team very near to the defending team.
Yes.
Right, so they will always rotate over to the plain and it makes it very predictable. So I think whoever's gonna be on the attacking side, probably they can do
kind of like a split,
like a split, right? Or maybe just don't be predictable. Maybe just go for the rotation back into the open area for the plant. I mean, who knows? But we'll see. Jumping in to game number 2, but hardpoint, similar scoreline, right, to game number 1 that we see between Prime X as well as BR Goes MP. Will we see similar domination coming in from the attacking team in Search and Destroy Abstract?
I mean, ultimately, when it comes down to looking at different plant sites, right? When it comes down to the plane, the main thing is just kind of like huddle together, play by the corners, and of course, hope to play in a crossfire fashion. But knowing how Call of Duty Mobile is, it's a very fast-paced game.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit, if not, okay, a little bit is actually kind of like an understatement. It is very difficult to actually land a hit whenever someone is point-blank range. Because you gotta have like this is my phone, right? And of course, when I'm playing Call of Duty Mobile, my sensitivity is usually very low. And if someone is right next to me, just wanting to brush from one shoulder to my next one, I have to do this. My sensitivity is way too low, so that's my problem.
Okay.
I think some players may have that kind of problem as well, I'm not too sure. But that's why, personally, I prefer to play in an open area, so that bomb planted, I run the heck out of there, and play for fakes.
Big angles.
Yeah, big angles, so that they can't immediately just go for it. They can't just immediately go for the defuse, because I will peekaboo.
That's right. And like I mentioned, right, players would usually, or teams would rather go for the plain plant. But at the same time, the developers know that it's going to be such a predictable move that the plain area is very, very small, very little real estate, right, to hold angles or to have the freedom to run. The moment if you lost your peak, going up against an enemy, you're gone.
It's pretty much understandable. So I do hope that we'll be able to see a couple of differences. We're able to see some strategies sprouting out from all of these players here, be it going to be an A take, B take, or if they are trying to go for a little bit of an A fake to B, B fake to A, or take A and then flank all the way around.
I would love to see it.
I would love to see it.
Yeah.
I remember when we were doing the Black Shark event, we did see something like that.
Similar.
It was there was a very big roundabout kind of thing. They were slow, they were steady, something that is not something that I expected from Call of Duty Mobile. Slow and steady kind
very
of.
methodical pace.
Yes, exactly. I came into CODM expecting fast pace, aggressiveness, but sometimes I appreciate a little bit of slow, precise gameplay.
Yeah, and definitely expecting that kind of gameplay coming to Search and Destroy, because like what we mentioned, you only have 1 life per round. So you cannot waste that round by just running and gunning and running to crossfires, right? So hopefully the teams will play with a bit of strategy, slower pace, methodical pace. It might be a bit slow, but I guess if you get the win from playing slow, right, who wouldn't want a dub?
Exactly.
Right?
A win is a win.
Yeah, a win is a win. It's a win.
A W is a W. It's kind of the same way as Elden Ring. Is that there's no shame in using any form of tactics. As long as you kill the boss, you win.
Exactly. All right, so jumping into round number 2. Let's see. We've seen Cake Nice. Cake Nice have been doing very well. Right, getting those kills, securing I think a bit of points in the hard point. So I'm looking forward to see how he does in Search and Destroy. I can't say much for the rest of the team, just because we did not spectate majority of them during round number 1. Right, so we did see, or I did notice majority of the kills coming in from.
Enemy has dropped the bomb. Bomb spotted.
Game eventually breaks out. Exiles gonna be on the defender. Elite Force on the attacking side. Understandably, the Exiles, they're gonna play in a very defensive route first. Not exactly overly aggressive, but we should be expecting some aggression coming in from Exiles either way. How are the attackers gonna be playing this game? Are they going to go to A or are they going to B? Open field or in the plane itself? So, maybe a little bit of a unpredictable kind of gameplay, unexpected kind of gameplay is what we are expecting, and there we go.
Bomb is down at A.
Definitely not something that we expected in the first round itself, but I love to see what it's doing. Exiles were predicting and were expecting that Elite Force would try to go for the most predictable game, the most predictable round, but Elite Force just says, no, we're gonna go for something a little bit different. And just right now, Indra is gonna be the last member remaining, but unfortunately he will not be able to stand tall against the 3 other members from Exile. And just like that, even though they managed to get a easy plant with not a single casualty, the retake coming in from Exiles was a little bit too dominating.
Very aggressive retake coming in from Exile. And like we mentioned, right, it was a very predictable play. We do see Exile pushing towards clean for the defense, but on the side of Elite Force, they decided to go for that A plan. But will they do the same for round number 2? Only time will tell, as Forky just peeking this area at this point of time. It's going to be a bit hard for Search and Destroy since the players are right next to us. We can't give position away here, Abstract, as Cake Knight, like I mentioned, already 3 kills, 4 kills already on the board. Good hits for 1.
Oh!
Cake Knight, unfortunately, gets taken out.
That is going to be a sandwich coming in. He was in a pretty good lead, but unfortunately wasn't able to do much. While Sharor is still somewhere, and of course that is going to be a death in the red carpet itself. Exile gets themselves a total of 2 points. Do know that this is a search and destroy game. The main point of this game that this is a best of 11. First team that gets themselves 6 points wins in this round. And if Exiles were to win in this round, that means that they will be getting themselves game series. Game point, series point.
Yep, and we are coming into round number 3. Number gameplay coming played by Exile is being faced by, I think, I should be wrong, as Cake Knight already did not score any kills, as the rest of his team was able to get the kill, and 3-2-0 in favor of Exile.
Well, well, well. It does seem as though Exile, they are really staying a step ahead of Elite Force. They didn't even lose a single member in the previous round, and I really just hope that Elite Force will be able to do something at this point in time, because we're coming into a switch very, very soon. And now Exiles, they are definitely a step ahead until this round happened, because right now Elite Force, they do have themselves quite a bit of a lead, and they did manage to get 2 kills for themselves so far. Cake Knight, his HP dropped all the way down, but right now he's gonna be dead itself. Your Senpai as well, IMBSB is gonna be the last 2 members left, but they have done so much for themselves, leaving Roar, the last member remaining, them did manage to... Did he plant the bomb?
Yeah, he did plant the bomb onto B, and he will try to go for the retake over on the side of Exile. Remember, he is currently outnumbered 2-1. This is going to be very, very difficult. Gets it down to 1v1, and it's now Skyro going up against SB. SB. Oh, what was that? Unfortunately, not able to secure the kill. Bomb, 14 seconds. Give it a reply. Can he get his kill?
Committal! He's trying to really commit into the fight, but he knows that time is of the essence for IMBSB. He tried to go for the drop shot, but it didn't quite work very well for him. As such, Elite Force has managed to get themselves that 1 point in the bag. And the final round before the swap happens, let's take a look at whether Elite Force will be able to win another one for themselves.
I'll have to say commend to Skyro, because he was just using the delay technique. He knows that all he has to do is just wait for the delay. As Skyro yet again gets on the board for the very 5th round. Right, they've lost 1 player, gone for the trade-off. Will he get 1 more? Gets another double kill from Skyro. Definitely the MVP for the past 2 rounds. Will he be able to carry the team to this next point?
A very impactful player coming into this game, but unfortunately Skyro will be destroyed by 4K as it takes a long angle. The main carry coming from the side of Elite Force is down. It's just going to be left with Dr. Bad Luck as well as Indra to work on it. But unfortunately, it kind of seems as though at least we do have... Oh...
Quite unfortunate there, did not have...
Bomb defused. Nice work.
Bomb
Ready
was
for the next
being
round.
defused. 4-1. Similar scoreline coming in after the switch. 4-1 in favor of Exile. Can Team Elite Force come back here?
Destroy the
I
objective.
do believe that the game is gonna be hard. It is not match point just yet. Exiles will still need a single round win in order to reach that situation. The members coming from the side of Elite Force now, they are going to be playing on the aggressive side despite being the defenders. But Exiles doesn't seem to be able to catch right onto the momentum. Forky right onto the 4 lines. He did manage to get himself a pretty good position, not gonna lie. But the main thing is that the defenders are already 3 men down. It's left Skyroar to be defending against 4 other members. What is going to be his game plan here?
Skyroar, I'm not quite sure how he's going to go up against a clutch, but we've seen it before. All he has to do is hold those high angles. Bomb has already been planted, and I'm very sure the side of Exile, they will cover the bomb come hell or high water.
Skyroar holding himself up on the top on the AS. He's still going to be playing around as much as he can, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to land anything much from this point onwards. Exile there found himself the win in round number 5, 6.
Destroy the objective.
And now
We got the bomb.
they are going to be in match point.
Match point over on the side of Exile. Will they go for A or B? And I have to say, they mistimed their smoke, Exile, in the previous round. Unfortunately for them, or rather fortunately for them, they were able to get the win. But let's see if the side of Elite Force can do something about this. Forky missing his shot, unfortunately gets taken out, pays for his miss. As Skyroar,
Bomb has been planted.
again on the board, Dr. Bad Luck with that 2 kill. Looking to add 1 more, 2v1. They are going to go for this push. A has been planted, both players rushing in at the same time. Take 9, he can clutch it, it's going to be him. 6 or 5-1 at this point of time. Going for Twister Growth. Take nice, focusing on 1 player, and they will go for the defuse. 5-2. Congratulations to Elite Force bringing 1 point back in this series.
It's definitely a hard round coming in for Exiles in that one. A 1 versus 2 situation, and there wasn't much they could work with in order to take isolated duels against Elite Force. But it's okay, it is just 1 round for themselves. They still have quite a bit of lead. All they need is a single round win, and that is how they will be getting themselves into series point. And right now, it is just a single shot from Forky. Did not quite connect though, unfortunately, and thus he gonna have to reveal his position. He gonna have to retreat from his original position and unable to move on onto B side.
Intel has already been given the side of Elite Force. Unfortunately, the rest of the team a bit too slow to converge to the location here. I'm very sure they know where the bomb is getting planted now. Unfortunately, already down by 3 members. Bomb has been planted. 5-2. Series point on the side of Exiles. Can Team Elite Force come back here? It's 4v1. Very unlikely, but Skyroar
But
yet
it is
again.
Sky.
14 kills. Can he add 4 to his tally here, Abstract?
I mean, we're talking about Sky after all. We've seen how he plays so far. He's one of the greatest players from the side of Elite Force. Now, he does have an understanding as to where the opponent is, but the map is just a little bit too big with too many angles to cover. As such, Exile has managed to get themselves a total of 6-2 in game number 2. And they will be moving on to game 3 with a match point.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Skyroar there. I really believe that he had what it takes to at least get a couple more kills right before he goes down.
I think he had like, what, 14 kills?
Yeah, 14 kills. So definitely carried the game for the team. But of course, the rest of the team, they were helping out in terms of getting the angles, going for the plant, going for the defuse.
Information as
and
well.
Information as well. But I would say the rotation coming in from Elite Force a bit slow there, right? Because they know that Forky was right in customs, knowing that they have Intel. 2 players had sights on Forky, right? So the rest of the players were already at plane, which is the B side. They should have rotated much quicker to help the sole player in A. And unfortunately, because of that slow rotation, A was taken by the side of Exile quite easily.
Well, with the conclusion of game 2, let's take a look at what game 3 is going to be. stand off
Yet
for
again,
domination.
Yet again, we do see standoff. Standoff seems to be like the favorite map.
So far.
Yeah, so far.
So far.
So far, but we'll see if we are able to get a win coming in from Elite Force, right? They've shown signs of life, signs of fights, but they just cannot execute it enough to get that dub.
Exactly.
Right? Every other game, it's, you know, we see them coming up a bit, but again, a bit is not enough. They have to go big, or unfortunately, for them at this point of time, if they don't win this, they have to go home.
Yeah. So for them is they take a step, the opponent takes a stride.
Yep.
A step for a stride is consistency. Technically speaking, for their opponents, you're gonna have to break that consistency as much as possible. But it's, of course, easier said than done.
Definitely.
It all boils down to number one, your mechanics, number two, information gathering from your teammates, as well as how you work together as your team. So far, we haven't really seen a lot of methodical plays because, I mean, understandably, CODM is a very fast-paced game. You want to seek out for your opponents. The more amount of real estate that you cover equals to the more chances of you meeting your enemies.
Definitely.
But because of that, it also puts you in situations whereby you have no control of where you fight your opponents. Is it actually a 1v1 fight, which is something that you're trying to avoid, or is it actually, or did you actually manage to bait your opponents into a position whereby you guys can take a 3 versus 1 fight and avoid all the isolated duels, lowering down the chances of losing?
Yep, so I'm quite surprised, right? So talking back about that point, right? One player at A, I'm sure that he had information that they were pushing onto A. I'm not sure where he was looking at because we didn't spectate. We only saw in the mini-map. So unfortunately, I don't think he was able to take anyone out, right? So if he was able to take someone or at least 2 players out, that would have at least make up for his teammates' slow rotation, right? So again, if we do go back into S&D round number 5, Elite Force, you gotta do quick rotations, but right now we're gonna focus on a round and over on at the yellow side. So will we see our very first donut, or will Elite Force bring 1 point back?
And of course, when it comes down to domination, it will be split into 2 rounds. The first team that managed to get themselves the target of 75 points, and that is going to be the end of first round. And then afterwards, the team that will be managing to get themselves a total of 150 points next is how we're going to end the next. So there are definitely a comeback factor coming in as long as you take control of 3 points in a row. And that is how dominating it can be. Just snuff out your opponents and ensure that they can never capture a point for themselves.
Have to make sure that they can't even breathe at this point. Vulture perk being used by Dr. Bad Luck, but I would say that is not the perk that I would use, especially if they are not able to go for the slay. He did not connect. The double kill coming from King Knights yet again. Forky playing that DRH. Takes that DRQ, will get that double. And at this point of time, is very, very dominating performance coming in from Elite Force. From Exiles, sorry.
Well, at least for Elite Force, at least they have been managing to keep their A point capped out for a decent amount of time. But unfortunately, due to the respawn, the cap's way is going to be... Okay. That happened. It's style points.
Yep.
I'll give it to him, alright? A grenade launcher right in the face of yourself.
Right, but again, triple cap coming in from the side of Exiles, showing total
Not for long.
domination. Yep.
Oh,
Enough for them to secure a couple more points. So Forky climbing up that kill ladder at this point of time. DRH gameplay coming online.
Colette!
Yes, yet Y2K with that double kill, slowly coming up to Forky's kill here.
But it doesn't seem like he will be able to finish up against Indra due to the fact that he was already sufficiently wounded in the previous fight against the enemies already. But it doesn't mean that Exile is going to be stopping the fight just yet. They will just keep on flowing in and in like a waterfall that they are. Once they are down, it doesn't mean that they are out. The drop shot coming from Shanur is just not going to be working out against the members from Exiles. And as we speak, Exiles have gotten a total of all points captured, while Elite Force They are forced behind to be part of the bottom feeders. They are unable to get a single point for themselves. And finally, with a side for themselves, hey, they are at least climbing up a little bit. But Exiles, they're just 2 points away from the target until the second half begins.
That triple cap definitely did wonders for the side of Exile, able to stop the momentum of Elite Force. They were not able to secure that C point, and right now, Elite Force will have the opportunity to get that C point quickly because it's much closer to them at this point of time. They need to win this one. It's an uphill battle for the side of Elite Force. Annihilator coming out from Big SB, showing how it's done. It gets that double kill, could get another double kill by Skyraw, performing very, very well for the side of Elite Force. It's got to be him to carry the team at this point of time. That's right.
Well, unfortunately, CODM is not exactly a game that is very easy to carry the team, but so far, I mean, there will be some time. At least right now, Dr. Bad Luck has a total of 6 kills for himself, and for Skyraw, only 4 for himself. But I'm definitely going to be looking forward to see whether they will be able to do much from this point in time. With a total of 90 points for the side of Exile, Indra just going right into the ballistic shield, but he's finally taken down after a long time. With a total of 8 kills for himself, Exiles, they are still a lead forward. But Elite Force, they do have a double cap for themselves. Exile will definitely want to get themselves right back to the game and try to capture C for themselves in order to get themselves into more of a lead. And indeed, they did.
Hostile, be advised. Hostile hunter killer drone inbound.
2 points. And at this point of time, Elite Force, they need to come up with something, or rather, a whole lot of things to actually get back in the lead. First to 100 is of course Exile. And again, this is match point for the side of the yellow team. If they win this, they are immediately into the round of 8 here, Abstract. Will they be able to come up back? Only time will tell. Elite Force pushing right through down to the B side. Unfortunately being guarded by Y2K. 15 kills already. Double kill coming in from Forky. Dr. Bad Luck unfortunately gets taken out. He has been having a string of bad luck recently. Shanor using that PKM. A lot of rounds there, but will they be able to secure themselves a point? Double stacked coming in for the side of Elite Force.
Enemy down!
They're reaching out 120 points real soon. But to make matters worse is the fact that they have just recaptured C point. And with 2 points for the side of Exile and Elite Force with only 1. Let's not forget that Exiles is double point. Their point is like literally more than double of what Elite Force has right now, and climbing back into the game is definitely going to be difficult. Elite Force would have to go above and beyond to take up every single one of this capture point in order to get themselves back in the game and stop Exile from growing.
I'll be honest, they need a triple cap here if they want to win. Anything less will need utter speed. And Predator Missile, I believe, hit one person. Dr. Bella again being hit by a score streak there. And unfortunately, I don't think it will be enough for the side of Elite Force. 143, 274. Clock is ticking down in favor of the side of Exile. Exile just needs to hold on to the most 1 point. They can give B away. All they need is just 1 point. 148, 149, and 150. Your winners with a straight series 3-0. Exile moving on to the round of 8.
Exile winning in the first round of the Call of Duty Mobile at Asia Esports Festival 2022. As such, they are gonna be moving up to the top 8, and they will be fighting against a team called Horlick. HORLIC, looking forward to that. And of course, they are in the same upper brackets as Washing Machine and Prime X Ultimate. So who's going to be the one that will be moving on to the next part of the game? That is going to be the main question. But I'm going to have to congratulate Exiles for having such a dominating fashion, giving us a very first donut for the day. But I'm pretty sure that we might be able to see something more like that in the coming future, maybe even the next game or the game after the next.
Yep, that's true. And we are going to go for a quick break before jumping back into, I believe, the round of 8.
Yes.
So we'll have 2 more games of round of 8, which I believe is going to be, I'm not quite sure. Let's see what is the brackets. I think we'll get the brackets for you right after the break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Asia Esports Festival as Kallang Wave Mall. What we have here in Kallang Wave Mall Atrium is going to be Call of Duty Mobile Tournament, and we are excited to take a look at the top 8 of the brackets coming in for the next game. My name is Abstract, with me here is Toast, and the both of us is going to be your casters for today.
Right, so we have just had 2 games right before the break, and now we are coming into game number 3 for the day, which pits CKG Legacy and Corazon Singapore. So we do know that CKG Legacy is one of the teams that we definitely should be looking out for. They are going to be playing in the Garena Masters today at about 5:30, right? So they have to kind of have quick wins, but I'm very sure Corazon Singapore will not be that easy to beat.
Well, I'm not exactly sure how the games is going to be like, but all of you guys here in the Kallang Wave Ball is literally here to witness how the games will unfold. But before we even get on to the game, a huge shout out over to our organizers, Miniski Global as well as World X, in conjunction with Get Active SG and supported by our SG Fund and Kallang Wave Mall. Here for the Asia Esports Festival, which is located in 4 different locations. For those people that are here at the atrium at the main stage, what we have here is Call of Duty Mobile up on the 2nd floor. In the EXP Esports Experience Center, we do have Valorant, which he is very prepared for, Mr. Chamber.
Mr. Chamber.
Next door, we do have the new media laboratory, whereby we have fighting game tournaments, and of course, I think that it's a free-for-all fighting games event that you can just head over to. And in the meantime, in the opposite side of Kallang Wave Mall, we do have the Sports Hub Library, and that is where we are hosting the Pokemon Unite tournament as well.
Right, so again, 4 places. We are packed here at the atrium at Kallang Wave Mall. We have a lot of people getting ready to see CKG Legacy going up against Corazon Singapore, and of course there's a lot of cosplayers as well. I'm cosplaying myself as Chambers from Valorant, like you mentioned.
Yep.
Probably casting the wrong game,
Exactly.
but that's okay. I'm still looking for my Mommy Viper.
Well, you're cosplaying, I'm cosplaying too.
Oh, and
Titan school, night school, as Jack. I'm Jack.
there you go.
And a split personality, uncanny resemblance. But you know what? We're just gonna skip past that point. We are gonna be taking a look at the first game between these 2 teams, and that is going to be Corazon SG versus CKG Legacy. And it does seem as though we should be expecting something big in here real soon.
Yep, so basically we are still waiting for one more player from the side of Team Corazon Singapore. As you can see, they are, getting ready, right? They are getting ready,
A warm-up round, getting their feet wet.
Yep.
My socks are wet already.
Oh, with sweat because...
I mean, what can we expect coming in between these 2 teams, right? So let us just break down a little bit more about the video and what we should be expecting to see. Now, when it comes down to the bans, CKG Legacy have decided to go for ban on Sparrow, as well as they banned Terminal out. Corazon SG banned Purifier, and of course, when it comes down to map, they have banned Crossfire.
Well, good job on the side of Corazon Singapore for banning the Purifier. I believe it's still
Understandable.
within the meta, right? It's still, I believe it's still within the meta. Purifier definitely, it hurts when you get hit with it, definitely. Sparrow, I would say quite standard bans coming in. There's also the Annihilator, which both teams did not ban. But game number 1 will be playing in Raid, as you guys have seen it just now. And of course, Corazon Singapore, they have picked the blue side. Right, so it's going to be very interesting to see game number 1. I believe we do have a bit of technical issues. One of the players not able to log in just yet, but that gives us a bit more time to talk about, the prizes and what these teams are actually gunning for, right?
Of course. So for the entirety of CODM tournament, we have a total prize pool of $3,000. Unfortunately, out of the 16 teams that will play today, only 3 teams will be going back home with cold hard cash. where the third place will be going back home with $500. Second place going back home with $1,000, and first place going back home with $1,500. Got a lot of mullahs, macaronis if you ask me, but I mean, let's be honest, when it comes down to being able to play a game and go back home with some money, I'm pretty sure that anyone will want to gun for it.
I mean, that's the goal for every gamer, right? To do this full time, to come into the competition, just spend, what, 4-5 hours and go home with $1,500. I think that's the dream right there.
My dream is to be a competitive gamer. Back then, when I was 17 years old, only to realize that I'm very, very bad at Heroes of New Earth. That's why I decided to transition into a shoutcaster, and I went back to try to play competitive MLBB, only for me to realize that I'm a really bad MLBB player as well.
And that's why he is a caster. Very, very quick lips there, and you know, idol.
I mean, technically, his mentor for quite a bit.
Exactly.
Great to seeing you well.
Definitely.
Yep. So a lot of pressure is on him because he's technically casting next to his teacher.
And we are about to jump into. Great segue. All 5 members able to log in right now. So 10 more seconds for the start of the very first game. Hopefully you guys are excited as we are to start this next round.
Here in Raid, we're going to be looking at the first game, and that of course is going to be Hardpoint. Well, we are going to be inspecting the first round. That is going to be the Hardpoint up in the northern side of the map, of course, an arena per se, as most people would pretty much like to call it. We do have a little bit of a flank position coming in, but unfortunately CKG Legacy will take themselves the first point, and of course quite a lot of kills to themselves already. They are a few points ahead of Corazon SG, but one thing's for sure, they will not be maintaining this lead for long.
Commanding lead as Infinite here, taking
good anchor.
Good anchor indeed. As Tight already with kills coming right into the hardpoint, able to secure a kill, maintaining position inside of this roundabout.
It kind of seems as though CKG Legacy does have a very good understanding as to where they want to be. So when it comes down to the crossfire position, when it comes down right in the center of the hard point, as well as the small little corners, if I may say, they had a very good crossfire, and that made sure that Corazon SG would not be able to break through. But unfortunately, they overextended themselves just by a little bit, allowing Corazon SG to actually take 2 off of the heads of CKG Legacy. But there is still dedication as well as discipline coming in from CKG Legacy. Despite losing 2, they still did not submit and concede over to Corazon SG.
And as the next hardpoint starts to open up, Corazon SG, they are left lagging behind just because they did not rotate fast into this next hardpoint. P2 is definitely in control of CKG, and I guess this is just training ground at this point of time, as Tens gets 4 kills, nearly fully split UAV to get a bit more detail on where the rest of the hardpoint is.
Corazon not having a good time. Most of them are trying to go for 1 versus 1 duels, but it is just not working out at all. As you can see, Corazon SG is pretty much split over to the bottom right, bottom left, top left, and now in the northern part. They're finally respawning together, and this is ultimately going to be their best chance of fighting next to each other. As Kilao as well as Sakura goes in neck and neck together as a duo. They managed to bring down their adversary, but when it comes down to that, Low has done an absolutely marvelous job in bringing down 2 other opponents.
We might go for a replay here because one play has disconnected. Very, very unfortunate. We caught that very, very late. We did see 4v5 for quite a while, and I believe that was the reason why CKG Legacy was able to maintain their hold in kitchen. So once Garage opened up, I think it was quite a slaughter fest once, you know, Corazon starts flooding in.
Indeed. Now, when it comes down to looking at dominating factor, that was definitely one of the most domination. but this is Hardpoint though. Dominating Hardpoint game that we have seen so far. But it is also because of the single head that was not present in the game. A 4v5 game is definitely a massive handicap giving away from Corazon's side. So hopefully once one of the Corazon members is back in, we should be able to see a slightly closer game. Because when it comes down to a hard point, it really comes down to having one person in the point itself and no one else around the proximity. You're gonna have to kill anyone that is around the area, and you can't allow the opponent to stop your point growth.
Right. So, but how would this play into the minds of Corazon SG, right? Because they are already at, at such a huge gap before the restart, right? So, knowing that this is the phase that they are going to come into, like, what does this do for their mindset?
This is definitely going to have an impact to their mental fortitude. They understand that when it comes down to mechanics as well as their own microplays, there will be a couple of problems. Number one, they are losing tools. And number two, they can't, because this is hardpoint after all, it's very difficult for you to coordinate with the rest of your team and kind of understand where all your other teammates are. You may have died, but your other teammates are already in the midst of a battle. You can't expect them to wait for you to respawn and then you all attack the point together. And that becomes a ruthless cycle over and over again. One person dies, one person waits, one person dies, another person goes. So this really is up to the team's gameplay. What kind of strategy are they gonna go for? Slow, methodical, which will work in capturing points, but that means that you are giving precious time away.
And speaking of time, right, I feel like it's time and time again we've seen, especially from the losing side, that teams, they tend to rotate very, very late into the hard points. I believe 15, 17 seconds they should have already rotated into the next hard point. They should stop contesting the hard point that's already been lost, right? Because the moment they jump in, they're dying, right? So they have to just keep rotating and be the first to enter into the next hard point. We've seen time and time again that the winning team, they know that they have control. They don't have to rotate early on, right? So they maintain their position into the very first hard point up until, once they hit 0 seconds, and then they rotate, knowing that they can win the gunfight. So I think for Corazon SG, they should rotate quickly and set up peaks, set up angles, just so that they can wait for CKG to walk right into them.
Now we're finally back into the game as the players are now more or less ready. All 5 members coming in from Corazon SG, as well as all 5 members from CKG Legacy is also in. The real game begins, and every single one of you players and viewers, it is time for all of you guys to bear witness the first winner of Game 1. Who shall it be? Corazon SG or CKG Legacy?
Hardpoint 1 already popping up. CKG Legacy already caught right behind. That's what I'm saying. Corazon SG, they need to jump first into the hardpoint if they lost it, unfortunately, just after the 5-second mark. Rain goes down. Kila from Corazon just pushes down the center court. They are trying to gain control of that area. Unfortunately for them, Hens drops down by that thumper. In by Corazon SG, 15-5. CKG Legacy still maintaining their dominance.
The dominance is definitely very, very present. Corazon SG doesn't seem to be able to break through the defenses of CKG Legacy, and understandably so. CKG Legacy have got a very strong fundamentals at the northern part of the map. However, this point will only be up here for the next 5 seconds, and they have to prepare for the next. As you can pretty much see on the map, we do have Tens as well as Low that's preparing for the next point, but so is Kilao. But unfortunately, his HP is not doing very well. He is in the point, and he is ready, preparing to go for any fight that he's gonna go for. It is Tayab that gets a kill down on Kilao. As such, CKG Legacy have gotten control of the next point again.
CKG has 3 members right inside of that hard point. It's hard to push them out, and he dislodged them from that area as Tens holding on to Kolya was able to get that double kill. As someone right above him, he will be able to secure yet another. It is Tens on a roll. We'll get another very, very aggressive move coming in from Tens.
And Tens, he is not down just yet. He may have died, but he will definitely move on. In the meantime, we do have a little bit of sneaky play coming in from CKG Legacy's players, but unfortunately, all of the members from the side of Corazon has already went down. But Tayyip He's just gonna be voting from one place to another like a little monkey. He's not gonna be stopping until he gets the most amount of kills in his team.
Open up very soon, and we see Kilau already punching through this hard point. Unfortunately, gets taken out. CKG, like I said, they are holding on to the hard point until the very last second. They know they can win the gunfights. They know they can hold on to the objectives, and this is why they are still inside of the previous hard point. They've gained control of Garage already, so it is kind of gunship coming right in. DNA gunship not securing any kills just yet. This is quite surprising. This is one of the most hated score streak here at Track.
But unfortunately, DNA hasn't really gotten much value with this thus far. He can definitely see he can. Okay, now he gotten something. It does seem like it is going to be a triple kill so far, but with this aerial assault coming in from DNA, it ensures that Corazon SG would not be able to play in the outsides. As such, game number 1 will be going over to the side of CKG Legacy.
And welcome to not the 30-point club, but I think this is the 10-point club for the side of Corazon SG. Total and utter domination by CKG Legacy. Even before the reset, we've seen the dominance coming in from CKG Legacy, and the reset proved to be the same.
Unfortunately, well, it really comes down to the team play as well as the micro plays coming from CKG Legacy. They do have an edge over their opponents. They are on a tear. They are not stopping at all. Even if they are down for a couple of times, they will still get back up. They will not leave their knees onto the ground. They will always be there firing at you.
Yep, and speaking of knees, I don't think Corazon SG or Singapore will be kneeling down to them to give them an early point in the second game. Again, second game will be Search and Destroy. And again, this is not a respawn map. 1 life per round. Can Corazon win their gunfights in this next round?
Looks like in the Search and Destroy map, we are gonna be looking at firing range.
I love it.
You love firing range, huh?
I love it. Firing range, SND, perfect game for snipers to come out and play.
I hate it.
I love it.
I absolutely hate it. But hey, to each his own. That means you're a sniper then.
Sorry?
Yeah, that means you're a sniper player.
No,
yes.
Not really.
No?
But I love casting sniper shots.
Ah,
so
you
I'm hoping to see, shots, probably 8. We haven't seen anyone get an ace yet. So that's 5 kills in a row, basically carrying the whole team, right? Just taking all the kills for yourself. Right? They're not giving, like, I'm not going to give my teammates a kill. I'm going to get all 5 kills from him.
Technically, Sky Roar was very close.
Very close. 4 kills.
His terminal game. I think he ended the entire game with what, 19 or 14? 14 kills. It's bloody impressive. So in case Sky Roar, you're here, shout out over to you. Great job. But do not want to digress too far, as now our superstars for the game is CKG as well as Corazon. How the game is gonna be like? Well, it kind of seems like it is very telegraphic in favor for CKG.
Yep.
Their dominating performance in game number 1 kind of shows as though that they do have utmost superiority in terms of their marksmanship, gun handling, everything else all across the board. Team, when it comes down to working together as a team, I think that every single one of you guys would say that they are exceptional at it too.
Yeah, so to see how efficient they were, right, or how impressive CKG were, the tournament does not let us use persistence, not perseverance, persistence, that's another game, persistence, right? So persistent means that your score streak is double, the score streak points are double, so but it doesn't reset when you die, right? So to get that gunship, right, coming in from CKG means that he was able to live for quite a long time and get the kills without dying to use that gunship. So really, nothing else to say but pure and utter dominance from CKG.
Discipline comes into mind as well, right? Technically speaking, as a pub player like myself, I go in, I get a triple kill, and I'm like, I'm feeling mighty today. Let me just rush at them. And then I lose everything. You know,
That's true.
discipline is very, very important. As such, you can pretty much tell that CKG Legacy, they do have very good discipline onto themselves. And discipline naturally also means respect for the enemies. If you think that no matter what I play, no matter how I play, I will steamroll them, then that is definitely not respect. You're completely disrespecting enemies and just rush at them kind of thing, right? But so far, every single one of these teams, they have their glimpses of aggression, but nothing that looks like they are tilting the balance.
Definitely. So respecting your opponents is one of the other things that, you know, kind of esports kind of teach, you know, young players or even players in general, right? You know, so far we've had very good games, no toxicity, no emotes coming out from teams, even though, you know, they can do it, you know, before the game starts. We haven't seen it, right? So respect shown by opponents, discipline, position, communication, all this is basically the form of esports. Esports is no longer, right, just playing games. It teaches you things, right? This, like what you mentioned, discipline.
Correct.
You know, communication,
Yes.
teamwork, all this, you can do it in school with other activities, but esport also kind of complements it, right? So
This was practically a framework
Yes.
right now, you know. The main understanding of esports nowadays is that if you want to go pro, I mean, we're talking about internet, right? You can't just say anything that you want in the internet anymore.
because it stays forever.
It stays forever. So using that framework, if you want to go pro, well, do note that there are going to be organizers and sponsors that naturally will go through background check. And that is why a lot of these esports athletes, these up-and-coming esports athletes are taught to exercise caution whenever they talk online, and of course in a team representing a brand. And so far, I think that Singapore is up-and-coming esports athletes. They are all doing very good. Of course, we don't have anything that is kind of like blown out of control.
Nothing controversial.
Nothing controversial, right? And of course, esports is still at its infancy stage. I'm very excited to see what is coming up next, especially in such a place, such a location with so many audiences looking at the games.
Yep, and definitely, and exactly, right, you know, offline tournaments are exactly the places where, you know, sponsors, organizers are looking to find or sign new players.
Exactly.
Right, so definitely we are hoping to see more offline tournaments, and it can only happen with the help of the community as we jump into Search and Destroy. And it's still waiting for a few teams or a few players to come in. We still have that one player not in just yet. So again, like I mentioned, sniper plays right down the firing range. Definitely looking forward to it.
With 5 seconds left on the clock, and a great burst of speed will launch CKG Legacy as the defender coming into the firing range. Of course, taking a bit of the southern control, it does seem. CKG Legacy, they have to defend against what Corazon SG have got in store for them. But it doesn't seem like things are going very well for both of these teams, as they have got a 1-for-1 trade so far.
Oh, he misses his first shot, does not connect with that second, might come back to bite him in the butt. It's 4v3 in favor of CKG. CKG just brought down one other player. It's unfortunately for them, 2v1. CKG Legacy, 1 point up on the board.
An absolutely fast game coming up. Corazon SG were slightly reluctant as to how they would want to push, and understandably when it comes down to the long of B, they are trying to go for a single man rush down in order to get more controls in the middle lane, but it doesn't quite seem to work very well. That is not something that you'll want to see, unfortunately. We do have the attackers, Corazon SG. They have already lost 3 heads onto their side, leaving Kilau as well as Grandpa left.
Unfortunately, Grandpa last person here, a bit too slow on the trigger, and it's 2-0 up on the side of CKG Legacy. They did pretty well, considering that, you know, they held in the first 5 to 10 seconds of the map. Unfortunately, the moment one person goes down, it's just a domino effect here, Abstract.
We're slowly moving in. With 2 rounds down from the side of CKG Legacy, they just need 4 more rounds to go in order to win game number 2. Do note that this is a best of 11, first to 6 game. And in the first half, there will be a total of 5 games for CKG Legacy to play as the defender.
And
what just happened?
3-0 up, Abstract. 3-0 up while describing the game mode here. that was a very quick and efficient, decisive victory for the side of CKG Legacy.
Didn't even see what happened.
Exactly, I wasn't paying attention as well.
Me neither.
You know, CKG, that's how fast and how good they are. They were able to secure the round in just under 20 seconds, I believe.
Oh, the southern side of Corazon SG, they're grouping up, but unfortunately CKG Legacy will be able to unfoil their plans. Coming in from the flank, Infinite comes right in from the flank. He managed to bring one person down and left the other one down to a sliver. And the rest of CKG Legacy, they will bring down and connect the final shot right in between of the eyes. 4-0 in favor for CKG Legacy.
Will we see our very first donut in the S&D gameplay? I don't think we will, but I'm hoping that Corazon SG will fight for 1 point back.
I'm definitely a supporter for underdogs. I do not want to see a direct destruction. Of course, what are the stakes? And of course, what's all the excitement? Imagine we go for a game 5-5. That will be absolutely lovely to watch, to bring up the excitement and to bring up the stakes. At this point in time, this may very well be the time for the attackers, Corazon SG, to do well, as they were in 3 versus 3. But now, Kallang, he brings one down. His teammate was trying to go for a refrag, but both of them went down to one person in one fell swoop.
Unfortunately, they stacked one behind another, so that was a very, very quick spray to get the kill and the win for Team CKG Legacy. And so far, Abstract, this is a search and destroy game. This is a planting a bomb kind of game, right? We haven't seen the bomb being planted just yet.
Completely forgot about that. I thought that they were just going for team deathmatch.
It kind of seems like it's a team deathmatch here.
But unfortunately, that isn't it. CKG Legacy, they have been very good in the defense. They are throwing their bodies right in the faces of Corazon SG in the first round, defending all of the attempts coming in from Corazon SG. And even as the attackers, CKG Legacy is doing whatever that they can to whittle down the numbers from the side of Corazon SG. And this may pretty much be the final part of the game as Kallang, he wasn't able to do anything. And that is going to be a 6-0 game in favor of CKG Legacy.
CKG Legacy, very, very quick kills here. Quick 6-0 victory, our very first donut in Search and Destroy. And can anyone stop CKG Legacy at this point of time?
Well, probably not this bracket.
Probably.
But moving on, we may be able to see a team that would be able to successfully do so. And of course, we are still 2 rounds in. We still have 1 more round to go. CKG Legacy, yes, they are on series point. So just 1 more win in 1 more game. And they will move on to the semi-finals, which is the top 4. Do remember that only 3 teams will be going back home with money. So if CKG Corazon does win in this game, they have to win in the next game as well, in order to succeed and make their way into the grand finals for 1st and 2nd placing.
That's true. So, but let's not discount Corazon Singapore, right?
Not
they still
yet.
have 1 more game to fight for this semi-final slot. And I believe that they have, at the very least, enough fight to put up against CKG so that, you know, it makes it harder. We've seen it time and time again, right?
The
Where
first series of the day as well.
Exactly. Right, so they were able to put up a fight. So let's see if Corazon Singapore can put up a fight in the very next round. Domination, where is it played? That's right.
It is gonna be here in Takeoff.
Ooh, Takeoff.
So honestly, you know, a little bit of problem for me. I mean, we're talking about domination, and for those people who doesn't know what domination is, there is a total of 3 points of capture. If you're able to take all 3 points for yourself, that is a triple cap. That means that you will be getting maximum amount of point every second while your opponent doesn't get a single one. Take it as though that every point will give you a single point every what? 2 seconds, 3 seconds?
1 2 seconds.
1 to 2 seconds, right? So if you take all 3 points, that is about 3 points every 3 seconds. So 1.1 second.
Oh yeah, 1.1 second.
So if you take 2 points, that is about 2 points every... I can't math. I realized that I can't math. Somewhere along the lines, but the more points, the better. That's the whole point.
And you know, they are planning to hit 150 points, 75 per per round, I think per side, right? So let's see if Corazon SG can get at least 75 points here before the switch, right? Because depending on where they start, they will be much closer to the very first point. So Takeoff will jump in straight into the game here while waiting for the rest of the teams. Again, series point for CKG Legacy. Corazon SG fighting to push into game number 4. 5 seconds before the game starts. CKG Legacy versus Corazon Singapore. Let's play.
Ladies and gentlemen, CKG Legacy versus Corazon SG for round number 3. Is CKG Legacy being able to take this game into a 3-0 scoreline? Or Corazon SG be able to win this game in Takeoff in order to buy themselves more time in this bracket?
You have CKG already with 1 node apiece, while over on the side of team Corazon, they only secured A, but they've not made movement into that B point. B point already really being captured here by CKG. Just like that, it is 2 nodes for the side of CKG. 10 taking care of the players trying to push into that B side.
4-minute update of CKG Legacy having 2 points for themselves, but unfortunately Corazon SG have managed to get a cap onto point C at this point in time as we speak. So far, the difficult point to capture, understandably, is going to be the ones that are at the furthest part of the map, A and C. Based on the respawn scenario, they will be switching back and forth, while B will always be constantly being dominated by a single team. And so far, CKG Legacy, they're doing a decent job. However, they are only 3 points ahead, which allows Corazon SG to have a chance to fight back.
This is a much closer game that we've seen since the first 2 games here, Abstract. As CKG, they are probably fighting for their lives here. 6 points away. They nearly got to get the triple cap. But unfortunately for them, Corazon SG, Itsuki with the M13 gameplay able to stop the capture of that A point.
5 points lead. No, make that up close to 9. 10-point lead coming in from the side of CKG Legacy. They will be chowing down everything like a hungry toddler, or in fact, they will be breaking in like an Olympic diver. Corazon SG just doesn't seem to be able to capture either B or C, and in fact, having problems retaining A.
I mean, we see your grandpa with the KSP, one of the definite meta guns in this current patch at this point of time. 50 to 32. I think we might need to go for another round because I believe the points is supposed 150.
To be the objectives.
Right, so we're not quite sure what's happening, but let's let production handle that as we continue on towards the game. Kila with already 7 kills. The gameplay coming in from Kila, not able to secure the kill, unfortunately against CKG, but CKG has been on a definite tear here, Abstract.
Well, we do not know of the consequences of this game just yet. Are we actually going through this game? Because, well, we'll talk about this in a while later. But for now, CKG Legacy, they managed to complete the first half of the game so far. Tayyip did manage to get himself 2 massive kills to his head. And we are going to be continuing to watch him, along with his Annihilator, move down onto the opponents, brings Kilau down, and continue to concede down onto A. He would want to cap this as much as possible, as fast as possible. And I would believe, yes, CKG Legacy, triple cap.
Triple cap indeed for CKG Legacy. They have stopped the momentum from Corazon Singapore, and they need to get themselves back into one of those points to fight for contention here, even though they are being left right in the dust of CKG Legacy.
77 points, 80 points, with only 20 points left coming in for CKG Legacy. Nothing is going to be stopping them just yet, as they are right now on triple cap. Corazon SG doing whatever that they can to regain all the control and all the game's part on the glitch, but unfortunately he himself was not able to get a kill down on the opponent just yet. Tens comes in from behind. He will be able to get a nice little shot down to the kill out, as well as Grandpa all across the kill feed. CKG Legacy is on a tear. They are conducting their own medley of death.
Get ready for the next round.
we will try to get a bit of confirmation if this game will count, because to our knowledge it's about 150 points. We only saw 100-point game right there. But while we are waiting for the results, right, if we don't go for the reset, right, CKG Legacy definitely moving on into the semi-finals, 3-0 victory against Corazon SG. But if we do go for the reset, right, you know, it's just one more game away for CKG Legacy.
How much of a difference is that gonna make, right? Because technically speaking, we are looking at this game in domination, in takeoff. So to a certain extent, CKG Legacy has already exposed their playstyle. They've already exposed how they play the map. Is this enough information for Corazon to actually work on it right now, formulate a strategy to fight against CKG, or do they just not have enough time?
I mean, time is definitely a factor, especially when coming up with a strategy on the fly, right? And it really is up to Corazon, because like what you mentioned, they already have the information coming in from CKG. How they act upon it will determine the results of this next round if we go for the reset.
Yep.
Right, we are waiting for confirmation from the production team on if we are going to go for the reset, or will they just take a 3-0 victory. I mean, I would love to see them go one more round, right? Just because it could be different, right?
It could be. It could be.
And it could be even much closer now, right? Knowing that CKG has given out their strategy and locations and anchor points, while Corazon SG will wanted to fight for, you know, this point. Because if they win this, they will go into game number 4.
I mean, right now, as casters, right, and as viewers, we want to watch as many games as possible.
That's right.
We want to watch how the narrative is built, how the game is set up. And so far, we might actually have an answer here. CKG Legacy. It kind of seems as though we are going to be looking at it again. Oh.
Yep. Okay, so this is the second half. So basically, CKG has won the first half. Right now, we're going to play the second half. I'm not sure how that works out, but let's just cast the game here.
Let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. Like how I am right now. I'm just going on with the ball. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yep, it is what it is.
It is what it is. But for now, CKG Legacy, they have a total of 2.5 points.
All right.
We'll just put it as that.
All right.
All right, we'll put it as that. 2.5 points.
The first time I've seen 2.5 points in a tournament.
Hey, it's a breath of fresh air.
That's true. So guys, you are now witness to history. 2.5 points for CKG Legacy. And we see Itsuki tries to go for the kill. He unfortunately gets killed instead. The gunfight, the gun control coming in from the side of Corazon SG. Unfortunately not on par or not on track as CKG Legacy here. Right.
CKG Legacy, they are still going to be working with whatever that they have on their hands. Taib, Tens and Low. They are all working towards the opponents. Infinite has been in quite a lead. In the meantime, DNA, he hasn't been getting himself a single kill. The main thing is that he's been anchoring on a single spot and no one is appearing at all. Until maybe now as it open fires down on the opponents. Not a single kill just yet though, but it is finally time for him to pick one up for himself as he gets a kill down on a glitch.
Yeah, but B-point still up for the taking. Both teams not having any players on that B side. Corazon SG have a slight minuscule second lead here, right? It's 19-21 at this point of time until Type gets this B side, and now it's CKG Legacy's time to play.
CKG Legacy now has got the advantage. With 2 points capped, while Corazon SG with only a single point capped. They're gonna have to wipe out all of their adversary as much as possible, but in the face of adversity, they are not gonna be dropping down just yet. However, it is all about the gunfire and of course the gunplay. Corazon SG just can't seem to get an edge over CKG Legacy just yet.
Still have ample time for them to get that edge. And we are looking at Infinite right now, who already has an RF drone ready to go. 8 kills already. He's Annihilator about to go off and is just waiting for the next few seconds. Kilau holding onto this angle, 6 kills already, hoping to add on to his tally and jump right in. And this is a very good maneuver coming in from Kilau to secure themselves this B point. Unfortunately, not able to cap it, and it's a triple cap over on the side of CKG Legacy at the very end, 50 to 33. And I guess that is the game, right? That is the game.
That is the game.
Yep. So that 0.5 goes to CKG Legacy.
So ladies and gentlemen, that is the game between CKG Legacy versus Corazon. As such, we have got Corazon unfortunately knocked out of the tournament, while CKG Legacy will be moving on to the semi-finals. And in the semi-finals, they will be facing off against...
I think the winner of Kaito versus Safi Unix.
Oh boy, how is that gonna be like?
That's definitely interesting, because we'll see Kaito against Safi Unix next up. Right, so we are gonna go for a break. I think we are gonna go for a break before we jump into that. But while we are waiting for that break to come in, let's discuss on what happened in that previous round. We had a bit of technical difficulties.
Yes.
Right, but I think that didn't swing the results in Corazon SG's favor, unfortunately. Right, like we mentioned, timing is definitely off the factor. Even after getting the information that they have, they couldn't formulate a strategy to counter CKG Legacy. Right, so for them, it's all about dominance for CKG Legacy.
Well, understandably, momentum is something that we should be talking about. And it's just overall, as a team, CKG Legacy has got the entire game within their grasp. They have got a knife, technically, right at the throats of Corazon ever since Game 1 started. And they are showing just how good they are in all of these different map points. Be it hardpoint, search and destroy, or domination. Domination. Tongue-tied. But 3 of these maps, 3 of these game modes are absolutely a banger for them.
Definitely tearing through the competition. So CKG will move on into the semi-finals. So now we'll wait for the results of their impending opponent, right, between Kaito and Safi Unix. So do we have the updated brackets here?
Yes, we do. In the semi-finals, the upper part of the semi-finals, do know that this is single elimination. I'm just saying the upper part because of, how big the brackets technically is going to be. But in the semi-finals, we are going to be looking at Prime X Ultimate versus Exiles. If that is going to be a game going to be casted, well, that is something that we will let you guys know in a short little while. But before we even move off for a short little break, let me just tell you guys a little bit more about a campaign, and that is called Celebrate National Moments at Kallang Wave Mall. All you gotta do is spend $100 within of Kallang Wave Mall, or spend $120 in Fair Price Extra in the same day, and you will be able to get yourself $10 of shopping voucher and a mystery gift. This entire promo, or rather this entire campaign itself, starts now all the way until the 14th of August. So if you want to join in that, and if you have already spent a couple of dollars or $100 anywhere, or $120 in the Fair Price Extra, head over to the concierge at level 1 and get yourself that mystery gift that I was talking about.
Yep, while stocks last, and we will see you right after the break.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Asia Esports Festival here at Kallang Wave Mall. For all of the online audiences that are watching, it is still not too late for you to make your way down to Kallang Wave Mall in the very event that you are living in Singapore. Just head down to Stadium MRT, walk out as it be, walk straight, go to the mall, you get it.
You'll see us right there.
Yeah, you'll see us right here. Anyways, my name is Abstract. With me here is Toast, and the both of us is going to be your shoutcasters for this game of Kaito versus Safi Unix.
So it's going to be very interesting to see Kaito going up against Safi Unix. Again, best of 5, hardpoint, search and destroy, domination, hardpoint, search and destroy again if you go to a round number 5. We've yet to hit a 5-match game.
Not
right?
yet.
Not yet.
We went for a 4-match game.
And that was at the very first.
Yeah, it was
game
literally the first series, right? Series number 2 and 3, unfortunately, have all been a 3-0 sweep so far. But we are coming close to the higher parts of the leaderboards. And typically when it comes down to semi-finals, that is understandably where things are starting to get a little bit dicey.
Spicy.
Dicey.
Okay.
Spicy, dicey. You know, at least we rhyme.
All right.
If only we actually both said the same thing.
That's true.
But unfortunately, we are not that faded enough.
I'm still very excited to see a whole host of people still waiting to see this matchup and still, be with us. Right, because it's not very easy to stay throughout the whole tournament, right? If you are watching it at home, you can relax and all that. Here, not so much. So I really appreciate everyone still sticking with us, and we are jumping right into the thick of things with the very first game between Kaito and Safi Unix. So I believe Safi Unix will be on the blue side, right, versus Kaito on the yellow side. We are playing it in firing range for hardpoint, one of my favorite maps again, Abstract, and let's take it away.
Do note that for this game, or rather for this entire series, Purifier as well as Ballistic Shield is banned, even though I thought the Ballistic Shield is already a global ban.
Hardpoint lost.
I'm not sure why they would have gone for the Ballistic Shield. I mean, for me, I would have picked a different operator skill, definitely. But I mean, if they ban it, I'm sure they have a strategic purpose for it as well. So let's see if that comes to fruition and if that plays into this game. play, but it seems like Kaito starting with a very, very strong opening, 20-0. We've not seen a 0 point, right, in this hardpoint game so far here, Extract.
Don't worry, I'm pretty sure that the game is still pretty darn early. So we should be looking at how this game is gonna be like as Cephii Unix team, they are coming in and flooring it in from the northern and the southern corner of the entirety of this map. But so far, Kaito, they are all doing a fabulous job in destroying the enemies, tearing them down to bits. Even when it comes down to SVD or when it comes down to literally anything within of their arsenal, Cephii Unix just can't seem to break through this giant cement wall that is built up by the side of Kaito.
Yep, American will be opening up next in that second hardpoint instead. Getting those kills with that SVD. Very, very accurate here with the kill. NVX definitely the objective play again. 3 kills so far. Trying to get the Predator missile out, but I don't believe it hit anyone as Geezy. Yeah, Geezy holding on to that watchtower. And the thing about it is to get to the watchtower, it takes you quite a while to go up. Right? So Cephii Unix, they're not able to bring this person down. And their control of the map is close to 0, 89-0 Abstract. A pure domination coming in from Kaito.
When it comes down to the end of it all, I believe that we may have some a little bit issues again. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I think that the game is going to be twice as long.
Okay.
But it will be fun.
Again, more
games equals to more action. So instead of a target of 75, we're now looking at a target of 150.
Oh, no, I think you're referring to domination. Domination will be 75.
Oh, right. Oh, split in half.
Yeah,
right, yes.
Like we mentioned, right? Gunship out. That means.
Oh, he's been alive.
Yeah, Introduce has been alive for quite a while. Will we see a nuke here? Offline tournament, will we see a nuke coming in from Kaito? 116-7. Cephii squad being pulled into the 10-point club as the third hardpoint opens up in white containers with NVX already jumping right in. And will he be able to secure his kills here with that CBR4?
Coming in really close, Cephii Unix, unfortunately, they are still on single digit to their name. And Team Kaito, they are already on triple digits and they are just 15 points away to taking game number 1 to themselves already. Most of the members coming from the side of Cephii Unix, they are unable to get themselves in and they are getting staggered time and time again. When it comes down to every single darn corner, there is someone that's just gonna be shooting right at them, killing them off. And Kaito, they are just 8 points down, just a little bit more until they finish things off. Unfortunately, this is where the new point has to come up. Cephii Unix is not even ready to come in for the next hard point.
How long has GZ been in at that watchtower? I don't believe he has moved since we last saw him.
He's been anchoring there for the entire time.
And 150-7. Welcome to the 10 points club, Cephii Unix. And unfortunately for them, they'll take the first L for this series. Kaito, pure and utter destruction.
Well, the side of Kaito definitely did manage to pull off quite a tremendous game. They were pretty much on a mission, like a man possessed. So they didn't care about anything at all. I believe that it's kind of like the point in time whereby their muscle memory just kind of takes control, right? I want to go wherever I go. I see people, I click heads.
Yep.
In this case, I tap heads.
Yep.
It worked out.
Domes are falling all over the place. And I want to point out, Introduce, again, he had that gunship out, right? My question is, if he held onto that gunship, would he have gotten that nuke? Nuke is about, I think, 20 to 25 kills. Just pure gun skills and not through score streaks, right? Could he have gotten that nuke in this hardpoint? And that'll be our very first nuke of the tournament. And I don't think we'll be able to see that ever, right? So, I mean, it's still up for grabs, the first nuke of the tournament. I mean, I'll definitely be surprised at this stage of the tournament to see a nuke, right? That means, you know, utter and pure destruction from the team.
I feel that hard point is probably that one game mode that allows you to snowball that much amount of kills. Definitely not for search and destroy for obvious reasons, but for domination, I think that for domination is a lot more fast-paced than Hardpoint, especially since there's a lot of rotations going around. Your opponents just happen to spawn all across the map. At one point, they're going to be in respawning the southern side, and then another part of the game they happen to be spawning in the northern side, because you will be swapping A and C consecutively time and time again based on who's got which point, how the game decides. I don't know how, but Hardpoint is the only part that we can see the 25 kills.
Definitely.
I don't think they will be able to see for this entire series.
Most likely not, but we do see game number 2 about to begin. We are going to be playing it in the favela.
Bomb spotted.
Not the
Enemy has
best
dropped
of
the
map for
bomb.
me, because I am not very familiar with this map, or rather I don't like this map at all, right?
You don't like this map at all?
I shy away from this map.
Tell me more. Exactly why do you hate favela?
Just because it has so many buildings and so many peak points for the teams.
It kind of promotes like shotgun games.
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of like just hiding yourself in a small little corner, in a small little cubby. And this is like the only place that you can actually play scoped weapons. Otherwise, you will want to use shotguns or some machine guns in these small little alley. And Kaito, I have never seen a movement from defenders playing like this ever before.
Definitely, they're not moving. They're pushing up and trying to enclose Savvy Unix here so that they don't have time to breathe. As GZ is still waiting for their first kill, and Savvy with that first shot on the NVX. Unfortunately for her, not able to secure that double kill as she goes down. Introduce finally taking Savvy out, and they will go for the defuse.
Well, as a consolation point, Safi Unix, they did manage to get themselves the bomb planted. So I would say that they did manage to have some coordination to work out for themselves. But I would say that, to be fair, Kaito, they were technically on the run for the entire time. I think they were like hard sprinting the whole time and just kind of like rotated themselves from the northern to the southern. They rotated throughout the entire perimeters of Vela.
And like they say, the best defense is a very good offense. And you can see Taffy with that double kill brings it down to a 4v3. The first time they are in the lead in terms of manpower. Can she get one more? 3 players down by Taffy. Introduced, trying to make it equal. Unfortunately, gets down 2-1 in favor of Safi Unix. Can they close out this round to get this first point for themselves? NVX, sole survivor for the side of Kaito, going up against 2 members. It's gonna be a bit hard to go for this double kill, but Safi they have to be strategic here. They have to go for the pincer maneuver and not just rush willy-nilly into NVX.
They're gonna have to play for one another. They can't just, like you said, go in willy-nilly. The main thing is that they can't go for 1v1 fights at all. They're gonna have to play together as a team. And looking at how they're moving, they're actually splitting up from one another. They're not playing together just yet. And they're not approaching any of these bomb sites yet. They're taking their own sweet time. 35 seconds left on the clock. They're very meticulous with where they're going. I don't really have an idea why though. But I think that they are being very cautious all around to where the bomb was dropped.
This bomb has been picked up. So the time is not their friend here. They only have about less than 20 seconds on the plant here. NVX gets the kill! Puts it down to a 1v1. Bomb has been dropped. And it's just Soldier going up against NVX. Bomb in hand, 6 seconds. All NVX has to do is just run down the time, get his... That's the kill!
Not over yet.
That is not what you want! Especially for the member of Kaito. Literally 3 seconds left on the clock, and he lost from a sliding shotgun right in his privates.
Was that a bit of overextension from NVX? All he had to do was wait for 3 more seconds, right before the timer would have run out, and you know, a win for Kaito there. But unfortunately for him, he goes for the overextension, gets the kill. Spicy.
Dicey. A total of 2 members down from the side of Safi Unix. We're looking at 5 versus 3. And the entirety of the defenders, they are playing in a very aggressive state, and is finding himself yet another one to his name. He's rushing right at the shot. He misses the shot. He misses it again. But it doesn't really matter because Introduce is the one that finishes the rest of them off. And Kaito, they managed to finish the second round right now. Defuse up onto the bomb, and that is the next round secured.
And I mean, Sapphire Unix was able to hold on to quite a decent amount of time, but unfortunately, again, their gunfight skills definitely lacking going up against Kaito here.
The enemy has the bomb.
It's all about the flashy plays now. Defenders, the Kaito. They want to score some style points at this point in time. But it's definitely going to be slightly difficult as most of the attackers from Sapphire Unix, they are on a mission and they know their task. But unfortunately, Sapphire Taffy is going to be the first one to take contact. First person to be taken down, but hold on a second, it kind of seems like Shiko Rui. He does find himself in an angle, but unfortunately will be gunned down by NVX, Living Soldier, the final member remaining against an army of 5.
Could be a flawless victory here for the side of Kaito, and I have to say, Safi Taffy, she has to stay alive for the team.
Oh, hello!
Oh, might get a kill here, unfortunately, jumping right back and getting the kill 3-1. So as I was saying, right, Safi Taffy definitely has to stay alive for the team. And looking at the kill points, she has 4, followed by, I believe that is Shorts with 3. So definitely these two players, they cannot be the first 2 players to go down. So they have to play a bit more smart here.
It's currently 3-1, 4 rounds down, and this is gonna be the final round before the switch. Until Kaito becomes the attacker and Sapphire Unix becomes the defender. But up in the roof, it doesn't seem like things are working very well for Lutfi. He's gonna be gunned right down, leaving Shork and Shikorui, the last 2 members remaining, and then right as I speak, Shikorui goes down, leaving Shark all alone to fend for himself against all 3 other enemies. A 1 vs 3 is not that difficult. It's definitely possible. That is if Kaito goes in 1v1, that is one of them that we are talking about. He just needs to go for another duel all by himself, and he may have a chance, but unfortunately couldn't quite see right on his 6. And that is how we have Kaito getting himself a 3-point lead.
Just looking at the wrong direction, unfortunately for Shaw, at that very last moment. If he was looking left, he could have gotten a shot off.
He could have, yes.
Gotten a 1-on-1, and that would have been much easier. As you see, Shaw taking the head of, spicy. And at this point of time, Charisma on 4 kills, looking for more. Jumping right on, and this is why I hate Favela, right? You're jumping all through windows.
Yeah, there's so many things going on. It's either inside, outside, upstairs, downstairs. I'm getting vertigo from all of that. But Lutfi, he's definitely not having the vertigo. As now we are looking at Sapphire Unix that manages to get themselves a point to themselves right after entering the defender side.
It's not over yet.
Very good defender start for the side of Sapphire Unix. 4-2. It's still not out of reach just yet, and like I said, they have to play a bit slow, especially going up against the fast movement of Kaito.
Kaito just needs 2 more points for themselves in order to win in the second game. Charisma spots Lutfi, but he has already broken fire and starts to sound echo through the horizon. He's gonna be found out as such. NVX and Charisma, 2 of them are taken down, while Soldier himself is also gonna be taken down. The defender currently does have an advantage when it comes down to numbers. And Kaito, they're gonna have to be really meticulous with what they're doing. And from now on, the attackers are plotting a form of revenge. Only for Introduce to take 2 down. Take Safi Taffy down, leaving Lutfi. Last man remaining. He gonna have to weave his way around as the defenders, as Kaito have already taken control of the entirety of A. And that is where GZ! He was trying to go for a stylish play, but it wasn't quite able to do that.
And Lutfi get his kill here again!
He got it!
Down to a 1v1 here, Abstract with the bomb to go for the defuse. Lutfi has 2 tasks now. to go for the kill, go for the defuse with just under 15 seconds left. Goes for the fake. Will he get the shot? Gets the shot out, and only with 12 seconds left, plenty of time for the defuse. Safi Unix pulling out all the stops to win that round.
Lutfi! That is not something that you should be doing because you absolutely destroyed it when it comes down to the previous round. Absolutely a banger so far. And just from that performance alone, that has to be the closest game so far. And of course, one of the best clutch that we have seen today.
Waiting for the shot here. Shark does have two right in front of him. Will give intel away to his teammates. Unfortunately, he does not have the gun to take him out. Charisma takes out Safi Taffy as well. Like I mentioned, his first two players already down. And unfortunately, Lutfi, the clutch king, unfortunately gets eliminated. Shiko Rui as well as Soldier left to fend for themselves will get the kill on to Shork. Unfortunately, Charisma does have just one person to take down. 5-3. Kaito on match point.
Match point, and that means that Kaito just needs one more round in order to win in game number 2. It's an important game for Kaito. It's an important round, and the way that they are moving around is absolutely devastating. They're going fast. They're on a hunt like a dome. They smell blood in the shark-infested waters. Immediately rushing right down onto a certain site. And Team Safi Unix, they do not know of what has happened. And only right when the bomb is dropped, they will be heading their way into the inevitable doom, where only Soldier and Safi Taffy is left. One is far and one is close. Who's coming in contact first? Kinda seems as though it will be Safi Taffy, as NVX finds himself one, leaving Soldier, the last member remaining, only for him to left with a half HP and dropped right down. Kaito gets himself game number 2.
What a game number 2 that we've had, right? Even though we've seen similar scores, but nothing as close as that. Heart-stopping action from start to finish. Lutfi with the, I believe, what, 3K?
That should be a 3K, yes. I mean, the clutch itself is a 3v1, right? Whatever that has happened before the 3v1, I do not know. But it's fair to say he had minimum of 3 kills. He ended the game with roughly about 9 kills, and I'll say that that is entirely admirable. Very good plays, very good decision making as well. Just rushed in the face of the enemies. He tapped onto the bomb for a little bit, managed to get the opponent's attention, and just rushed right at him.
And again, he had 12 seconds to go for the defuse as well. Time was not on his side. You know, Kaito, all they had to do was just kite him all the way through. But they were brought down one by one. Unfortunately for them, they should have come together as a wolf pack, right, to go for this kill onto Lutfi. But Lutfi showing why he is such a highly valued player in Safi Unix with that 3K and the defuse.
Well, that is a total of 2 games done. We are now at series point. So what that happens, of course, what that means also is for Kaito. They need to win in the next game in order to get themselves a 3-0 victory. And that will bring them into the semi-finals? Semi-finals. So from the semi-finals onwards, boy oh boy, I don't think that we'll be looking at any more 3-0 victories.
I'm hoping to see more clutches.
I'm hoping to see more as well.
I'm very excited to see the semi-finals here, but let's focus on the present because we are gonna jump in back to firing range, right, for domination.
Again?
Yep. So apparently for this set of games, right, firing range is the map of choice. We've had it in Hardpoint. We're gonna play in domination. If Safi Unix gets game number 3 and 4, forcing a round number 5, we are going back to firing range in Search and Destroy.
Well, wait, firing range is Search and Destroy as well?
Yes, sir.
Like literally 3 firing ranges.
Yes, sir.
Well, people do love themselves the firing range, and I am honestly not too surprised. But either way, the next round is in domination, and what map are we looking at again?
Firing range.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, of course, duh. But here in firing range for domination, of course, 75 points for the first half, and then the next 75 points for the second half. There is definitely a comeback mechanic that we should be expecting to see. But when it comes down to looking at the game in hard point, Safi Unix's team definitely find themselves a little bit of a problem. It's not exactly a stone wall in front of them. Technically speaking, you can call it like a concrete, wait, stone or concrete, which is harder?
I'm caught between a heart and a rock and a hard place here.
Huh?
I can't think which is harder.
Well, either way, the main thing is that Safi Unix, they need to find an idea. They need to find a strategy in order to break through the defenses of what Kaito has got. They need to bring in a wrecking ball to bring and tear down that wall that Kaito has built up. They need to hire Miley Cyrus right now, man.
Coming as a wrecking ball, right?
Exactly. Sorry, I'm a little bit old and I'm still stuck on that part. But coming into game number 3, this is the most important game for Safi Unix, as because of the fact that if they were to lose this round, they will be eliminated from this tournament entirely, while Kaito will move on to the top 4.
One shot there from the side of Kaito, securing kill, and it's a double, triple kill from And really spicy shots coming in from using that, I believe that was the DLQ here, with that sniper getting that kill on to 3 members from Safi Unix. But at this point of time, Kaito already has double nodes up and running, while Safi Unix only has that A point, even though they were first to hit their A point.
It is definitely tough for Safi Unix to play. I mean, they are currently 1/4 in the way to capturing C. The rest of Kaito, they are playing more of a defensive game. They are not trying to go offensive at all in the into side A at all. I mean, yes, we do have Charisma that's trying to play a little bit deeper into the map. But all in all, Kaito has set up a perimeter to ensure that B and C will always be theirs. And instead of playing a total domination, they would want to play in a more safer domination.
I have to say, Safi Unix has to bring down because looking at his current kill
10 kills.
He has 10 kills.
I don't think he died yet.
I don't believe he died yet. So he
25
is
kills incoming. Oh!
Caster's curse right there.
Justice Jinx coming in. It's really unfortunate, but hey, it is what it is in the end. We're currently looking at Kaito that is close to double of Safi Unix's team points, and they have a lot to catch up to. But shortly after speaking, we are starting to see Shork as well as Safi Taffy starting to get themselves a bit more kill points.
Yep, Safi Unix getting those kills, but remember, this is an objective game. They have to secure all those nodes on the ground for them to secure those points. You know, because they have to get those kills. Yeah, sure, they're getting the kills to secure those score streaks, right? But I believe there's a number of kills here by Shock, a double kill from Shock. But without getting those objectives, they will not be able to win it. And Safi Unix gets A and C.
We lost A.
Not anymore. And now Kaito has claimed back onto A. The entire map have seen a switcheroo. Is now on his way. He does have an Annihilator on himself. He gets himself a double and he's scouting out for a triple. But at this point in time, he's just going to be capping down onto C and trying to go for a total domination, which is what Kaito is going for. Safi Unix, they do have someone capping onto A. The total domination is only for a shy little bit. But right as we speak, Kaito has managed to reach the target of 75 points.
We'll start the next round fully streaked out. And let's see what score streak he has in store for Safi Unix.
It doesn't seem like... Oh, UAV?
Picking up by definitely from contact grenade being used by Safi here, trying to pop onto that B side. Will hit no one, will not connect to anyone. As Shock tries to push through, then to white containers, will get the kill there and introduce, holding on to his own home base here. As B side being taken by Safi Unix, unfortunately for them, not able to rotate quickly enough as NVX takes out another member here from the side of Safi Unix.
Literally pinpoint accuracy. Kaito, they are on a lead, they are on a tear, and wherever they go, whoever that they see, they are literally like hot knife through butter, and they're not allowing Safi Unix to break through the defenses at all. At this point in time, it is A and C that has been capped, while GZ is just going to be working his way down onto B previously just now, but he does have an Annihilator, so he does want to make full use of the Annihilator's 2 remaining shots and continue the momentum that he brings down. But unfortunately, he's being outshined by crazy marksmanship.
For Safi Unix, they are chasing this slippery slope here as Ludwig goes down into wooden warehouse. Unfortunate for him, GZ nearly fully. Oh, I think he is fully streaked out. He's just waiting for his UAV to come back online, and he's fully streaked out right now. Has that gunship ready to go. We're just waiting for him to activate it. I'm very sure he will activate it very soon as GZ takes out double player Shiko Rui as well as Safi Taffy going down to that QQ9.
Not exactly going for the heli just yet, but Shork now, he did manage to get himself a double kill down onto the members from Kaito, but not quite enough to get himself even more caps just yet. Shork just went down right inside of C. A glimpse of success coming in from Safi Unix, but unfortunately it's not quite possible yet.
Safi Unix 55 points against 120. Not a very close game here we're having, but Kaito, they will want to quickly finish this off. No triple cap just yet. Quite surprising considering the domination that they've had thus far. But I guess Safi Unix just holding on to that 1 point for themselves, not wanting to get triple cap anytime soon. But slowly but surely, clock is running down. Points is running down. 130 to 62. 20 more points. Safi Taffy goes down. Sparrow being used by Introduce. And no one's running right into his Sparrow, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's been holding on to his Sparrow for the longest time ever, but he hasn't really quite seen. Okay, finally he found some trade. Not exactly trade, but he finally found some value for his Sparrow. But at this point in time, right as we speak, Kaito currently have double point that has been captured with 143 points for themselves!
Finally, a nuke, but I don't think we'll be able to see it.
25! And Kaito! What a way to end the game! Kaito ended the game with a massive nuke to themselves. And 150 points reached. Boy!
What a way to end the game. I didn't even know he had the nuke there.
Until...
Honestly, I thought there was a Predator missile until I saw like, what in the world is he typing there? And I'm like, oh my goodness, it's a nuke. And we finally
We asked for it. We asked for it. They delivered. They heard us. And they're just like, yeah, you know, hold on to my phone. Okay, wait, no, don't hold on to my phone. I'll take the phone.
But what a domination showing from Kaito, sending Safi Taffy straight into the mortuary with that nuke, that final nuke to end the series 3-0.
No other way to end the series other than a blast, isn't it? Probably the best way.
A statement
it
to
really
the next
is a
opponent.
statement.
Right?
The timing is impeccable, and I gotta have to give it over to them. Kaito, they played game 1, game 2 with such confidence, and when it comes down to game 3, not only they managed to beat their opponents, but they gave us a statement on top of that. And I really hope that every single one of you guys have thoroughly enjoyed yourself, because we're gonna go off for a short little break, and once we are back, we'll be coming in with some semi-finals games, and that ought to get you right out of your seat. With that all said and done, we'll see you guys in a short little bit. Gee. back once again for the Asia Esports Festival here in Kallang Wave Mall. The atrium is packed, filled with people that are watching and of course knows about CODM as well as many other people. We even include cosplayers as all around the place as they are steadily waiting for 7 p.m. as there's gonna be a cosplay competition coming up really soon. My name is Abstract, with me here is Toast, and the both of us will be our casters for today.
Yep, and what a way to come back from, right? We came back from a nuke at the very end of that game between Kaito and Safi Unix. What a way to end the
What
series.
a way, yes.
Right, and will this be a form of statement for Kaito against CKG Legacy, which they will be going up against in the semi-finals?
Oh, that is a tough question to answer, unfortunately, and I don't think that anyone else out there in the open will have a proper answer to that as well, as we did manage to see CKG as well as Kaito. Both of these teams have got a flawless victory all the way game 1 to game 3. So honestly, pitting them against one another is probably a game that is grand finals worthy.
Could very well be. Will we see our very first 5-game series? We've gone up to 4 games. Will we go to our 5th game this time round? Semi-finals, Kaito against CKG Legacy, like you've mentioned, both kind of on equal standings here. And will we be able to see a thrilling 5-game series?
Now let's take a look at their veto. What are the bans and what are the picks coming in for this series? When it comes down to the weapons, Purifier as well as Sparrow has been banned. Sparrow banned.
Yeah, I think it kind of is in line with the current meta and the current pro plays. Vetoes, right?
Okay.
For Purifier as well as Sparrow. Alternatively, could have been the Annihilator, but you know, CKG Legacy has banned the Sparrow before, so we'll see. They've also banned Slum as well as Hacienda. Again, Hacienda, a map that's very hard to play in. Even the pros try to avoid Hacienda as much as possible. You don't see a lot of Hacienda games in the pro circuit.
Well, technically understandable why Hacienda is being thrown in the banning pool. In the very event that there is a team that decides to play something that is like super niche, like maybe Kaito does have a something secret in their lineup, and they're just like, hey, we train for Hacienda. That is definitely something that is you probably would not hear in a million of years, but definitely something that will be interesting. But for game number 1, what we will be looking at when it comes down to point taken is going to be standoff. So honestly, pretty normal kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Afterwards, game number 2, we're looking at search and destroy. It is going to be firing range. Game 3 in firing range again for domination, followed by takeoff and then firing range again. So 3 different firing ranges that will be played today.
Definitely hoping to see the games take off in a sense, right? Jumping into game number 1, of course, Kaito will be on the blue side, CKG Legacy on the red side. How that will turn out in terms of strategy, we'll soon find out. But of course, like I mentioned, both teams, equal standings. It's going to be very interesting. It will be a very close match at this point of time, right? I mean, off stream, we were discussing on certain teams that will go through. But on paper right now, between Kaito and CKG Legacy, I just can't put a figure on who's going to come out on top here.
In that case, I'm going to play as that idiot that always asks that question. You got to choose one.
Alright, I'm gonna choose with Mr. Nuke himself, Kaito, to come out on top.
Nuke? No, not Nuke, but Kaito, huh?
Kaito.
From now on, they're not called Kaito to me, they're called Nuke. Okay, in that case, if you're going for Kaito, I'm going for CKG, right? Kind of like play things around. In the very event that CKG wins, you owe me a chicken rice, and if Kaito wins, I owe you nothing.
You owe me a Starbucks then. A Starbucks, which is just quite close by because, we are in Kallang Wave Mall Atrium. If you guys are here, thank you for staying with us. And if you guys are at home, it's still not long before you guys can jump in because we still are only in the semi-finals, right?
Only in the semi-finals,
so
yes.
We are about to jump into round number 1 here.
Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the series between CKG Legacy against Kaito for the semi-finals game here in standoff for Hardpoint.
Time pumping down that smoke right down the center. We'll see if that comes out to fruition. First person to go down. Jeezy will take down. Oh, he gets taken out by Infinite from CKG. So 5 points already on the side of CKG Legacy. Slowly climbing up the point ladder here as Tense looking for his second kill. Holding onto that half wall. Not able to secure any kills from that angle.
The entirety of Kaito now have taken the entire control right by the hard point, only for CKG Legacy trying to waterfall in from the northern side. Every single one of them have got a great understanding that that is the point of attack that they're trying to go for. They're going in for trades, 1 for 1, 2 for 2, whatever it is. In the end of the day, it is going to be a clear line of defense coming in from Kaito, and they're doing an extremely good job. But only after 30 points in, CKG Legacy have managed to take their own control right by the hard point here in the middle lane.
And of course, Kaito knows that it is time to go for the rotation. CKG will let to take all those scrap points. CKG, they will have to start rotating over instead of securing all those scrap points because they know that at this point of time, Kaito, they are definitely in the lead and will defend with a lot of crossfires here.
A fast rotation from CKG Legacy allows them to make their move all the way to the western part of the map. And Kaito, they're not getting in the way just yet. Both of them, or rather all of them, they are just going to be wrapping around all around stand-up. They're not going to be too interested in attacking head-on. But things are definitely not going too well for Kaito, as now it is going to be going back and forth. And did manage to get a kill down on Infinite as well. Now Time is just going to be holding down onto the anchor right inside of the hard point. They are trying to get themselves back in, and that is going to be an instantaneous push coming in from Time. Gets himself a single, and right outside of the window, he gets another!
CKG still playing back up to Kaito playing back up to CKG. They have to start rotating over. This point has been lost. They have to push back into the next hard point in order to secure themselves some much needed points here in the next hard point.
Kaito understood that they have already taken the hard point already and preparing themselves for the next. And they are doing a very good job with NBX hiding right around the room with the only couch. Like, let's be honest, why would you have a room that only have a couch?
I am not too sure where the camera is right now, but NBX holding on to that angle, able to secure a kill, I believe. But his own gravity vortex being deployed by Charisma prevents any player jumping in from that window. Unfortunately, no one is there. No utility being utilized by the side of Team CKG Legacy. It's neck and neck here, Abstract. It's anybody's game.
It is absolutely insane how CKG Legacy as well as Kaito is playing for themselves. The gravity vortex gun didn't really quite give that much of value as much as I expected and something that I was hoping out for. We are literally going in back to back and of course just going trading back and forth. If you look at the kill feed, it is always CKG Legacy kills Kaito, Kaito kills Legacy, Legacy kills Kaito. So it is always going to be that grind over and over again. And once you see that the kill feed are filled with a single color, that means that a certain team have gotten themselves the hard point. The hard point has already been gone in the northern side. It's going to be pushed all the way down to the southern, where Kaito is just going to be setting up shop down south, and they managed to get a kill down on the Time, allowing them to climb up in points even more.
Stacking up onto boxes, good defense coming in on the side of Kaito. They are slowly but surely gaining back those points that they've lost against CKG Legacy. CKG Legacy coming in from the second floor, unfortunately not able to secure themselves any points just yet. NBX with that kill, and a lot of kills coming in on the side of Kaito. 81. Very, very fast-paced game action here, Abstract.
But unfortunately, Raft getting himself with a triple. It went down almost immediately, but the value is already there. Introduce is trying to work their way all across the game, and with a very good crossfire position, he did a very good job indeed, allowing Kaito to finally break through the 3-digit mark, while CKG Legacy, they are lagging behind by 30 points, or rather 25 points at this point in time. They really want to climb back. They really need to find themselves in the next hard point, which is situated right in the center.
Yep, gone for the reset here. Let's see if CKG is able to secure the points. Unfortunately not able to. CKG Infinite with that kill on that Annihilator unfortunately gets traded off 101 to 81, 20 points to the finish. CKG Low goes down right on top of Yellow, unfortunately. NVX holding on to angles here with his teammate, but no CKG players in sight.
Yes, now it is. NVX has completely been taken control of, and there is this amount of play. There is not a lot of free real estate across this hard point at all, but that was a pretty good kill coming from Introduce as well. And they are holding on to this point as he runs and guns, finds himself one of the 10s, but unfortunately that is going to be low. They did manage to introduce himself right down on the Introduce. 81 is to 129. Kaito is having a really tough spot trying to hold themselves down onto this hard point, and they are just going in back and forth.
Cool Kid Gaming ready to go for the next hard point, but NVX already in the next hard point, 129 to 82. Kaito very, very close to winning the very first round, but of course we do know that CKG Legacy won't be able to just kneel down and give them that easy victory. Type here, able to secure a couple of kills, but NVX holding on to that second floor of this site. Unfortunately, a lot of players just jumping right into it. Gravity sucks at him in, make sure that NVX not able to secure any kill. CKG Legacy with the points.
And CKG Legacy, they do have the hard point for themselves. Kaito would definitely want to floor themselves right in. They do have quite a bit of lead, so what they can do is eventually spread themselves out throughout the map for the next 30 seconds if they really want to. But for now, they can try to contest this as much as possible. But CKG Legacy, they still have the control for the next 15 seconds, very likely. So right now, Kaito, it really seems like that is going to be the game plan. They're going to be waiting for the next hard point, but CKG Legacy, they're already 1 point ahead. They're already 1 foot ahead, as we do have Low that is already prepping himself, and 10's come in from behind with the Annihilator. CKG Legacy, they are on a roll, and they may actually be able to come back from this.
Kaito, all they need to do is just hold on to the next hard point for about 15 to 20 seconds and they will get the very first game. But unfortunately for them, CKG Legacy will not be giving it to them quite so easily. They will not kneel down to Kaito as Kaito gets the kill. Beautiful hole by Jeezy here.
Jesus, right now, it is now 10 points left for the side of Kaito. CKG Legacy, they need to get themselves right back into the hard point as fast as possible, as much as possible. But unfortunately, all of them are getting destroyed, and Kaito gets themselves game number 1. Whew.
Very, very fast-paced action coming in from both Kaito and CKG Legacy. 150 to 120 to Abstract. We are at that stage of the tournament already.
We are. It has come to the point that number 1, the both of us going to lose our voice, and number 2, we're probably gonna blank out real soon. These players are not giving us a second to breathe, as every bloody second is full of back-to-back action. And all these players, all these teams, they realize this at one point. I kill one, you kill one, I kill one, you kill one. They are not letting the opponents off the hook, and it is by no means a total domination.
Yep, they are going for trade-offs, maybe 2 for 1, 1 for 1, anything that helps to get themselves into the hard point. But Kaito, with already 1 point in the bag, and like what you mentioned, right, they know what's at stake, right? $1,500 for first place. They are in the semi-finals. They win this, they go into the grand finals to fight for $1,500 or $1,000. That's $500 difference right there, and I'm very sure every single one of the teams in the semi-finals would want to hit that first place position.
Everyone here would definitely want to keep your eyes peeled and to watch exactly what CKG Legacy as well as Kaito have got in store for us. Yes, the first hardpoint game was given away to the members of Kaito, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the next 2 games may go to Kaito, because the next game that we're going to be looking at is going to be in Search and Destroy
Firing range. Yep. I love this. I really, really love this. And I wouldn't say the points were given to Kaito, right? Kaito had to fight claw their way to get 150 points. CKG Legacy did not make it easy. 122, I think that's the closest we've had in terms of scoreline, right? So it could go either way at this point of time. So right now, all I have to do is remind everyone there's 1 point to me, 0 to Abstract.
I completely forgot about that. CKG, go! I want my chicken rice.
I want my Starbucks.
Which are more expensive? Oh, clearly the Starbucks.
Clearly the Starbucks.
I want... I don't know. Okay, well...
Well, I do know what the audience want, and it is to jump right into game number 2.
Do they?
Yes.
Of course they
Search
do.
and destroy.
Of course.
Firing range. Kaito 1 point in the lead. CKG fighting for this next point. 3, 2, 1. Abstract, take it away.
Here in Search and Destroy, Kaito is gonna be putting themselves as the defender, while CKG Legacy puts themselves onto the attacker. Who's gonna become up as the victor for the first half? We shall wait and see. Is it the aggressors or is it the aggressed?
Oh, 3 players already eliminated by CKG Legacy. Kaito on a tear here, Abstract.
It doesn't seem like CKG Legacy will be able to do much right now with time all alone. Tossing all the grenades, and the only thing he's stuck with is the other side! A quick scope! A double quick scope coming in! Could be a triple one, but unfortunately introduced with a quick little slide! Will be able to get himself down below the Madman!
What a quick scope there coming from CKG Legacy. I think we definitely will be losing our voice very, very soon here. Abstract introduce here, trying to go for the quick rotation. We'll see if this will bear fruit for them.
It would definitely be a tough game, even though it was like, what, a 1v3 or 1v4 type makes things not so easy after all. As such, both teams, they can definitely not underestimate each other. Whatever that you do, you gotta have to exercise extreme caution with the players that you are fighting against. As for now, Type unfortunately lost in the sniper battles against a 1-for-1 trade, but Kaito is the one that does have the man disadvantage for now.
CKG Legacy already with the bomb in hand. Which way will they switch? Could they go for the A or the B side? At this point of time, we are not very sure currently at this juncture of time. Oh, it seems like Charisma unfortunately gets eliminated by CKG, and they will go to a 4v1, 3v1. Bomb has been planted over onto that B side.
Can he really do it with the DLQ? Watching right behind the truck, but unfortunately tagged for quite a little bit. Decided to go for a long way around, but it does seem like he's not sure about what's going on. As and Ace clerks right behind of him and allows him to go right past of him in order to get the right time in play.
Bomb spotted.
There was no way that he was able to get both players at the same time, though. He had one in his front, one on his sixth. That was a definite win for the side of CKG Legacy. They pull 1 point back, and we are back to even Stevens.
1-1. Kaito as a defender. They're so far playing in a very defensive position. Type did manage to see a single sniper onto the other side. It does kind of seem as though it would be but it's still gonna be up and alive. The only one that has gotten a good amount of shot is gonna be the only one that have gotten 4 kills so far has been taken down by Tents.
Very, very unfortunate that he was on the DLQ, gets taken out by I believe an AK-47. So definitely the DLQ should have won that gunfight. Unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case, as Charisma still holding on to this angle, trying to get a beat on the rest of the teammates. And they might have gone for the plant here, as Charisma unfortunately just lets one person out. Will he be able to get it? No, he will not. And it's down to a 4v1. Bomb has been planted. A lot of things to ask for from GZ.
Do not look down on this guy just yet as he comes into contact, but he did not respawn in time. Definitely not something that I was expecting for GZ. Was thought that he will be able to bring out quite a bit of fight, but regardless, that is going to be 1 point given away to CKG Legacy. Kaito 1 point down, but it's not out yet.
And we do see a very methodical pace coming in from both teams. They're not rushing in just get into position. They are trying to get a beat here, and good smoke down the center. Very, very outside professional use of that smoke to distract any snipers aiming down that center. So good job on whoever threw that smoke. And CKG, a quick trade-off from both ends, and it's still down to a 4v4.
4v4 is still gonna be available, and knowing as how he plays, he will always be anchoring a single position. But Tans right now and Type, they are all coming in. Infinite gets himself a kill done, and every single one of the members from Kaito are getting gunned down by CKG Legacy in this round number 4.
3, 2, 1. And Kaito, you cannot count them out just yet. We still have a point to 6, right? This is the best of 11, right? Best of 11 trying to get into the shots in. 3, 2, 1. Kaito leading, CKG Legacy leading by 2 points at this point of time.
Is literally raining bombs, and as the bombardiers coming from the defenders, they are trying their absolute best to immediately flush out the members of attackers. Tans takes contact, gets himself a single kill to his name, right down onto NVX. It's just gonna be left with GZ. Oh, not GZ anymore, but as well as Type. They're just gonna be working their way around. Charisma wasn't able to do much as such. The 5th round came to an end, and CKG Legacy has managed to get themselves with 3 points ahead of Kaito.
Will we see Kaito get the better of CKG as the attacker? As still does not have the bomb, I think. GZ who has the bomb. A lot of expendables being thrown out down onto firing range as they are going to start to push on through.
Oh, what is this?
Quick trade-off coming in from both teams. And they have to go and secure this site here. There's still another player jumping right in. Shorty coming right in. Gets the kill! Sorry, that was a thumper, not a shorty, but he trades his life. It's 2v1 at this point of time. GZ does know where the last player is at this point of time. He is going to go into the white containers. Holding on to this angle is Tens.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
And just like that, CKG Legacy, right after the switch, they have managed to win as a defender, leaving GZ, the last member remaining in the previous fight. And now with match point, CKG's Legacy Search and Destroy seems to be on a tear, and they are working their way around Kaito. But unfortunately, right off the map, it kind of seems as though we have equalized the score factor. Not anymore, as Kaito has lost yet another one, and another one, leaving GZ not going to be the only one remaining. Taken down by Infinite, and now CKG take themselves game number 2.
And in terms of series, we are still draw 1-1.
1-1 in terms of series. That game was absolutely fast and not exactly that back-to-back as we were expecting, to be honest. Yep. What exactly do you think happened there when it comes down to Kaito?
I mean, probably the nerves. I would say nerves, or maybe they were overconfident, they overextended, probably. CKG Legacy, they did very well. In terms to hold on to their lead. They only dropped 1 point. Like we were talking about, you know, how even Stevens they were, but they only dropped 1 point. So they were able to keep on to their lead. So I believe their discipline, their strategy definitely worked out. And, you know, they brought 1 point back to their camp.
And just because of the game in Hardpoint, we do have an understanding that both of these teams have very separate kind of strategies for different kind of game modes after all. Well, for CKG Legacy, it is definitely a bummer for the fact that they have lost in the Hardpoint, and Kaito, likewise, that they have lost in Search and Destroy. But to make matters worse is that Kaito only have gotten a single point away from CKG. That must have been a bigger mental toll onto Kaito. Coming into domination, how exactly do they want to play this game after losing the momentum from Hardpoint?
They just got to keep doing what they have to do, or what they've been doing that brought them to this dance, right? Because, you know, we see in Hardpoint a respawn map, 150 to 122. Domination, kind of similar gameplay, right? You know, you have unlimited lives, clock not your friend, and all you have to do is just capture those points. But over on the side of, you know, CKG Legacy, right, they are they will be boosted by this win in Search and Destroy, so definitely that would help them coming into domination.
Well, as we are setting up for the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that every single one of you guys have thoroughly enjoyed the show so far. Here in the Kallang Wave Mall atrium, we do have the CODM games that a lot of you guys are watching. I hope, if only we have a roving cam,
yes.
But we do not quite have that, so you can only see our faces, at least for now. But the main thing that I want to bring your attention to is the fact that up on the second floor of Kallang Wave Mall in the EXP Esports Experience Center, we do have Valorant games that will be going on. Albeit that right now they are on an intermission, but the games will be going on sometime soon. If you happen to be a Valorant lover as well as CODM lover and you are still at home, I have no idea what you are still doing at home. It's time for you to get your ass down so that you can move up and down between the two different venues and enjoy what we have got to offer.
And what's going up and down is definitely the points that we will see in domination. Kaito 1, as you can see from the screen, Kaito 1, CKG Legacy 1. Game 3 is about to begin. This would put the team on top and one more point towards heading into the grand finals.
After all, when we are talking about domination, we do have 3 points that is available on the map. Point A, point B, and point C. Naturally, point A and C will always be given away to the respective teams, while point B will always be the most difficult point to get into. CKG Legacy, they may have already broken through the barriers, but they are not entirely too efficient when it comes down to breaking through and getting themselves point B. But almost immediately, they've gotten themselves B already with a triple kill that will be connecting down onto Infinite, but only for a short while.
CKG Legacy definitely pushing Kaito to the side of the map in order to secure that B point. Quick pick up onto that B side as GZ holding on to Wooden Warehouse. Unfortunately, he gets taken out. CKG, like a bat out of hell, going for this push into Wooden Warehouse. And it seems like they have found a new vigor coming into domination.
Kaito currently in, they are losing their point C real soon if no one comes in to assist. But Charisma came in right in the nick of time and brought down low, which is one of the most important players that was trying to capture down onto C. But CKG Legacy, they still have the advantage in terms of nodes as well as total points to their name.
Yeah, when looking at CKG 10s with no kills just yet, I believe he is going to be the objective player for the side of Team CKG Legacy. Majority of the players on Kaito already has some form of kill, so this would definitely help increase their score streak if they are able to stay alive at this point of time, right? 39 to 22, White Warehouse being invaded right there by the side of CKG, and it does not seem like it's going to stop anytime soon here, Abstract.
Definitely not. Kaito is throwing all of their bodies onto B side, but it doesn't seem like they are gonna be getting themselves that side anytime soon. CKG Legacy's defenses are not that easy to break down and penetrate, but one thing's for sure is that GZ is doing a very good job in anchoring in his spot and bringing down quite a number of players. But even when he's gotten all these kills, they are still not moving in, and they are still not capturing onto B just yet.
Yeah, so very unfortunate for GZ, who was holding on to second floor auto workshop. He gets taken out, but right at this point of time, CKG, they know the intel, they are pushing with that intel, so that's very, very smart movement coming in for the side of CKG. 67 to 36, nearly double the points here by the side of CKG. Kaito, they have to get themselves together and at least formulate a plan to take one more node away from CKG.
Just 2 more points to go, and there we go. CKG Legacy have managed to get themselves the score limit for the first half. And if CKG Legacy can continue the momentum, the tempo that they have gotten so far, and the 25 lead that they have got, it is going to be really difficult for Kaito to play.
Yeah, man. We are starting round number 2 with no players being fully streaked out. But we do have an Annihilator on type. Unfortunately, he gets taken out by the side of Charisma, holding on to the white containers. And white container being held on very forcefully by the side of Team Kaito. 43 to 77. B point not being taken by both sides anytime soon, as Time just waiting and holding on to his Annihilator before he starts using Introduce. In the meantime, immediately uses his Annihilator but goes down, unfortunately.
There's still 4, never mind, make that 4 more ammo in the chamber. Coming in onto the Annihilator. Quite a bit of value is coming up, but right now, Kaito, they're just going to be making their way onto A side. And they did manage to kind of get their way in through. Just a little bit more till they've gotten the cap in, and there we go. But unfortunately, they have yet to cap any more than CKG. As CKG still have 1 node more than Kaito. They need to catch up on the CKG, either to get a total domination or to get 1 node above a CKG, or else they would not be able to climb themselves back in for game number 3.
And B point still open for the retake. Both teams not wanting to push themselves into that B. It's easier to go for the retake. And 4 kills coming in from DNA. CKG on a tear, trying to get those kills here as Infinite adds on to his tally before trading off his life. Very, very unfortunate they're in that gunfight.
It doesn't seem like things are going very well for Kaito. They are now effectively half of CKG's total score. CKG's right now, they are just holding down an angle. They are not losing in the fight that they are picking up until GZ puts himself right on the top of the tower. Is anchoring himself as the bird's eye, looking down from above and of course delivering divine punishment. But so far, GZ with a total of 15 kills, he's not gonna let anyone get off the hook.
And it's a triple cap coming in from CKG. Kaito, I'm not quite sure if they realize that, but they do not have any nodes as well. They are gone for the A punt, and they were able to secure the A side quickly. And at this point of time, 126 to 57, they need no less than a triple cap to stay in this game. The moment it hits 130, all CKG has to do is just hold on to 1 point.
CKG Legacy, really, all they're doing right now is to be as close as possible to all of their nodes. And even if they're not too close to their nodes, they are doing an absolutely tremendous job in winning all of these aggressive duels. And somehow, I have no idea how CKG Legacy is doing things. They are actually losing in a lot of team fights right as we speak, but they are still not losing any nodes right now. You can see that on C side, they are losing a couple of nodes. B side, they are losing a couple of seconds, but CKG Legacy always comes right back in the nick of time to put the final lead in between of the opponent's eyes.
And we finally end the round 150 to 70. CKG Legacy, your winners for round number 3.
This is phenomenal. We've got game number 1 that have been taken by Kaito, and right after game 2, well, CKG Legacy, they are taking it all away. From that point in time, right after game 2, it is very fair to say both of these teams, they are teetering on a breaking point, and any single win from this point onwards will be breaking the balance. As such, CKG will be moving on to game number 4 against Kaito. They are the one with the lead, and they are the one with the series point.
And they are the one with everything to lose here, right? Because Kaito, all they have to do is just win this next round. We'll go into Search and Destroy game number 5, but we are guaranteed game number 4 at this point of time. Again, this win in domination, I would say, would mean close to nothing, because we still don't know who is going to go into the grand finals. Sure, CKG Legacy has the upper hand. They are in series point. But Kaito, they still can come back in here, because remember, they did very well in hardpoint. 150 to 122. If they win this, we are guaranteed a game 5.
Well, at this point in time, I would say that tempo from the side of CKG is definitely very important. They do have the momentum that managed to carry them from game 2 to game 3 and bring it to game 4. It will be a huge morale boost. So even when they have lost the first hard point, 150 to 122, that is a meager amount of 28 points. So honestly, it could be possible for CKG Legacy to win in a hard point, which they have previously lost before. But Kaito, I want to see them win, solely because I want to see a 5-game series. Call me a sucker for that.
The same here goes for me, man. 5-match series, we've never seen it before. 4 match is the most that we've seen, and that was in the very first game of the day. And you know, it's been a long day, right? We definitely want to go all 5 rounds, and it's all up to Kaito to give us what we need. I mean, they've given us the nuke. We asked for a nuke, they've given us a nuke. Now I'm asking Kaito, give us round number 5.
They heard us for the nuke, and now they ought to hear us for the game number 5. But for now, we're gonna have to look at the present. Look at game number 4. How will this game in hard points standoff?
No,
take
firing
off.
range. Firing range.
Firing range. Game forward, take off.
Take off.
Yeah.
It's a long day.
Stand off, take off, they all ends with an off.
But we won't switch off because we are going right into round number 4.
CKG Legacy right now with 2 points to their name, and Kaito with 1 point to their name. What will be the result of game number 4? Will CKG Legacy win this game and head over to Grand Finals? Or will Kaito win this game and give us a full game series? Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer for your favorite team and look at the result of this hot point game.
CKG, quick kills coming in from CKG. Good opening coming in from CKG. Able to dominate that kill feed. Kaito, they are lacking by 1 point here. They need to jump into the next hard point, or rather jump into the current hard point to secure those points. But CKG has been quite dominant in the first few opening seconds.
Well, we have seen something like this many times before, whereby the first team that always takes the hard point doesn't necessarily mean that they will be able to get the second one and, well, all the subsequent one. It really depends on the discipline of CKG Legacy and, of course, how greedy they will be. Right now, no one is going to be on the hard point. Just going to be holding himself right on the second floor. Unfortunately, will be taken down by Tape almost immediately. But CKG Legacy, they still have gotten themselves an advantage. But GZ was trying to work on his kill streak, but did not manage to work it off.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was caught staring into the sky, looking for that UAV before he got shot down. And very, very unfortunate that he was not able to bring down that Intel score streak coming right up. Introduce goes down as well. CBR4 gameplay coming in from Introduce. 5 kills from him. He is trying to push into this next hard point. Kaito, they are definitely right behind. And you know, they are at a very large disadvantage here. They're not winning their gunfights. They're not able to jump into those hard points. CKG definitely dominating them at this point of time.
But now Kaito is finally getting themselves back in, at least for now. But they are all challenging against one another. But Infinite came in right in the nick of time. He did manage to deliver quite a bit of lead onto the spine of the members from the side of Kaito, re-establishing their control onto the hard point. And the rest of the members from Kaito, they are trying their absolute best to run up the flight of stairs, but everything just doesn't seem to work until NVS comes right in, gets himself a double, and takes DNA down too.
They're going to use this scaling gun score streak, trying to force the rotation into their gunfights here, as CKG Type trying to get a kill or using his Annihilator. Does have 4 more rounds to go. Will secure another one. Double, triple kill.
Oh!
Can he go for one more?
Oh!
One more kill, and unfortunately it just runs out. Not able to get 100% effective rate on that Annihilator, but he did get at least 80%.
That was an amazing play coming from Tape, but we are very sure that that would not be the end of Tape just yet. CKG Legacy now, they are on a massive point ahead. What exactly is going on? And why is Kaito getting destroyed by the hands of CKG Legacy right now?
Kaito, they have to do something here. They have to stop the momentum for CKG Legacy. Not sure what they have to do, but they are so far behind, 100 point behind. CKG Legacy, all they have to do is just leave one person in the hard point. Gets a double kill. GZ! Double kill here, but it might be a little too late. but they still have 24 more points. CKG Legacy, they are trying to push into the next hard point here at Scratch.
It all depends down onto one person only, and they are just gonna be DNA is now down. It was one of the important anchors coming in onto the hard point, but regardless, Kaito, they still have gotten themselves the hard point until the point in time where we have Charisma taken down. Now, CKG Legacy, they're trying to get themselves right back on the track. Kaito themselves as well, slowly climbing up the scores. It is literally neck and neck, toe to toe. They're going back and forth. CKG Legacy is just 15 points away to winning in this entire series against Kaito.
And Kaito, you know, this is
Enemy shot flags
4, 3, 2, 1. It's likely going to the side of
CKG Legacy. They got themselves the 150 target points for this hard point game. CKG Legacy wins in this semi-final game. Not the answer that we were expecting. We were hoping for a full 4-game series, but what is that domination?
Yeah, I was definitely quite stunned by the results, right? We were talking about, you know, a very close game, but at the very end, CKG Legacy, man, they were holding on to their angles. They were rushing and slaying and anchoring all the perfect plays coming in from CKG Legacy. But, of course, Kaito not truly out yet, right? They can still fight for 3rd place.
And that is $500 of cold hard cash.
But CKG, on the other hand, they're going to be fighting for $1,500 in 1st place. If they go for 2nd, they will get $1,000.
But who exactly is their competitors? That is our question, and I'm pretty sure that is everyone's question as well. How is the grand finals gonna look like? Well, you're gonna have to come back later to find out the answer, because we are not even done with the other semi-finals game yet. So once we are back, we're gonna be introducing that game and give you all the ride of your life right after this very short break. Take care. ladies and gentlemen, we are coming in very close to the end of the Asia Esports Festival here at Kallang Wave Mall for the CODM tournament, as we have concluded the first half of the semi-finals, and we'll be moving on to the second half of the semi-finals very, very soon. The previous game, Kaito versus CKG Legacy, was definitely quite a crazy game. 3-1 scoreline. We did not expect that.
Definitely.
And the next game, we hope that is something that we can expect, which is Exiles versus Prime X. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Toasty Chamber. And the both of us will be our casters for today.
All right, so next game is going to be Exile against Prime X Ultimate. Prime X Ultimate we've seen in game number 1 in the whole event today. Exiles, we also seen them. Right? They win the second game, I believe. But let's see which team will come out on top for the other slot in the grand final. Shipment. Oh, yes. Why are we playing
The
Shipment?
first map of the day is also one of the greatest maps that we're going to be watching right now. So to give you guys a bit more context as to what is going to be happening in this game between Prime X Ultimate versus Exile. Purifier is banned, Annihilator is banned. When it comes down to map, Takeoff and Hacienda is banned.
And we are going to be seeing a quick, fast-paced action gameplay here as both teams playing in such a small map, both teams getting 1 point apiece. But at this point of time, already I believe Kazu getting double score streaks up, and there's Iron Big SB just holding on to that point with their life here.
The current hard point is going to be situated right in the center of all of these containers. It is not going to be very easy to break through, but somehow Prime X Ultimate, they are slowly breaking their way in. They do have a couple of adversary that they're going to have to bring down, but they are not going to be backing down from all of this adversity just yet. Exiles and Prime X, they are all very fast-paced.
Oh!
That thumper! Not exactly the answer that we were hoping for, but the close proximity is going to be the end of him.
And very, very close fight coming in from both teams. Exile 18-16, and that might be 18-18 at this point of time. Both teams quite neck and neck. This might actually be the closer game that we were wishing for compared to CKG as well as Kaito, but only time will tell. Kazu with 10 kills already has that UAV ready to go. Will he be activating it very, very soon? Seems like the KRM is the gun of choice for PRX at this point of time. Abstract.
But now it's 18-29. We do have 1 minute left onto this very specific hard point that is going to be situated all the way in the eastern part of the map. Prime X Ultimate is doing a very good job in holding this down. They were previously under Exiles when it comes down in points, but now based on the current lead, they are doing a very good job indeed. Exiles is finding a lot of opportunities, or rather they're not finding any opportunities to break through the points that Prime X Ultimate has been setting up.
Kazu fully streaked down right here, will be using his score streaks very, very soon. 18 kills over on the side of Kazu. Senpai trying to push his way into the score streak. Unfortunately gets down by the operator's skills here as Crater falls down. 15 kills, 22 kills by Madness. I'm quite surprised Madness is not using his KRM. We've seen how well his KRM has been put to good use, so it's a bit of a surprise for him to be using his MAC-10.
Next point is out. Exiles actually did a very good job in rotating all the way to the western part of the map to try to take control of the hard point, but unfortunately they just got overran by Prime X Ultimate. And as a matter of fact, Prime X Ultimate right now, they have gotten control of the hard point regardless. Exile just doesn't seem to be able to break through this at all. And Prime X Ultimate, they're just winning in every single team fight until now. Forky, Cake Nice, Your Senpai, they're just bring some of these members down over and over again. But getting the hard point is still gonna be the massive difficulty that's building up.
Ooh, Kazu yet again, that KRM showing it how it's done. Fully streaked out yet again. Does have the gravity spikes ready to be utilized very, very soon. Again, another kill by the KRM. Gravity spikes to no one, unfortunately, just wasting his operator skills. 100 to 27 to 21. And I'm a bit premature abstract that I was saying that, you know, it was a very close game. 129 to 21 does not seem very close at this point.
Well, initially it looked close until Primex Ultimate they heard us say, hey, the game is close, and then they were like, you know what, we're not gonna let this game be any more closer than it is. Sparrow definitely not gonna be a very good use here due to the fact that this is a very fast-paced map and it comes with enemies coming in from every single direction. But it's good when it comes down to contesting against the enemies who did have the hard point itself. Exiles would need, they definitely need something like a Sparrow in order to get themselves right back in this game, as no one is getting control of the middle hard point yet, until now.
144 to 22, clock ticking down in favor of Prime X Ultimate, and they will bring home their very first point.
Prime X Ultimate, they have managed to get themselves an amazing game number 1. Very conclusive and is very decisive. They know what they want to go for. They are winning in the team fights, they are winning in the gunfights, and they are not giving up at all despite the first few minutes. It was relatively rough.
Yep, definitely a bit of a slip up, I would say, on the side of Exiles. Right, they were so close at one point of time to a point where, you know, I was even saying it's going to be very close up to the very end. But 150 to 22, like I mentioned, doesn't seem to be the case, doesn't seem to be very close. But we still have SND to go forth into, as well as domination. Will we see a 3-0 game here right before the grand finals?
I really hope that it wouldn't be. I really don't think that it will be, as a matter of fact, because if we were to look back into the history itself, Exiles, they are the team that did manage to beat Elite Force in the round of 16. They beat Holic in the round of 8, and now moving on to fight against Prime X Ultimate. This is definitely gonna be one of their biggest competitor in order to make it through to the grand finals. But with all of that journey that they have got combined, they should be able to get themselves a couple of wins on top of Prime X, despite the fact that Prime X, they're a really strong team.
Definitely. I mean, at this point of time, every team is strong, right? We are in the semi-finals. They have to claw and fight their way into the semi-finals. And right now, we might be jumping into Search and Destroy. But let's talk about that game again. They were playing in Shipment, so I believe that was Prime X Ultimate's pick. I could be wrong, but that could have been Prime X Ultimate's pick.
You're right.
Yeah, so it was quite standard coming in from Prime X.
Well, in this case, we're gonna be looking at Search and Destroy. Exiles has picked this map here in Crossfire. Will Exiles be able to win in this their own map pick against Prime X Ultimate? Because if they were to lose, it will be serious point given away to Prime X Ultimate. Let's take a look at how this game will unfold. Almost immediately, Damage Kazu has already gotten himself a total of 2 kills, and that's a pretty good trade so far.
We have good usage of the smoke right down the center. Again, this map is famous for all the center snipe spots, and you have to use the smoke to blind out the snipers coming in. Both teams still quite wary because it's still a 2v2. Bomb not planted just yet. It's a 2v1 instead. Big SB unfortunately gets taken out by Madness with that double kill.
Prime X Ultimate breaking through the first game, or rather game number 2, with a great start here in the defender seat. While Exiles, they're still having a couple of difficulties trying to settle themselves down against Prime X Ultimate. They're still trying to find themselves a proper way and a proper angle to attack.
Yeah, both teams already losing 1 player apiece, so it's still for anyone's game. What a nade coming in from Crown, taking down your senpai, and you're dead at this point of time. Forky just trying to get a few shots in, using that DLQ, pushing through that area. No one able to secure any kills, and what a kill coming in from Crater. Getting the kill onto Forky as well. 2v2, we've seen this story before. Will it have the same ending? And Crater takes out 1 more player.
At this point in time, we're just looking at the final member from the side of Y2K. He turned things around. He managed to get a single kill, but Madness was just around the area. Not gonna be letting P2K to run away after getting that single kill.
Very, very unfortunate. Brought it down to a 1v1. Not able to finish the job, and it's now 2 points up for Prime X Ultimate.
He really wanted to go for the reset, but it wasn't fast enough, and of course the angle was a little bit too wide. At this point in time, in round number 3, it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far, make that 1-for-2. Exiles, they are still going to have a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Based on Prime X Ultimate, they are playing in very safe spots so far. And do have a single one. They're just going to be roving in between. Crown gets the win against Y2K. And this is a total defeat coming in from Exiles.
A tall order for the last person from Exile. You do not want to be holding on to a sniper rifle, being the sole survivor in your team, going up against 3 members. But Prime X Ultimate closes out that round with the victory, 3-0.
Just 2 more rounds for the first half, and only then Prime X Ultimate will become the attacker and Exiles will become the defender. But the biggest question will always be, how much points can the attacker eventually get for themselves? And that is going to be Exiles. They are already 3 points behind. They would need to find themselves proper ways to attack, because they're going to have to get the bomb planted down. And Prime X Ultimate, they are delivering themselves right in the face of Exile with no answers at all.
Very, very quick round coming in from Prime X Ultimate there. 4-0. Exile does not seem to have any answer for the aggression from Prime X Ultimate here at Track. And again, smoke throw down the center, and both snipers not able to secure any kills just yet. And Forky still looking around, trying to find a head to take off.
A dominating game so far here in the semi-finals. Prime X Ultimate are constantly getting themselves a win in this fight after fight. I am Big SB. He did manage to get a single kill down on the crater. 1 versus 1. This is where things are gonna get a little bit dicey, as they're all gonna get 1 versus 2 instead. Sorry, as your senpai right now is still gonna be walking around the area. This is going to be one of the only chances for Exile to actually get themselves back into the game. And the bomb ultimately will be planted.
Bomb has been planted.
Prime X has to go for the retake here. And I believe he does have sight on where the bomb is at this point of time. All that's to do is just take out one person. Unfortunately, SB sends him back into the lobby, and Exile gets 1 point.
We will call this the 4-1 cuss. Prime X Ultimate now, they will be the attackers, while Exiles, they are going to be working around as the defender. At least Prime X, they did not win all of the rounds in order for Exile to only lose 1 round being the defender. So there is definitely still a couple of saving grace. Kick nice, went straight in and went in like an Olympic diver. He made sure that he's going to be able to do everything and anything that he could, leaving Madness, the last member remaining in the map. But it definitely doesn't seem like it is going to be easy. A stun right down onto him.
Yeah, but the team from Prime X Ultimate, even though they had only 1 player on the side of Exile, they had the intel information with that stun grenade, so they know where Madness is at this point of time. Prime X Ultimate has, I'm not quite sure how he can go for this retake or go for the bomb plant. All he has to do is take out every single member from Exile, and unfortunately that will not be possible.
A simple P90, pray and spray, ought to be enough for Exiles to get themselves the 2nd point in the game. Prime X, they are definitely going to be sweating a little bit, having to lose 2 rounds in a row. And they are so close to getting themselves the match point at this point in time. But how far can they eventually go? Our eyes is on Madness and waiting for the time when he actually gets himself a nice shot right through the alley. But Exiles, playing as a defender, they are very, very dedicated in trying to defend the side of A. But unfortunately, they left B completely unattended.
Very, very conservative play coming in for the side of Exile. Not defending both sides, preferring to go for the retake, as at this point of time it's down to 4v2. Very, very bad odds at this point of time, but 40 gets one kill. Unfortunately, trades himself off. It's a 2v1, 1v1, double kill coming in from Y2K. And just like the virus, it's running rampant all over to Prime X Ultimate.
Definitely, you can all say that this is gonna be a hard round. There is, of course, gonna be Y2K. They're just gonna be moving himself right down to the damage caster, but unfortunately, that is going to be a tough run coming in from Y2K. They almost managed to clutch themselves for that round, but now, after losing round number 7, round number 8 is where Prime X is looking at a match point for themselves.
Got the bomb.
Will Exile be able to secure again a few points over onto their end? They've done it twice back-to-back before. Let's see if they can bring 2 points back, because they are facing a 2-0 loss if they are going to drop this next point here, Abstract.
B-side is gonna be difficult to take, but Prime X kind of seeming as though they are very, very interested in trying to go for this. Exiles, they are putting a lot of their firepower inside of A, and understandably so. But Madness right through. He did manage to get a kill down the kick. Nice, leaving Y2K the last member remaining. He's just going to be working with CBR4 and hoping that he will be able to break through it all. He makes his way close to B, but he's watching behind. He takes a kill, but unfortunately, he has to go for a reload. He weaves in and out, but that is going to be the slide from Damage Kazu that takes themselves the game. And ultimately, game 2 away from Exiles.
Prime X Ultimate, one more point before gaining their spot in the grand finals. Exile, one more point before dropping into the 3rd place playoff. Again, we still have 3 more rounds if it boils down to it. Domination, we'll see if Exile will be able to secure 1 more point. Again, not outside the realm of impossibility, right? Prime X Ultimate, they've dropped 2 points in SND, so it kind of really proves that they have a weakness. Let's see if Exile will take advantage of that weakness.
But we're talking about domination this time. Domination, there is a total of 3 points to capture. And the way that Exile has been playing so far is that they seem to dislike thinning out their manpower. They dislike thinning out and getting players all across the map. Someone defend this point, someone defend this point. They literally hard stack onto B, at least for that map itself. And they gave, they hard stack on the A, and they gave B away. I'm not too sure if whether their game plan is to try to go for retakes all the time, but in domination, trying to go for retakes is definitely gonna be very difficult to play.
Right, so next game will be played in Summit for domination. And if we recall, Prime X Ultimate, right, they were the ones who chose Summit going up against the very first game of the day against BRMP, and they lost. So not very good stats coming in for Prime X Ultimate in Summit here. So Exile, if anything to take away from that stat is, you know, they can win this.
They can. But we gonna have to see what exactly is going to be the play style for Exile. Because so far, not exactly a very promising answer. So far, I would say that yes, technically speaking, when it comes down to consistency and of course when it comes down to improving, they have improved from game 1 to game 2. If they have been consistent, then maybe they will be able to come in even closer against Prime X for game number 3. But heads up to them, I do want to see them win this game after all. After all, the both of us are suckers for a total of 5 game series. We will do whatever it takes in order to see that kind of game.
That's right, and another stat, right? Prime X Ultimate, the only team to play in Summit for domination. Exile hasn't played a Summit map. So Prime X Ultimate, even though they lost, they have kind of like intel coming right into it. They know what they did wrong going up against BRMP early on. So will they use this information to better themselves, to improve their performance here? Only time will tell as we jump into domination at Summit between Exile and match series point Prime X Ultimate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Exiles right now with not a single point to their names just yet. Gonna have to reclaim themselves in this game number 3 against Primex Ultimate. Is it really gonna go towards their way? Or is Primex Ultimate gonna get themselves a 3-0 victory? Keep your eyes peeled, because here in Domination, something is gonna be brewing.
Something's definitely got to give here as PX Crown gets that double kill, clears up that B side, and Rusty at CODM does not seem like he is any rustiness on his skills and was able to secure that B side area. So they are trying to push themselves onto that B side, but Y2K trying to push onto this area. Unfortunately, trades off his life. Rusty gets another double kill, just linking up his score streaks and trying to secure that B side here at Strax.
Primex is doing a pretty decent job so far. They may have conceded B side over to Exiles, allowing Exiles to get themselves quite a few lead ahead of Primex. But they did manage to get themselves a couple of kills every now and then. The B side is currently given away to Prime X. As such, they will win in the longer run. But Forky is doing a pretty darn good job in trying to be the additional stats for his team. They're all trying to go all the way around. They're capping each other's points. And now Prime X have gotten A, while Exiles have gotten C.
Exile only with 1 note so far, holding on to that node, because looking at this current position, if they lose this node, they will get triple cap. But PRX Crown unfortunately gets eliminated by Cake Nice, and KRM gameplay coming in from Damage Kazu. You do see the KRM being used a lot in this fight between Prime X as well as Exile. SKS gameplay coming in by from your senpai, gets eliminated. Madness gets a double, gets a triple kill with that weapon, the ASL, I believe.
Primex, they still have 2 nodes to themselves, and they're positioning, they're playing all around A and B, but they gotta have to be really careful about A, because they know, as a matter of fact, the respawn is just gonna be working for the side of Exiles towards A. But somehow, Primex Ultimate, they have decided to move their way over to C and give Exiles A. So they understood it perfectly. While Exiles respawn right back onto the eastern part, they are gonna give A. They are gonna be trading each other with the C. And Madness, what is he working at with a triple to himself via the Sparrow?
And he's fully streaked out as well, so I'm very sure that he's going to use that in the next round. Over on the side of Exile, they need to be wary of all the score streaks that Team PRX has at this point of time. 57 to 42, quite close considering the fact that we are in game number 3 and Prime X facing the grand finals here. But Exile, they have to win this to force game number 4, and they're building their strategy up into this game here, Strax.
So far, pretty close. Exiles, they have been trying very hard, and they are not exactly doing a very bad job, to be fairly honest. Y2K is the one that has got quite a lot of kills to his name. The rest of the team, yes, they may be below, well, 2-digit number. In the meantime, Primex Ultimate, they have got a lot of kills for themselves. But don't be fooled, kills is ultimately not the way to get yourself the points. It is all about collecting those nodes. It's all about dominating those nodes and capping all of that. Killing the opponents pretty much means that you will buy more time for yourself.
Yeah, I'm hoping Exile is trading their early game to build up their score streaks to dominate in the second half. And at this point of time, both teams securing 1 node apiece. Sparrow gameplay coming in from 4K, was able to get 1 kill onto Manas, will get 1 more. Unfortunately gets traded off, does get that double kill before he died though. So that's a perfectly good trade coming in from the side of 4K.
And now Damage Kazu is going to be working right around the balcony. He will be able to get himself a second kill down at the Cake Nice. He's holding on to the second floor position, drawing anchor, playing spoiler, and he's still holding on to himself, and he's working together with Madness, and they are all working around again for Damage Kazu. He is unstoppable. No one is able to bring him down just yet. They are all working together as a team. Prime X Ultimate, they are not gonna be killed by Exile so soon.
And over the side of Exile. They are going to split their focus over onto A as well as C. And this is kind of good play coming in from Exile, but this puts all of their spawns awry. They will spawn every single place except for where they want to. And we can see C being taken back over on the side of Prime X Ultimate. B slowly being captured over on the side of Exile, but they need to get people inside of this B side as well as maintain control on this second floor.
Crater immediately moves his way together with the rest of the team. Most of the members coming from Prime X Ultimate, they are just gonna be converging right in the middle. The volley coming, the Sparrow coming in from ground is just working his way. Prime X Ultimate, they are just gonna be making his way outside. They are not gonna be giving Exile any mercy at all, as they have managed to cap themselves B and C. A side itself is gonna be left remaining. They are not gonna be pushing that advantage anytime soon, as they know that time is of the essence. They all gotta do is just play for the time.
And of course, this is a reminder for the teams. You know, Prime X Ultimate, they are on series point. Gets a double kill. Rusty at CODM. Damage Kazu jumping right off the attacker that gets the kill. Will reclaim back that C point. Very, very unfortunate for the side of Exile. They just got that C point here, Abstract.
30 points left for Prime, and Exiles, they are working on to B as well. It is almost gonna be capped, and just by a sliver! Exiles lost that point just for a sliver. If only that has happened. It's just 30 points left, sorry, 20 points left.
Yeah, Prime X Ultimate seems to be winning all of their gunfights as well as capping all those nodes. So definitely it is gonna be no surprise for them to be in this definite lead. And a triple cap coming in from Prime X Ultimate. Will they finish this off with a bang? Unfortunately, does not seem to be the case, as Exile was able to secure that C point back. And cluster bomb being dropped by the side of Team Prime X Ultimate, and they want to finish this with a triple stab here at Aspect. That's why they dropped it down at that point of time. 145 to 98. Not gunship coming right out. 147. Will they end this with that triple cap?
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, 150 from Prime X Ultimate as it takes 3-0 against Exile. That means that in the grand finals, we're gonna be looking at Prime X Ultimate facing off against CKG Legacy. That game is something that all of you guys will definitely want to look out for. In the meantime, for the bronze match, it is gonna be Kaito that's fighting against Exiles.
And you know, the bronze match, nothing to be shy about. You know, the winner will go home with $500 cold hard cash. But we're definitely looking at Prime X Ultimate going up against CKG Legacy, the winner walking away with $1,500.
Congratulations over to Prime X Ultimate. They did all that they needed to. They won Game 1 all the way through Game 3 in a dominating fashion, and very convincingly as well. They did not bat an eye for what Exile has got in store for them. There has definitely been times where they lost all the nodes in the domination, but ultimately, even at one point in time, they've even gotten themselves total domination.
Alright, so it's going to be interesting to see, right, how CKG Legacy, they are rested, right, at this point in time. They are much more rested compared to the side of Prime X Ultimate. Will that come into a factor, as well as Kaito going up against the side of Exile? Both teams, referring to Kaito as well as CKG, they are much more rested than their opponents coming right up. Will that be a factor into their third place playoff as well as their first place game?
Well, there is going to be a lot of questions in our heads right now. A lot of questions in all of the viewers' heads as well. All those that are in Kallang Wave Mall Atrium and those that are watching at home. These are the answers that these are the questions that will only be answered after a very, very short break. Very short? Not long? Not short at all.
Oh, it'll be
a very long
break.
extended break. So ladies and gentlemen, go and grab yourself your dinner, a drink, if not a 1.5 liter drink to cup it all down, because you are definitely thirsty and hungry. And after the long break, we will be back at it again with the final game. Do we have bronze games actually?
We do have a bronze game.
We have a bronze game. So we're going to be back with a bronze games as well as the grand finals. Go and get your food. We'll be back after sometime. and gentlemen, after a long break, we are finally back for the Bronze Games as well as the Grand Finals here at the Asia Esports Festival here at Kallang Wave Mall for the CODM Games. I'm pretty sure that all of you guys have been waiting for the longest time, but fret not, we are back, Abstract and Toast.
Yep, and of course the third place game will be between Kaito and Exiles. So I do see still a number of people here waiting for the game. So we thank you guys for sticking by with us. It was a long 2 hours. Hopefully you guys was able to get your dinner in, maybe get a bit of beverage and maybe a bit of sleep. Right? Because it's been a long day.
It has been, definitely. Well, before we move on to the game itself, we gotta have to give a huge shout out over to our organizers, Mineski Global as well as World X, in conjunction with Get Active SG, supported by our SG Fund and Kallang Wave Mall. In case for those people that just came in onto the stream as well as here at Kallang Wave Mall Atrium, a huge little, a small little understanding as to what is at stake here. For the first game that we are going to be casting is going to be the Bronze Game. And out of these two teams, only one team will be walking back home with money. And that is going to be the third place prize at $500. For the second game, it is going to be a fight for the first place. The winner goes back home with $1,500. As for the second place, they will be going back home with $1,000.
Right, so if you are waiting for the championship game, it'll be between Primex Ultimate as well as CKG Legacy. But right now, we are still waiting for the very first game to begin in this bronze match between Kaito as well as Exile. And we do have the map Vito with us already. So we are going to be playing Standoff for Hardpoint and of course Annihilator and Purifier Ban. So Abstract, a quick nugget of information if you will. Exile has never picked Standoff in their game. So will we see something coming out from Exile here?
If this is something that is kind of like an ace in their sleeve, perhaps it's a little bit too late to bring it out. However, this is definitely something great to watch after all. The crowd, they are hyped as we are going to be moving on to the game number 1 between Exiles and Kaito. And just right off the bat, Kaito have already racked up quite a number for themselves with a total of 5 points, and Exiles, they are trying to contest for it.
And so far not able to secure any points just yet. Kaito running away with those points, 12 points and counting. And Cake Nice with that number will not connect to anyone. Unfortunately, it just walks past and will be able to be sent back to the lobby here as with that SVD so far. We've seen him use the SVD to very good results here.
As right now, Exiles, they are not being, they can't find the way to break through the defenses of Kaito at all. And that is definitely very unfortunate. When it comes down to kills itself, it does seem as though their number of kills is relatively low, while Kaito, they are racking up quite a bit, with Introduced being the one that is on top with a total of 9 kills to himself. Definitely going to be one of the star players that we are looking at as he breaks through the 2-digit mark.
Yep, Kaito securing majority or rather all of the points in that very first hard point. Well, they are already in the second hard point and looking to extend their lead further. One shot, 1 kill coming in from with that SVD. We've seen him getting 1 kill, 2 kill, and maybe it's 3, but not able to connect any time now. While Exile here trying to contest on it to this side. Good UAV, good intel coming in from the side of NVX, and will use that Tech 5 to get his teammates' health back up.
Exiles have yet to get contests on the hard point at all so far. The entirety of Kaito has been getting very dominant all around the hard point. And to make matters worse, we are even getting to see a Predator missile that's just going to be raining from above, not allowing Exile to get any closer to the hard point. But hold on a second, it kind of seems as though Charisma as well is finally breaking in through. Oh, sorry, not them. It's Cake Nice as well as Y2K. They finally managed to break through for a short little bit. But right now, what we're looking at is Charisma coming in from the back, getting himself a double.
Yep, and unfortunately for them, still no points coming in for the side of Exile. Exile finally on the board here at Abstract, but only 1 measly point at Grandma. Unfortunately for them, the rest of Team Kaito is already planting their spots inside this hard point.
Things are definitely starting to get very dire. Exile is probably going to be one of the first few teams that didn't manage to get a lot of points for themselves. Y2K literally went straight in, all in. 1 versus 2, but that didn't work out as well as they had hoped for. Exiles is really having a lot of difficulty onto themselves, as Kaito has proved themselves to be elite of what they are using. All of the gun mastery that they have gotten for themselves, they are not giving Exiles a time to try.
And NVX has been holding on to that angle, but he doesn't really have to, because the rest of his teammates are making the hard work for him, right? The grunt work. Eliminating them right before they even enter into that hard work as we move over into Bakery. It seems like over on the side of Exile, they will be the first team to secure that Bakery, but again, it's still 5 seconds before the hard point comes online, and they finally are in the board here.
Charisma as well as Introduce, they are all currently having a massive amount of kills for themselves. And this is definitely a tough pill to swallow. For the Southern Exiles, they did manage to finally get themselves a total of 5 points coming up on top of it. However, Kaito's overwhelming performance have managed to get themselves a total of 150 points coming in. 6:150. A dominating performance, and definitely not something that I was expecting.
Definitely, and again, a quick tip. 150 to 6, it wasn't the worst result that we've seen, right? It was 1 point better than the worst point that we've seen, and that was 150 to 5. But of course, we don't want to, keep harping on the worst kind of results. So Kaito already with 1 point in the bag. Exile, they have to come back in game number 2 to keep their contention hopes alive, right? Because they are, where are they playing? Inside of Search and Destroy here, Abstract.
Firing Rage, and it kind of seems as though for game number 3, even in Domination, it is going to be in Firing Range as well. Really, everyone's favorite is a hot pick all across the board. Everyone just wants to fire some guns at this point in time, and we are going to be looking at Exile that will be onto the blue side first. So how are they going to turn the tables around? Are they able to change the momentum? Because at this point in time, we know that Kaito has got a lot of tempo for themselves after getting the first game in. If Kaito were to win in the second game as well, boy oh boy would I say that Exiles would have a lot of difficulty.
Yep, so Kaito will be on the attacker side, coming in for Search and Destroy. I would say this would not bode well for Exile, because we do know how Kaito likes those fast-paced action and fast-paced pushes. Yeah, and no smoke being deployed here, and that's why you need the smoke. Forky getting that kill early on to NVX. And over on Kaito, they've already lost 1 man, and a quick trade-off here by Charisma onto Forky. So unfortunately for Forky, not able to contribute more in this point.
Well, Forky did manage to get himself the single kill off of the side of Kaito at first, but unfortunately that will be a trade going on. Both sides, Exiles as well as Kaito, they are completely neck and neck. Okay, never mind, I take that back. As now Kaito have already lost 1 more member onto the side, left with Introduce as well to play for themselves, but exploded by the hands of Y2K. And Introduce trying to make a name for himself. He did manage to get himself a single kill right down, but unfortunately, with his guard down, he will be taken down by the hands of IamBigSB. And Exiles manages to get themselves the first round of game number 2.
Unfortunate. I think he thought that they were going to go for the defuse. Came in with the prize fighter gloves. Unfortunately for him, it was all a fake, and he was waiting, guns in hand, and secures the win for Exile. Exile 1-0 up here, Abstract.
And just right off the bat, Forky being shot right through the wall by the hands of well, Kaito themselves. They do have GZ that has been taken down too. The bomb has been planted already, and the defenders, Exile, they would have to sweep right in, all the way down to the southern side. They definitely seem to have some kind of strategy in mind, as your senpai at this point in time, his positioning is definitely very nice to watch. Cake Nice gonna be taken down, just gonna be left. Oh, 2 of them taken down almost instantaneously. And that is gonna be Kaito getting themselves another 1 point to the name.
even Stevens match at this point of time. Kaito pulling one back, and I mean, it was a good positioning that Kaito had. All men had committed to that A side push, while Exile, they were more concerned that B side push. So maybe they should have left a person on it to A to guard that A bomb, right? And we have the bomb, I believe. Yep, they already planted the bomb here. Very quick plant yet again coming in from Kaito. And we'll see how Exile will go for this retake. It's still 5v5.
Exiles stacked themselves on top of B side. They would want to play a 5 versus 5 game, but unfortunately Kaito is not going to let them do that. Forky opens it up. He did manage to get a single kill down on the opponents, but there we go. I am Big SB gets a kill down on the JC. He's going to be all alone against the world, but in the end, it is still going to be introduced to still put the lead in between of his eyes.
Yeah, marksman rifle coming in from SB, I believe. Not enough to get, you know, not a lot of firepower coming in from that marksman rifle, especially if you are the last player alive for your team. The RPD gameplay coming in from the side of Introduce. Kaito still pushing through, and a very aggressive push here at Strike.
Very aggressive push indeed. Even included some pre-fire going on in the very event that the opponent decides to play a very aggressive way. Forky misses initial shot, had to be forced for a retreat, but GZ popped out of nowhere, flanked him right out, and now the defenders, Exile, is just gonna be left with your senpai as well as Y2K. The only way that they can play is move up north and head over to B, where the bomb is gonna be clicking down and counting down, only for Y2K to be sandwiched in between by 2.
And I believe that was a flawless round from Kaito, adding one more point to their tally, and I believe one more point before the switch. And you know, Exile, they have to do something. They've won game number 1, so I'm not quite sure what's happening in game number 2 onwards. So they have to do better here if they want to stand a chance to win this search and destroy gameplay here. Yep, GZ holding on to this angle here, holding and making sure that the rest of the team from Exile do not go for this rotation. And it does see Easy using the KSP, one of the meta guns being used here, meta abuser people would say, but you know, a win is a win is a win. So use whatever tools you have at your disposal to actually get that dub here, Express.
With one person down for the side of the Exiles, in fact, instantaneous. GZ and NVX didn't manage to bring your senpai down. Y2K as well as I am Big SB, leaving one person left, and that is gonna be Forky. He did manage to find NV2, and he also gonna be moving on to the next one. He didn't manage to get one, but unfortunately wasn't able to translate that to more kills. As such, Kaito have managed to clip themselves up with yet another round, and that is going to be 4-1 in favor for Kaito right before the switch.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that they did not see Forky right behind the car there, paid for his life. Unfortunately, Forky was not able to pull out the clutch of the tournament. And we do see here with that DLQ smoke being deployed here. KRM gameplay coming in, sliding and diving, not able to secure any kills for himself. But again, another fast point from Kaito here at Strike.
Kaito, they are just bringing the game down and they are executing whatever that they are trying to do in the most effective way possible. And now coming out of game number 6, they are now running in, round number 6. They're coming into round number 7 now, where the match point is in favor of Kaito. All they gotta do is get a single good defense, be it aggressive or defensive, whichever works for them. But right now, 3 of them already taken down, left with as well as Introduced. They're gonna have to make their way over to B or A, whichever favors them the most, because in the end, they can't allow the ball to be planted unless they want to go for a retake.
Oh, Kaito actually playing like they're the attackers. A very aggressive push coming in from Kaito here. RPD coming gameplay right through this wooden warehouse. Not able to
way!
Unfortunately, still alive here. Kaito trying to push in here and only will get a minus. It's still a 2v1. Exile, one person left. Will he get this kill? Oh, he's down to a 1v1. Cake Nice going up against And remember, has that sniper rifle here, Abstract. Not the best, again, not the best, especially if you are only the sole player in your team.
Never underestimate the power of quick scope. And that is definitely something that we would want to see from the side of him. As he slowly makes his way right on to B. You can definitely hear the bomb ticking down. He sees a little bit of the profile coming from Kignice. Kignice through a grenade in retaliation, moves all the way to the flank, and that is how Kignice managed to stop Kaito right onto their feet and claim themselves another round to extend their life even longer.
I would definitely question on why he did not switch his weapon to an available assault rifle on top of that second floor wooden warehouse. But then I think it's a little too late. What's done has already been done. Again with that DLQ coming in to round number 8. No players dropping down just yet, and just Caster's curse right there. Abstract GZ going down to 4-key, and we'll see if any more players will go to another kill coming in from 4-key.
It's definitely going to be a great start for the side of the Exiles. They've already taken 2 person down, and they're going to have to make effective trade from now. And as effective it is, none of them is taken down yet, and they have taken 4 members down, make that 5! And Exiles climb themselves back up. 3-5, they are making sure that Kaito don't get away just so easily.
Could Kaito be overextending here, or would they be a bit more too confident? I see, because it's still 1 more point to their series here. Another double point straight away from the side of Exile. Kaito still on match point here, Abstract.
It is still match point. When Exile make a single mistake, that is where everything would come crumbling down. As you can see, Exile, despite being the attackers, they are playing in a very defensive position. They're waiting for the point in time where Kaito goes overly aggressive. But that aggression, in the end of the day, is gonna work in favor for Kaito. And that is game number 2, done and dusted. We are gonna be looking at game number 3 really soon. And if Kaito were to win in this domination round, then we will have our winner. We have our 3rd place winner, rather.
Yep, and Kaito will walk away $500 richer, right? But Exile, they have this game to push it into game 4 and, you know, try to earn their keep here, right? $500 is not small change for anyone at this event, right? So Exile, if they wanted to still be in contention, they have to win in domination.
Yes, indeed. So whatever it is, no matter what, Kaito would want to win. They do not want to give any advantages over to Exiles, especially after looking at the consequence of their search and destroy game. Yes, they did win, and yes, they did lead by a total of 2 points before we finally ended the game. But that was a little bit too close of a shave. Definitely not something that they want, as they managed to hit match point pretty early. Yep. 1-5, but they gave 2 points away just like that.
Yep, so we are going to jump back into domination, or rather back into firing range for domination. And again, you see on your screen here, ladies and gentlemen, Kaito on series point, right? 1 game before they win $500. Or will Exile be spoilers to the party and gain 1 point back?
Ladies and gentlemen, Exiles versus Kaito. Will Exiles play spoiler and change the narrative all the way around, ensuring that Kaito don't get 3-0 victory? Well, we're gonna have to see here in domination, as Exile takes themselves A, Kaito takes themselves C, while B is still all open.
Yep, and we do see, you know, trying to get that shot in, unfortunately not able to connect, so B is still open, but slowly being picked up by Exile. Exile still trying to push into that B location. Both teams already with their home nodes at this point of time. 4-key unfortunately going down in that instance, as the team of Kaito still pushing through, making sure that they have additional space to work with while taking that B side.
B is not capped by anyone just yet, and just capping the B itself is going to be a monumental change to the tide, a very big change to the tempo of the game. And Kaito, they are really trying their very best to cap onto B halfway through, quarter way through, and they have gotten themselves B side, and that is going to put themselves in the lead for a little bit further. until Exile changes things around and try to destroy anyone who dares defend B.
And we do see GZ on that Ogre, and we know that GZ likes to play all those high ground advantage, right? We've seen him in the tower and holding on to the tower for extended periods of time. Someone has to take this player out. He enjoys being up top, so it's not that far-fetched for you to just look up and see GZ right there.
Eventually, we are now 7-point lead. In fact, if a little bit more than that. Introduce is just gonna be giving the opponents a run for their money and exploding their bodies into smithereens. Well, a very, very clear shot right into the face of the enemies. Exiles and Kaito, they are trading blows against one another. But in the end of the day, it's the total domination that we're coming in to see from Kaito, and Exile wants to come in to say no to that.
Yep, Kaito triple capping Exile for quite a period of time, but Exile, they were able to pick back their home node, which is the A side, and Forky still with that QQ9 pushing down the jungle here, just trying to guard that A side before getting picked off by the side of Team Kaito. Kaito unfortunately not able to pick out Forky there, and they have made their way over to that C point.
Kekna really trying his best to cap onto C, but that didn't quite stay for very long. The Y2K joining in, but unfortunately the close range combat is a little bit too difficult for his opponent. But at least we do have a trade going on there. 34-72. Kaito is 2 points away. Make that 1 point away until the first score limit has reached.
It's not over yet.
So very unfortunate for the side of Team Exile. They will now have to start on the back foot, right, coming into this second round. And looking over on the side of Kaito, they have that much further distance to cover, but with an ample lead that they have at this point of time, it won't be long before they regain the control.
Exiles currently is backed against the wall. They do not have anywhere else to retreat to. The only way to progress is to step forward. But unfortunately, Kaito has also built up a large wall in front of them. Claustrophobic, unable to progress. They are unable to move anywhere and do anything at all. The best thing that they can is to stay as close as possible, neck and neck, with a single point to one another, and try to ensure that Kaito don't take B and take the B for themselves.
Oh, Forky nearly taking that play out on top of that watchtower. Unfortunately, just putting his back towards him, and he unfortunately pays with his life. Cake Nice now with 7 kills already, waiting for his first score streak to come online. So far, we don't have any player with a full score streak or fully streaked out just yet, but we are looking to see that happen sometime soon.
It kind of seems as though Kaito, they have took the entire perimeters of B, but they are not too interested in capping B for themselves. They just want to destroy the entire perimeter and make sure the Exiles would not get anywhere close to that, as it will be a lot tougher for Exiles to make B all the way for them, as they need to ensure that the entire circle is undominated. As such, Kaito, they understood that their plan of attack is to keep each other at one node's each. As Kaito is already on quite a lead, they can win the game without capping B.
Yeah, but they're going to question the use of the SKS here, because definitely not able to win any gunfight, especially going up against any sort of AR or SMG. So SVD gameplay being come in by the side of Y2K for Exile. Will he be able to secure it or make it effective in his hands? But again, B, still no one capping it here, that's right.
They are not intending to cap this at all. Kaito has got the game plan in mind. It will definitely take a lot longer for Exile to cap it in the event that it is too neutral at this point in time. So Kaito, they are working it in. 40 points in, and we even have GZ all the way up into the sky, delivering punishment from Divine Judgment. 30 points ahead, and the numbers are just counting down. And this aerial attack is definitely going to put quite a bit of scars onto the lineups of Exile.
Will we see yet another nuke here, Abstract? We definitely will want to see it, but GZ here raining death from the sky, getting a lot of kills here, and will definitely rack up his kill points. 23 kills already from side of GZ. It does not seem like he's stopping anytime soon.
That chopper is really not gonna stop. This is literally Arnold Schwarzenegger coming in to say get to the chopper, because that is the best way to get yourself a massive kill streak. But right now, Forky is finally making a name for himself with 2 kills, and IMSB coming in. He did manage to get a nice shot down onto Introduce. Forky continues on under but at this point in time, Exiles, they have still not capped onto B just yet. They are still massively behind of Kaito with a lot of lead. While Kaito, they're gonna have to work it in. 15 points to go in order for the game to be over and to be crowned 3rd place.
I have a feeling that a nuke is somewhere so close to Abstract. I'm not quite sure if we will get to see it. 142 to 90 could be very, very close, but nothing is for certain until the round ends. As already has his Sparrow ready to go. Will we be able to see the nuke come out? Not quite sure if anyone has it. 148, 149 does not seem like there was a nuke in the back pocket. As Kaito, your winners, straight series win. 3rd place, $500 richer.
3rd place coming in for Kaido. Congratulations over to Kaido. That is quite a display. That is quite a game against Exiles. Unfortunately for Exiles, they were not being able to win in a single game, in a single point against their opponent. But I gotta have to say, good game, well played over to them. They have played all the way for the entire day. They must be tired, but they putting themselves on 4th place and playing the bronze games, I believe that itself is quite something to brag about.
Definitely, that's quite an achievement, especially coming into a tournament with well-known names, right? Well-known team names like CKG and Kaito, among others, and definitely nothing to be sad about, I would say.
I mean, say, yes.
Sure, they were $500 poorer, right? They didn't get any of the money promised to them, but at the very least, they are in the top 4 of this tournament. Put that up in their resume.
Well, that is it, ladies and gentlemen, at least for the bronze games. We're gonna go on for a short little intermission, but don't run too far, because after a 5 minutes break, we will be back again for the all-anticipated game here for the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is nigh for us to be introducing two teams coming in after battling it out and playing for the entire day from 11 a.m. onwards. Right now, we are going to be looking at these two teams duke it out together to find out who will be going back home as the champions of the AEF CODM games, and of course, going back home with $1,500.
Of course, coming in second place they would still get a bit of money, just not as much as first place, right? We are down to our final two teams, Prime X Ultimate as well as Cool Kids Gaming Legacy, CKG Legacy in the grand finals.
I am stoked, and I'm pretty sure that every single one of you guys are absolutely stoked for that as well. But before we jump right into the game, let me just give a huge shout out over to our organizers, Mineski Global as well as World X, in conjunction with Get Active SG, as well as supported by our SG Fund and Kallang Wave Mall. At this point in time, we have said about the organizers quite some time ago, Mineski Global as well as World X, for multiple times, but I think at this point in time there are some people that have some question marks about what World X actually is.
Yep, so definitely World X is basically an immersive online metaverse. You know, everything now is all about the metaverse.
Right.
That connects the physical as well as digital world. So I think it's something like what Facebook has at this point of time.
Right, okay, meta.
Right? So yeah, so it makes it easy for everyone to explore, you know, build, play and earn. Alright, so you know, build real world properties, right, inside of townships and giving them like planning experience. Right, so they do have about 5 million people in the community.
Oh, 5 million?
Yeah, 5 million. So that's a lot of people already kind of like subscribed into this metaverse, right? In, you know, Web 2 and Web 3 spaces. So of course, you know, a metapreneurship, I'm sure that's not how it's supposed to be pronounced. I'm sorry about that. Metapreneurship.
Metapreneurship.
Yeah, so economy that allows imagination to be made possible.
Well, with that all said and done, I believe that we have a couple of information to talk about when it comes down to Prime X fighting out against CKG. So, what kind of homework have you got from your side so far?
Alright, so this is the map V2 that we've already had, right? I believe both teams have already studied each other, right? We do have Prime X Ultimate, very unorthodox map picks.
Yep.
Yeah, we do see Shipment
Shipment
being played in Hardpoint. Rarely see that in any tournaments, but they are the first ones to actually use it. And CKG, like I mentioned, they did their homework. They have banned Shipment, right? So that's very smart coming in from CKG. They could have banned anything else, right? But instead, they took Shipment away from a Prime X Ultimate. And for CKG, on the other hand, right, they've been playing on a takeoff for a couple of streams that we've seen them play, right? So now, Prime X Ultimate, they've done the same thing. They've banned takeoff for the side of CKG. So both teams definitely hungry for this first place win here, Abstract.
Well, in that case, if we are not gonna be looking at the Shipment anymore, I have a feeling that that sounds like a bait. I don't know, it kind of sounds like a bait to me. Like, I'm looking at the video right now. When it comes down to Prime X Ultimate, the only thing that they picked Summit for the hardpoint doesn't seem too crazy, yeah. But looking at the fact that they have Crossfire for domination, I don't think that we have seen much Crossfires today.
Only 1 or 2 matches that we've seen for Crossfire, and even then, I don't believe it was any of these two teams.
Right.
Right? So, second game onwards, Search and Destroy will be on Standoff. I don't believe we've had a standoff match for Search and Destroy.
Most of the time it was firing range.
Yep, definitely one of the pro maps in Call of Duty Mobile. And of course, if we do see a round number 4, which again, we really hope Raid for Hardpoint yet again before round number 5, Search and Destroy, firing range. I mean, you cannot run away from firing range.
You can't. And to be honest, looking at the fact that there's only one firing ranger has already piqued my, well, curiosity as to what exactly is happening here, how the Grand Final game is going to be playing out. Speaking of Grand Finals game, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to look at what is going to be happening here between these two Grand Finalists, CKG Legacy and Prime X Ultimate. All of you guys online and here in Kallang Wave Mall. It is time for you all to bear witness who is going to be the one to get themselves the first game in.
And a very good comeback coming in for the side of CKG, getting a lot of kills, but unfortunately for them, Prime X Ultimate with those points, CKG able to jump back into the hard point and secure some much needed points. 8-4, CKG leading by quite a bit.
Well, quite a bit. We're looking at about 6 points, and they are slowly climbing. As Prime X Ultimate is definitely finding some difficulty trying to get themselves right inside of the hard point. It is right in the right smack in the center, right by the control center. And I don't think that Prime X Ultimate will be able to break through just like that. They have to break through every single one of the members from the side of CKG Legacy. But unfortunately, every single one of these members are so slippery. And the fact that Crater and Madness managed to take 2% down is a big win for them. And how they're going to be moving on from this point onwards, well, we gotta have to watch and see.
Rusty as CODM unfortunately falls down to the guns of CKG. Prime X Ultimate, oh, right in the face there. KRM gameplay coming in from Damage Kazu. And at this point of time, it's still quite close, I would say, Abstract. 29 to 15. We've seen much bigger gaps at this point of time. So respectively, quite close gameplay here they're having.
It is still a little bit too early for us to say anything, as Prime X Ultimate has managed to get the hard cap onto the top side of the map. But unfortunately, that was only but a fleeting second, as CKG Legacy have gotten themselves right back onto the hard point. And Prime X Ultimate, they're finding ways to break in, but that slide from Crowd definitely did not pay dividends.
And so PRX holding on to that second floor. They should have held that second floor since the very first hard point. Makes a very good transition into this next hard point. But P3 about to come online very soon. But CKG in the definite lead here.
60 points broken by CKG Legacy. While Prime X Ultimate, they are looking for the other points of attack. But unfortunately, CKG Legacy have literally set a perimeter all around the new capture point. So there really isn't a way for Prime X Ultimate to actually find a way to wiggle right in and in between. They're gonna have to come up with a strategy. They're gonna have to formulate something in here in order to bring CKG down, as they are very slippery. And of course, they are very good at the marksmanship.
Purifier gameplay coming in from Tense, who was holding on to control room. Very good hold by Tense on that control room. Prevents any players pushing down the center and trying to capture this hard point. But unfortunately, he gets a bullet right onto the face. 9 kills so far, and we do see PRX Crown rotating over into the next hard point. Purifier coming in from Madness, able to cut down a couple of players trying to push back from this side of CKG here.
Definitely the game that they want to see with that Purifier. They would want to get themselves as much momentum as possible. They did manage to get quite a bit amount of kills for themselves, but still getting the hard point is a difficulty in accomplishing. Now, the hard point is going to be onto the eastern part of the map, and this is going to be pretty advantageous for Prime X Ultimate. They are time to come back, but once they lose the lead and lose the footing in this specific hard point, we can pretty much say the CKG Legacy might be able to win the game all in all. But Prime X, they're still showing us the determination, as we have damage is still gonna be around the area. Kazu brings the NASR's tape down, while Rusty SCODM brings Tens down. The rest of the members from the side of Prime X Ultimate just gonna be flooring all the way through into the northern side of the map.
Prime X Ultimate, they have managed to secure quite a number of points in P3, but unfortunately gets overrun by the side of CKG. But here we have Crater coming in for the Purifier, unfortunately not able to fully utilize it, not efficient with that gameplay, and they are halting the progression on the side of CKG Legacy. CKG Legacy only with 18 points left. Prime X Ultimate, they are doing very well in getting those points, but they have to continuously do and perform at the highest level here if they want to get back into contention.
CKG, they know right here in the middle, they're ensuring that everyone is not going to be getting themselves right in the center of the map. CKG, whatever they can, just throwing grenades, and of course, just gonna be working their way with all of their arms. They do have the hard point, 145 in, a little bit more until they bring down Prime X Ultimate. Just a little bit more, just 1 point, and CKG, just like that, gets themselves game 1 against Prime X Ultimate.
Prime X Ultimate, especially in P4, they were able to secure majority of the points. So they had to do the same thing just consistently, right? They dropped P1, they dropped P2, P3, they dropped as well, but they gained majority of their points back in P4, but it was just a little too late as we went for the reset, and CKG came out on top.
It is definitely unfortunate for Prime X Ultimate, but I mean, technically speaking, for the first round, losing the first round is definitely going to be relatively painful, especially this is their map pick. So looking into the next round, the map pick goes over to the side of CKG Legacy, where they have picked Standoff in Search and Destroy. And understandably, CKG in Standoff, we haven't really seen too much of that at all.
No, we haven't seen them on stream, not that I can remember. But, you know, the first game goes in favor of CKG, so that definitely puts them at an advantage. I mean, at this point of time, they can kind of lose one map, right, and still be even Stevens. And it's now up to Prime X Ultimate to play catch-up onto CKG. And we've seen CKG, how aggressive, how hungry they are to get those points. Will we see yet another 3-0, or will we see some life in Prime X Ultimate?
Well, with game 1 done and dusted, CKG, they are just one step ahead and one step closer to the trophy. But I don't think that Prime X Ultimate is just gonna let them run away with the money. We know that they have got quite a bit of mechanics in them. We know that they have a lot of fight in them as well. As such, they will do whatever that they can to win game number 2 here for Search and Destroy, a best of 11, first to 6 points for this Search and Destroy.
CKG will start off as the attacker, Prime X Ultimate on the defense. So let's see which team will come out on the top. Prime X Ultimate, could they go aggressive here against CKG on the defense?
Immediately, right off the bat, a couple of grenades are gonna be tossed right over to Prime X Ultimate's shoes, but none of them is gonna be blasting any of those shrapnels onto the heels of Prime X Ultimate, but instead, it is going to be lead that will be penetrating through fences and through skulls, giving both sides a tallied up fight of 2 versus 2. It's gonna be left with Crown Madness fighting against Low and Tense.
Yeah, both teams trading off quite fairly, down to 2v2. Unfortunately, oh, he nearly goes for the plant. Unfortunately for PRX, they get capped. And at this point of time, oh, sorry, CKG gets capped. Prime X gets the win here, that's right.
Prime X Ultimate, great start, gotta have to say. But being the defender, most of the time, all you gotta do is play defensive. And for the previous round, they were relatively defensive indeed. CKG Legacy were very, very aggressive with their bombardier movements, but none of them pretty much connected onto anyone at all. As such, utilities were technically wasted. It's not really used to flush anyone out, but it really is to stop the aggression from Prime X Ultimate, which is not their playstyle for this game at all.
4v3 in favor of Prime X Ultimate. Oh, and just like that, a double kill coming in for the side of CKG, dropping down to 3v2, instantly swinging the advantage in their favor.
Right now, we do see that Infinite is going to be pretty darn close to A side, but the bomb carrier is nowhere around the area. The question is, where exactly are they going and where is the defender? We have found Crown as he slide away, gets a single box shot right down onto the plant carrier, or rather bomb carrier. Both games, or rather both players, they are going in neck and neck, literally going down to the wire.
Prime X trying to go for the shot here, will not be able to connect any shots. And unfortunately, looking at the wrong direction. Looking in the wrong direction, but right direction over for CKG, bringing 1 point back. It's even Stevens yet again.
Definitely could tell that the attacker was trying, or rather the defender was really trying their very best to play an aggressive way. But this, in the previous game, CKG Legacy is the one that really worked up to the beat. 5 versus 5 is still in here. a couple of contacts between both of these teams, dropping 10's HP all the way down low, but after getting out of activity, he's got his HP right back up. But Low is the one that did not manage to get himself out of that pickle, while damaged Karuzu, he finds himself dead along with the rest of his team. And just like that, CKG Legacy wins round 2 with only 2 person alive.
And the moment one person fell from the side of Prime X Ultimate, everyone started to fall apart. So they have to hold it together, at least hold on for much time and burn the clock down, right, in favor for themselves. So CKG Legacy, we do see Expendables again yet being thrown over onto that A side, and a fair trade coming in from both teams. And Tens only on 1 kill so far. Expected a bit more coming in from Tens. Type inside of this area, trying to get the shot in. Unfortunately, gets taken out by Crater. And yet again, another fair trade here at Abstract.
We do see that Prime X Ultimate have set up a perimeter trying to get everyone else outside of A. But now 1-for-1 trade, leaving 2 defenders and 2 attackers left. The defenders are now left thinking, where's the opponent? But Rusty at CODM, he's got the answer. The opponent is right in front of him right before he ate some lead. Information is given to Madness. Madness finds one on the Infinite as they continue on in a 1 versus 1 fight. Madness moves himself out of danger. He relocates himself and he finds one onto Tans. His relocation worked out well for him. And that is going to be a 2-2 coming in for both of these teams.
A quick scope coming in from Madness. And unfortunately for CKG, they'll have to come back here, no longer in the lead. Madness trying to get a few wall banks, and we'll get one through the wall.
No!
We'll get another. That was dirty.
No way, Jose. We've seen it once, but maybe looking at it twice would be a little bit too far shot. DNA trying to track down on the enemies, but unfortunately wasn't able to quite to do so. Tens is going to be the final member remained as he tries to weave himself in and out. He does have a sniper. He's trying to play as strategic as he can, but right as he turns around, he finds one and another one, and literally everyone waterfalls right into where he was.
Prime X Ultimate coming in from the dead, getting 3 games back to back. 3-2 in their favor at this point of time. Rusty at CODM with 5 kills already. I believe he is the top frag for his team. But remember, it is a team game. Team win is definitely the goal here. As Damage Kazu takes him out with that KRM gameplay. We've seen a lot of kills coming in from that KRM from Damage Kazu. And Madness with that DLQ trying to get intel shooting through the walls, but to no avail. Again, both teams neck and neck in terms of manpower. Both teams losing 2 and unfortunately now losing 1 more as Crater takes out 1 more. It's down to a 2v2. Takes out long range. Double kill from Crater and only has 1 more player to go.
Hello is gonna be the final member remaining. Unfortunately, the member of Prime X Ultimate couldn't find where exactly is he. And the only way to do things is be meticulous, move from one place to another, and try to pre-fire every single shot. But where did that come from? Low has managed to bring Madness down from the other side of the map, equalizing the scoreline for 1 versus 1. And Crater kind of seems as though he has information as to where Low is. A hop, skip, and a jump across the fence will give him good enough information, while Low is still not too sure where the opponent is.
Yep, Crater does not have the bomb here, Abstract. So all CKG has to do is just burn the clock down. Low doesn't even have to go for the kill. All he has to do is just wait for the clock to run down and they will get the point. It is all up over the side. Thumper gameplay! Not able to secure any kills. It's down to a 1v1. 13 seconds for the club.
Oh, he went for the reload!
Unfortunate reload timing there, Abstract. Unfortunate.
Boy, oh boy, that is just decision making, assuming that the opponents would not charge right at him. That was a gamble, gotta have to say, and unfortunately it did not quite pay off. But regardless, we gotta have to see something like that. It's a 50-50 scenario, but in this case, the 50 did not go over to him. Prime X Ultimate currently they do have 2 points lead on top of CKG Legacy. This round itself might prove to be a little bit difficult for Prime X Ultimate, as we have already seen 3-person taken down.
And CKG Legacy, they are definitely going to be very angry at that point, and they are going to start to push 4v2 at this point of time. Type with 3 kills on the DLQ, looking for long-range action. Krusty takes out one, tries to equalize. That's another one. Unfortunately, not in their favor. 2v1. CKG Legacy could go for the pincer here, and we are very, very nervous here on if they can go for this kill. Oh, he just revealed himself. Unfortunately, Crown and Infinite just holding on to the same angle. 2v1, 4 points in favor of Prime X Ultimate. Again, the clock is not on Prime X's friend. They're not their friend at this point of time. 47 seconds. They need to go for the kill or the plant here, Abstract.
There's still 40 seconds left right now. The Peacekeeper coming in for Infinite will be able to find where exactly Crown is. While another one right at the top of tank is going to get themselves the kill down onto Crown, and that has allowed CKG Legacy to come in so darn close to equalizing the scoreline again. 4-3. Prime X Ultimate not happy about that, but they still have a way to go.
This is the longest search and destroy map that we've played thus far. 4-3, very, very close game here, as Type just looking to get hit. Get one, nearly getting that double. Will he try for one more? Does not hit. Unfortunate there, and will try to get a bit of intel with that concussion grenade. DNA will take down Crater, and it's down to a 5v1 at this point of time. Will they end this round in a flawless victory?
This is definitely not the answer that Prime X Ultimate is looking for. The Thumper is just going to be tossed right over to the van. It quite wasn't able to bring down Madness just yet. Madness down to half HP. He somehow did manage to find a shot down onto low, but unfortunately, there was a bit too much pressure riding right on top of him. His shoulders has slugged right down, and CKG Legacy climbing themselves up from 2-4 into 4-4. The next point ought to bring one of these teams into match point.
And Type just trying to get some intel shooting through the walls and jumping right in. Nope, no kills right there, but Tense with that double will bring down 2 members from the side of Prime X Ultimate. Definitely in the lead in terms of manpower and firepower is CKG Legacy. Will bring down one more, gets traded off, but it's still a 4v1. It's going to be difficult. Crown gets a
2
double.
kills.
It's going to be a bit spicy. Oh, Crown.
He got spotted. Immediately went off to the side and tried to seek refuge. His HP will be right back up again, but it's all about playing spoiler. It's all about being the Spider-Man, and of course, being unpredictable is understandably gonna be his way to win. He can't just run out onto the streets and have everyone shooting right at him, because that is something that will happen. As such, CKG Legacy is starting to climb itself right back up, and that is indeed a reverse sweep that could be happening. CKG Legacy onto a match point.
Tense popping that smoke down that center, trying to block out the vision of the sniper. Well, Type yet again on that DLQ. Madness tries to get for a quick scope. Unfortunately, does not pay off. Quick fair trade coming in from both teams.
4-4. Currently 4-3. 3-3 right now. All of these teams, they're going ham. They're going fast. But it doesn't seem like the fight's coming in from the side of Prime X Ultimate is yielding much results. Leaving Rusty as ODM, the last member remaining. Most of the members coming from the side of CKG Legacy. They are all ready to rumble. But unfortunately, Rusty as ODM is not gonna give in that easily. He's gonna be as slippery as possible, as agile as possible, as he continues to move around just like his previous teammates did, as they play things slow.
I'm not quite sure if CKG is aware of where, you know, Rusty is, because they are running around trying to find him. But again, they're the defenders. All they have to do is just wait, like less than a minute to go. They have the superior man advantage. They have the time advantage. They don't have to do anything. All they have to do is just hold on to angles at this point of time here, Abstract.
And coming in really close, looks like Rusty as the ODM has been spotted! CKG Legacy climbed themselves right back up despite having a massive disadvantage when it comes down to points at the start in this SND game. They climbed in and they have gotten themselves 2 points, putting themselves at series point.
Yep, 6-4, longest search and destroy that we've had. Right, it was neck and neck. It was anyone's game, to be honest. It was anyone's game up until CKG decided they wanted to get those 2 quick points once they hit even Stevens at 4 apiece. And they won game number 2. I would say not convincingly, but they still did get that W.
Game number 3 now is within the map pick of Prime X Ultimate. So this is probably, not probably, but this is the final chance and redemption for our friends here at Prime X Ultimate. They may have lost their first map pick, but when it comes down to their second map pick, which we haven't seen before, domination at Crossfire.
Yep, so let's see if they can come out on top, right? Because we've seen, Prime X Ultimate showing some signs of life, especially in that search and destroy. Coming in, they were down by I think 3-1, coming back to 4-3, and then 2-1, then taking 3 matches back to back. But unfortunately for them, not able to hold on to that lead. So let's hope that domination will be a different story.
Domination. We haven't seen a lot of games whereby teams are able to turn things around via the tempo through domination. I believe that it was only 1 or 2 series of today. It was like a 2-1 and then turnover again. Game number 1 was very similar to that as well. So hopefully this domination is going to give Prime X that motivation that they need. The tempo and the momentum that they are looking out for. We are right now is 9 o'clock. I'm pretty sure the fatigue is hitting on to the players at this moment in time, and I'm pretty sure that they gonna have to work out the last burst of energy to win in the next 3 games in order to stay relevant, in order for them to beat CKG Legacy, in order for them to get themselves the first place and get $1,500. Will it be a dream or will it be a reality?
Prime X Ultimate, this is their map pick. Will it bear fruit for them? Already getting that A side, C a bit too slow in getting, just because it's a bit further away. But DNA, he is rotating over on the side of that bus station. DNA looking for someone to punch in the mouth. RPD gameplay definitely will be helping to secure all those wall banks here, Abstract.
Oh, Kazu. Immediately we're starting to see the members from the side of Prime X Ultimate just dropping down as CKG Legacy. They do have the knives right at the throat of Prime X Ultimate. And with that all said and done, Node B will be taken by CKG Legacy. Definitely not a great start for Prime X Ultimate's game.
75 is the target for both teams, and it's kind of neck and neck now. But CKG does have that extra node in hand, and PRX looking to secure that B side themselves as well, but could get a double kill coming in here from the side of Type, getting that double kill finally,
Tape.
And using that UAV to get a bit more intel on where the rest of PRX is.
Oh, good amount of tracking coming in from the side of Prime X Ultimate. They're starting to win a little bit more, but unfortunately CKG Legacy, they are still right on top with 2 nodes available for them, while Prime X Ultimate still only have a single node. Do note that the only thing that we should be looking out for is objective. This game mode is all about objective gaming, not all about kills. You get the kills in order to have the time to get yourself onto the objective. Once you get a kill, translate it into objective, and that's the best Prime way to play and win.
And B-side slowly being converted over to Prime X Ultimate. They have to get more bodies in there as the side of CKG have reset it. B-side get the double kill or triple kill. A double kill coming in from TenZ, and they are holding very tightly on that B side.
The trigger finger coming out from the members from the side of CKG Legacy. They're ensuring that every single corner is going to be tapped. They ensure that every wall is going to be penetrated. They ensure that every single one of these members from the side of Prime X Ultimate would not be able to make full use of walls to separate the line of sight between the two teams. CKG Legacy with a lot of determination and a lot of discipline onto themselves. They are going on for a revenge. They are going on for a fight. They are conducting their own medley of death.
Yeah, both teams, you can see on the kill feed going up and above, and it kind of alternates between both teams, right? But at this point of time, it is CKG who are leading. Will get that double
Purifier
kill coming on that Purifier. Rusty at CODM taking out DNA as well. Type will use his death machine most likely in the switch.
Time is of the essence. The time where Prime X Ultimate finally have got 2 cap, but unfortunately CKG have took B for themselves again. As such, that is going to be CKG Legacy that reached the first half score limit of 75, while Prime X Ultimate, they are quite a bit behind. But it's definitely something that they can catch up to as long as they have 2 nodes pointed out.
CKG, none of them having fully streaked out just yet, but Type does have his death machine, so definitely would be looking forward to see when he's going to use that to get a bit more intel through the walls. B side being picked up by the side of Prime X. We'll finally get it. Purifier.
The Purifier is not gonna give him much value at all. Tape comes in right at the bottom of the flight of stats. DNA rushed right into the action and of course did manage to get a kill down onto Damage Kazu. But from this point onwards, Prime X Ultimate, they really need to move themselves down onto either A or B. And with that all said, it does seem like Damage Kazu will be able to put himself onto A, but unfortunately will be shut down by Tape. Just him alone, the only anchor right on the side of A. He's stopping yet another one, and he may actually be able to get for another one right down, but he himself will be taken down by Madness.
CKG on a definite roll, trying to get a bit more points, trying to get a bit more kills. Unfortunately gets taken out by that Predator missile. Prime X Ultimate on the catch-up, 99 to 66, 33 points is the difference. Madness able to secure that kill. Unfortunately not able to go for the objective just yet. He is trying to slowly get the objective in his favor, but at this point of time, drone coming right up. We'll get a bit more intel for the rest of the team. DNA, we've never seen this score streak being played. Unfortunately, gets taken out. Double kill coming in from Rusty. Unfortunately, he gets taken out by the side of Type on that Goliath. The Goliath being pulled in for duty. This is the first time we're seeing it in this tournament here, Abstract.
We haven't seen this for the entirety of the tournament, and how useful would this be? As Tape gonna be right inside of this mecha armor. He's gonna be prowling through and blowing through everyone else and ripping the enemies down to shreds. 124 points for the side of CKG Legacy. They're just holding down onto this and ensuring that Prime X Ultimate will always be on the pickle.
Yeah, Prime X Ultimate, they have to take out this Goliath there because it's doing too much damage here at this point in time. Finally taking him out, and DNA on that high spot B being taken by the side of Team CKG Legacy. Unfortunately for them, or rather Prime X Ultimate, B being taken by Prime X Ultimate, but A is being taken by CKG.
At this moment in time, it is going to be time, which is going to be very important for the side of Prime X Ultimate, as now CKG Legacy, their points have climbed up to 145, just 5 more points to go. Would it be really possible for them to actually stop everything from the side of CKG Legacy? They did manage to cut B away, but there is still C that is counting them down. CKG Legacy, 1 point left, and that exactly is how they're gonna get themselves 3 points in a row, and that is how they're going to be the first place winner, going back home with $1,500.
Commiserations to Prime X Ultimate. They will not go home empty-handed. They will walk away with $1,000. I think they'll definitely be happy with that. $1,000, $200 per player. Not too shabby for a day's work in Call of Duty.
I gotta have to say that indeed is very true. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and a round of applause over to CKG Legacy, the winner, the champion, here for the AEF X Kallang Wave Ball CODM tournament. Boy.
A very fast-paced action coming in from both teams, nearly there. But again, Prime X Ultimate, they had to go up against the very best. I mean, they had very good, matchups, right? Unorthodox pick, like we mentioned. CKG, just the better team here today. And at this point of time, they will walk away just slightly richer for today. But Prime X Ultimate also coming back with $1,000.
The day has been long, and I'm sure that every single one of you guys have been very excited, for the entire day, all the adrenaline pumping in. And of course, it is time for everyone to have a good rest. Thank you so much to every single one of you guys at home or perhaps even in Kallang Wave Mall. I appreciate everyone, and of course, I really hope that all of you guys had got a great time. And of course, myself and Toast, we had a great time entertaining you guys.
We've had an awesome time. We've had, 3-nils, we've had nukes, we've had Goliaths coming out, gunships all around, a lot of action. Please do check back on this stream to see your favorite moments of this event, because I definitely had my favorite moment. What was your favorite moment though?
Nuke.
It has to be
the nuke. There's nothing that's
nuke.
taking that away. No way.
There is no way.
A blast to end the game. How can I not?
Exactly.
Let's be honest. Yeah.
And it caught us by surprise as well.
Yes, it did.
Right? So congratulations again to CKG, Cool Kids Gaming Legacy, and commiseration to Prime X Ultimate. I think we have to end the stream very, very shortly. Right? Abstract, any closing words from you?
Well, all I gotta say is once again, thanks to everyone. We gotta have to thank the organizers as well, Mineski Global as well as World X in conjunction with Get Active SG, supported by our SG Fund and Kallang Wave Mall.
Yep, and thank you to the community who came down and supported the event. 16 teams, but only one winner came out on top, and that is none other than CKG Legacy.
And just like that, remember, we are just going to be walking away with quite a bit of things going on. And of course, we're going to have to, not only that, we're going to have to give a huge shout out over to Safra as well. They have had their segment in the earlier of the days. I believe 6 p.m. they had got their segment. And of course, quite a lot of things has been going on thus far. Even the cosplay festival, or rather the cosplay competition, a lot of people dressed up, and I absolutely enjoyed every single part of that. But enough from us.
Yeah.
Every one of you guys are tired. Let us just take a little bit of a wrap, and we thank you all for watching. My name's Abstract.
My name is Sos. We'll catch you in the next event. See you then.
Bye.